Welcome back, one and all, to the Mediterranean poker party taking place right here at that beautiful Merit complex you see in front of us. It is, of course, the mystery bounty, the PokerOK mystery bounty taking place today. Day 1C, we saw Day 1A's play yesterday. Day 1B took place a little later in the day. And just like yesterday, kicking things off, it is myself, James Dempsey, alongside the one and only man they call Picasso, Mr. Andrew Headley. How are we doing, my man?
Good afternoon, James, and very good afternoon to everybody watching at home. Quick look at the schedule for you guys throughout the week. We have 9 days of streaming. As you can see, Mystery Bounty, Day 1C today. Going to have the final day of that tomorrow. Open up a bunch of envelopes. Give away thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars later in the week. We have the Lux and Pay Grand Final, Day 1C, Day 2, and then the final day of that one. And then the big one, the MPP main event to close out our coverage.
Here we go then. This is how things will start off today. Our 3 feature tables. Those of you with us yesterday would have seen the fast-paced action. It's set to repeat again today. It is the Luxon table being led by Armani with 395k. That's 2 starting stacks. Mark Wright back in the action. He was with us yesterday. And the man at the bottom of that chip counts on that table, Azamat Lamkov, of course, the MPP main event champion last time out. Mixing in again here on the DTD live table. Pardon me, that is a mouthful. I see Yanis Lipirius, who of course came 4th in the first ever
that's in the mix.
MPP, and I see a familiar name in Alyssa Sipatova, 2nd in the chip counts over there, regular here at Merit. And then of course we have the Onyx table, our main table, if you will, the full featured. You know, if you're on the Onyx, Andrew, you've made it. And currently it's Alexei Levchenko, the one making it with just over 2 starting stacks. We are joining the players just like we did yesterday, 4 levels in, which means there are another 4 levels of late ridge to go, 30 minutes apiece. And it looks like action is about to get back underway on our Onyx table, where things will kick off. And we're in, what, just a little over 24 hours? I was thinking a little over, a lot more than 24 hours. Sometime tomorrow we'll be crowning a champion in this, the PokerOK mystery bounty, but for now, Day 1C to get through. There's of course not just Day 1D, but also a Day 1E flight tonight taking place, so plenty of time. I mean, we're going to blitz through this guarantee. It's a million guarantee, but I wouldn't be too worried about getting 1,000 players in the mix.
Yeah, very likely to smash it. We had just under 500 yesterday alone. So on course to obliterate that 1 million guarantee. Let's pick up the action then. Onyx table, we have a limp in from +1 from Romaniuk. Ace-7 offsuit, very speculative. We did see a lot of that yesterday, James. People sort of just looking to get into pots, try and accumulate that big stack, which of course very important, especially in mystery bounties. Setting or completing from the small with the suited queen. Action on Buhaychuk, the Ukrainian. He checks the big with the Jack-9 suited. And here we go, Jack-9, 3-2 diamonds, top 2 for Buhaychuk.
There we go. The top 2, but it's never easy in this game. Tina with that working flush draw. The bet is swiftly met in the form of a call. Ace of clubs on the turn. Not the best card for either player to really see, but no reason one would imagine for Bachayek to do anything but bet again here, surely.
Yeah, pretty much a slam dunk value bet, especially against the small blind. You're not really going to be concerned about him having too many ace-X in his range. Goes for half pot, quickly called once again by Cetina. Looking for a diamond, and boom, 10 of diamonds. Drills the river and finds the very quick check.
Interesting decision point now.
Yeah.
It just feels like so much hand to want to check back, but at the same time, there we go. Recognizing there's not a lot that can call him now with that river, and well, we'll feel good about checking back, but also a little bit sad about how that one progressed, because he was looking good to pick up that 40k pot.
Yeah, done well to find the river check, especially, like I said, against the small blind, who has been allowed to just limp in versus the early position limp. Could bet river, kind of target like a Jack-8, Queen-Jack type hand. Also the danger, though, Demps, that you could get check raise bluffed by like a Queen-10 with a diamond or something like this. First look at Yanis in the small.
There he is. And say, mention it because he came 4th in the first ever MPP main event, but Fourth and that was a particularly bad spot because the top three, of course, chopped it. And one of those three was, of course, our co-voice of the Angels.
Oh, you'll like that.
Mr. Steve Warburton, who will, of course, be back in the booth a little bit later today. He was in the mix in that one as well. So basically, they got rid of Yanis and decided to chop it up. He was the danger man.
Yeah, certainly somebody you don't want to see at your table. A very experienced player with a lot of pedigree. Well, how's that for a flop?
Yeah, this is a cool one for Yanis, of course. Blind on blind, flopping a flush draw up against Pesh. You can have all sorts of stuff. This one's going to continue, and one imagines this pot could get somewhat sized more, though, of course. Out of position, 23k in the middle. Don't really want to be swelling it too much.
Yes, it's an interesting one.
That quick check back, in fact.
I was gonna say, like, I quite like this. It's one of these hands that you really don't mind to see a turn card. You know, you can call a bet all the way to the river every single time. You have a disguised, really strong hand. If a club comes off, the small blind can start trying to bluff. And like Yanis now, with that green light, you know, try and knock out some of these sort of ace-high type holdings, right? Something like a king-queen. Hands that have us crushed. It's going to start with a bet of 7,500. Pesh just absolutely loving life here.
Yeah, this is dreamy, right? We check back with so much hand, but also just one pair. But we've improved in the most devilish way of just pinging that 7. It seems so nutted. Yanis, well, rooting for a club, you know, he wants anything but that card. And perhaps, thankfully, misses, although...
Is the guy saying he raised? Pesh is saying he raised to 25k?
I think maybe they both would change. Against the see this. Unfortunately, we don't have sound on this table, but
I think the dealer may have thought he raised 25k and just took the chip, and now he is receiving, because he did just call, so he should get 17.5 back, which that looks like 17.5.
okay.
This isn't an ideal situation when you're trying to decide here, am I going to blast off with a river bluff?
At least you get more time.
You do get more time to consider what you're going to do. Yeah, really interesting decision for Yanis. You don't obviously normally want to bluff with bricked clubs, right? You would rather your opponent had a missed flush draw or something like that themselves. But Pesh's looks pretty capped, right? Like, he looks like he doesn't have too strong a hand. We do just have queen high. I feel like Yanis probably still goes for this. Like, you are going to get called by, like, ace-jack and stuff like that, James, on the turn, right? When that checks back and calls a turn bet. So it makes sense, I think, to bluff.
It looks like he's gone sizable. I saw 6 of those blue 5Ks going out there, like really going after those kind of weak hands, like you mentioned, that call turn that can't call river.
I think this is reasonable. If we had something like a 10, it's going to be worth a large bet. If we have a 7, it's definitely worth a large one. Something like a Jack-9 flop straight, we're going to bet big. So it does make sense. And Pesh, it seems to me, we did see a few times yesterday people just call rivers in spots where we thought a raise was mandatory. I think it's compulsory to raise this one, and he is reaching for it. Looks like 70k.
There we go. Very clicky.
I really like how he's played this hand. Pretty much perfect.
Yeah, it was very much the theme yesterday. I noticed a number of hands. Players not really getting value for these, like, not marginals, but I feel like mandatory river raises, but with like non-nutted hands, like
definitely.
Trips is obviously far from nutted here, but yeah, you've got to get the value here, obviously, when you can. As it is, Yanis just, well, swinging in the wind.
Yeah, just one of those hands, I think, really well played by both. Like, Yanis, just unfortunate here to run into the very sneaky trip 7s of Pesh. Well played, guys.
Don't they both look thrilled to be here? Okay, back over on the Onyx table. Romaniac looks like to be calling a raise from the big blind from Schumann, who's popped it up to 7k from +1 and a frisky hand class here, the 10-6. But we're here to play. We're here to build chips. There's plenty of day ones. Let's get it going.
And does check back flop. Actually quite like it. The big blind's going to have a lot of 7x. This is that spot where people kind of over c-bet these boards where the big blind can punish us. Through to the Queen of Hearts turn. Check again. And you would imagine that Romaniuk should seek value. Like, this is one of those spot stamps. I feel like we have to bet our hand.
Wow. Incredible that he's checked a third time.
Wow, and he's overbet the 10-6 here on the river. Okay, 15k, sorry. A little bit less.
Wow, that pot... It's kind of odd. Both players checking flop, both players checking turn. Romania checking the river the third time with the 10 when it looks like our man's just checking back, trying to get the showdown.
Sure.
All the ace highs and whatnot.
Yeah, it did work out nicely for him in the end. I think in the long term there, we want to seek a bit of value ourselves.
Let's check in on the guys over here on the Luxon table. We've got Cabot versus Benaim. Battling out on a 9-4-5-8-2 heart board. This one raise from the A6 pre-flop and defend from the small blind. Queen 8. Just now deciding to activate, having found a pair on the turn.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. You know, we can bet small here with a variety of hands. Your kind of ace-5 suited, pocket 6s, 7s, any 8 or 9. All these hands can plug into a small bet. Improves to 2-pair on the river queen.
Yeah. Pop a flush draw, find 2-pair.
Yeah, interesting decision point now to decide what to do. You know, do we want to check here and allow Kaba to bluff with some holdings, potentially turn some hands into a bluff? It's just going to seek value round about half pot, 16.5.
Yeah, Kaba obviously pulled one off there.
Yeah.
Hoping perhaps to see a check in front of the river or maybe strike lucky with a 7 or an ace. But to discard, no continue.
I see.
All smiles early doors, as you say. We're joining these guys 2 hours into the day. They've put 4 levels in the books, but these next 4 levels are the crazy hour from what we saw yesterday, Andrew. The last 2 hours of registration. Things move quick.
Yeah, very much looking forward to it. We saw a lot of multi-way pots yesterday, lots of action, people speculating. Speaking of speculation, Schumann here, going to complete with 10-4 off, facing the raise from Tsuloftus and the call from Levchenko.
Yeah, so Loftus with the deuce is missing this board, but it's kind of the board that the under the gun, or the +1 at least, can attack against blinds. Got to be slightly wary of Levchenko, though, of course, calling from the small, so you're going to have plenty of hands that maybe have kind of a gut short draw, these kind of holdings. But
Yeah. Yeah, makes some sense here. Let's just try and knock out. I mean, we can fold out some better pairs, which is always nice. Fold out the 3s through 6s, even potentially. Some people might overfold hands like 8s and 9s on the ace-high board. We know Levchenko going nowhere.
Cool.
Typically just going to be check calling demps. Not really a hand that we want to bloat the pot just yet.
now, of course, whenever in these situations, we're wary that the early position raiser gets to have all those big aces far more than we do as a small blind peeler. So playing defensive with range here, usually the thing that makes sense, as it is an improvement for Levchenko on the turn in the sense that he picks up a gut shot straight draw now. Does he fire again here with the deuce? Is this board getting a little murky? Some of those hands that did check call may well have improved.
Yeah, the interesting part in these spots in general, I think when you're in a heads-up pot against a big blind, it's much more palatable to just barrel off, because they are going to have, you know, your like Jack 6 suiteds of the world and stuff that we can target, whereas the small blind never really has these hands, and they end up having, you know, a bunch of kind of ace-x. They'll have some king queens that you reference with gut shots on the flop. They'll have the Jack 10 suiteds of the world that won't fold. So I kind of like give up much more against the small blind than the big. Yeah, it seems reasonable to wave the white flag here, I think. I think you do just get stationed a lot more often against the stronger small blind range than you would against the big blind defend.
Andrew, one thing has just caught my attention here that is very different to yesterday's coverage.
Go on.
Just disappeared from your screen, but when it pops back up again, have a look at the field size in the top right-hand corner when the next hand starts.
I'm ready.
So yesterday we had, what, 212, 215, something like low 200s. Well, here we go. This is the information you've got for today's event. It is, of course, $1,100 buy, $1 million guaranteed. So we need 1,000 entries to hit that number. Everyone's starting, of course, with 200,000 in chips. And as previously mentioned, we are playing at 30-minute levels. Again, that does change on day 2. There's an elongation perhaps later on, but we whittle these guys down nice and quick to start with. Oh, here we go. Sibkatova, mentioned her earlier, finds the aces.
6.5.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of playing with Sibkatova in one of the Merit events, and she is after it.
Yeah.
I will tell you, she is not afraid.
No, she's a blaster.
She is a blaster, so should be fun. Very easy to blast, of course, when you wake up with aces.
Sharkov in the big line, 6-7 off. He's going to come along with a peel. King 3 deuce. Not a board that really the big blind continues on too much against under the gun. Oh, hang on.
Surely
hang
not.
on.
Surely not.
Oh no.
Shenanigans from Ushakov.
Oh no. Get the fire extinguisher, someone.
Yeah, I mean,
Get the fire extinguisher. But hopefully this is just a very optimistic one and done. But so often when you see someone leave from the big hit, they rarely slow down. Picks up some chance in the form of a 5. And what a payoff that would be. Obviously, Sibkatova would be picking up a gut shot. But it looks like he has thought better of it. Confusing for her, this line. Like, what does my opponent have? Like, does he ever have anything? Am I just betting here and betting either into it or into absolutely nothing?
yeah, I think in the grand scheme of things, in the long term, this is very weak kind of line from the big. Should just be handover, and is. Yeah, that's a curious lead. Certainly not something you will see very often. Ushakov trying to lean on Sibkatova. Trust me, my friend, that is a mistake.
Yeah. Especially when she's got aces.
Yeah.
Not going to work too well there. Right, top right corner. How many does it say? Filled. Talk to me.
364 runners.
With 2 hours of reg to go.
With 2 hours of reg to go. So, gonna smash the guarantee for sure. Great start here at MPP 2025.
8 betting.
Hayek sitting here pretty. Trip 6s up against Satina. These guys reaching this pot in the form of a raise from the ace queen. Defend from the big blind. Check through the big. Check through the flop. Check through the turn. And now, nicely done. Nicely.
Yeah, well done.
Kind of hard to fold the nut no pair in those spots. Just one bet when that action's gone like that. Because you kind of look like you've got this kind of hand, right?
I was about to reference, we have a pretty reasonable bluff catch candidate here. You know, don't have a spade in our hand, don't have a 3, 4, or a 5 for that sort of low straight draw that could bluff in the river. Good fold, though. I think often in these spots you expect a king to announce itself on the turn also.
Right. So then, back over on the Sibkatova table. The very next hand, Yanis, the one kicking things off with the 2-9. She's defending 6-4 diamonds, and look at this, turns at the flush. Checks it over to her man, second time of asking. 9's no diamond. Is this a hand that begins to feel like, hey, I need to fire a little bit out here?
I'm actually a big fan of this turn check from Sibkatova. Like, it's quite difficult to represent just pure bluffs, and it's normally going to be a sort of king of diamonds, queen of diamonds, X that just lead in to the razor. So we can induce our opponent to put a bet in and potentially check raise, but she's gone the check call route. Interesting. No, she has raised. I like this a lot. It makes a load of sense. You know, you can get 9s through kings with a diamond here that will just have a very, very difficult time folding. Or if Yanis has like an ace-5 suited type hand that played, you know, sort of passively on the flop, it's going to be hard to just fold. Well played. Very quick fold from Yanis. Nicely done. It is quite underbluffed. Like, it's hard to find too many check raise turn bluffs. I think people normally just lead king of diamonds 9 themselves, right?
That's what I was going to say. I like the fact that he did just obviously pre-decide, hey, I'm betting this, but not expecting to really get match action. Suddenly a check raise, it just always is, isn't it?
7
Sure.
bet 13.
So we've got a 3-bet pot here. Had an open from Buhaychuk. Schumann 3-betting the button, the frisky one with 5-6 suited.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, Buhaychuk not having improved, but we don't get many better flops than that for the 2-3s, but he is going to pitch it into the muck.
It's one of those, it's just so hard to continue down the streets with this type of holding. Like, we don't really want to raise flop. And if we face a turn bet, you really are just playing guessing games. Nice pickup for Schumann. I hear you, though. Like, if we are calling this hand, are we just exclusively set mining? Perhaps need to get a little sticky sometimes versus aggressive opponents. I've got some spice here. Open from the 8-4 offsuit.
Oh yeah, here we go. We're playing some poker.
Blind on blind from Amani. Artiv defending. Calls the c-bet. Wow, he's finding a turn barrel. 8-4, no spade.
Okay, I see. We see you, Amani.
We are playing poker now.
We see you. Artiev, I mean, fair play. Made the call on the flop, but it's another bridge to cross to make this call here on the turn, just with the ace high. Although, having said that, pardon me, just dawned on me, the working spade. Andrew, we're definitely continuing.
Yeah, never fold in. Just a question of whether we want to start turning our hand into a bluff. It's a very viable candidate to do so. He's reaching.
He has done exactly
Very nice.
as you suggested.
Yeah, this is one of those spots, I think, where you have like the better ace highs. Say we have an ace jack off or an ace 10, we can just call because we can be winning at showdown. But it's very, disheartening here to just call down and then lose to sort of ace 9 red if it goes check check. I like this a lot. We can just target hands that are slightly better than us and knock them out. And Manny hasn't folded yet. If he continues here,
Stop it. No! No! What is going on?
oh my goodness me.
Artiev popping it up to 56k. Manny's made it 133 all of a sudden. A spot where Artiev had the best hand, the best draw, position, everything going his way. Is there a case where we don't see the river?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a big bet as well. 133, an additional 77,000 chips.
Like, the really interesting thing here is, sorry, James, if Amani has something like a full house, I just don't think he's going to raise. And he can't really have too many deuce X, although having said that, he has raised 8-4 off.
But this is it. So, if RTF was pretty sure when he raised the turn, he's even more sure, like, hey, this still doesn't make much sense.
He could jam here.
He's just not got a queen doing this. He has to have deuce X. And like you say, unlikely to do this with a boat. Is it a case of, hey, you can just have like, loads of flushes and maybe he's going for it with them?
It's mostly like a jack 10 of spades or a rebluff. So this is a fascinating spot, and Artiev, he might sniff this out, James. And like, Amani's gone really pretty big. Oh, he does get it through.
Wow.
What a hand.
I mean, that situation, Artiev's sitting there with the best hand, the best draw, position, money coming in the pot to him, and he's elevated it and then somehow been bet out of it. But like you said yourself, this is a nice spot to raise with. It's a good bluff to run. You just ran into a man who's willing to go a little bit deeper into the well.
I mean, sometimes you just have to tip the cap and say, all right, you have somehow rebluffed me here with 8-4 off.
We got him good. Right, back over at the GTD live table. Giannis back in there with the ace-8 from the big. Up against Pesh with ace-jack from under the gun. And Fedor with jack-8. All of them kind of liking this board once the turn has rolled off. But it's Pesh obviously still out in front with those aces. And a tough spot for Giannis. I mean, obviously was going to check fold flop, gets to see a free turn, now connects, but checks to a player who has the range advantage, is always going to bet here, so doesn't necessarily have to have better than ace-8.
He's going to have to call one. These are the really uncomfortable spots. Like, I think pre-flop is actually very close to just being a fold.
Right.
You know, especially against under the gun and +1. Might depend on how you perceive +1 to be playing, for example. Some people are going to be way too wide. But Pesh, we've seen already, knows what he's doing. Very experienced customer. Giannis just praying that this goes check, check. Decision's going to be on Pesh, James. And it's really an interesting one. Like, like, where do we draw the line, right, in terms of betting for value? I'm surprised to see this.
This is a little block, a little 6K.
I'm not sure about this one from Giannis, I gotta say. Like, it feels like you just fold out bluffs, potentially open yourself up to be rebluffed. If our opponent has, like, king-jack with a club here, right? Something like this, they can just go after us. We can't really get called. I mean, I guess you could get called by the suited wheel aces, right? We beat those. Curious decision from Giannis to lead that one. Not one I would find myself, the way the action went.
Well, let's put him further behind here. 66k of his 200k starting stack. Still there as he walks away early on this day 1C. Not forbearing any disaster, but of course this is a re-entry and there are more starting flights to go. This is a veteran of the game. No doubt he'll spin that up or get back in the mix if he doesn't. Meanwhile, over at the Onyx, three-way pot developed here between cutoff button and big blind, and perhaps a little surprising, this was a raise from the 7-5 offsuit.
Yeah.
Flat from the 10s on the button. Certainly a candidate to 3-bet with, and allowed to time it in from the big with that King 7 offsuit, which means the 10s have now fallen behind. Showman putting additional chips in the middle, but does now think better of it. Ryak picks up that gut shot draw. This one looks like it's destined for a showdown unless Showman just finds the, hey look, I raised pre, I bet the flop, I gave up. This is like, I mean, this isn't the best hand to be raising with pre-flop. Probably not the best hand to be c-betting with on the flop. But once we've done those two things and check turn, then find this river, this feels like a great spot to follow up.
I would agree with that. Sometimes you just get there, right, and you're like, okay, I've painted myself into a corner, but I've got 7 high. I'm up against two guys that haven't really shown any strength through this hand.
Right.
And like, I think Satina are very likely to have raised flop with a 9. You know, stuff like this. The button would probably bet, right, with a hand like Queen 10 or a 9 or a good strong king himself. Schumann gets it done.
There we go.
Well done.
Loving that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, James, if you're going to be wanting to open pots, right, with these really substandard hands, you are going to have to be willing to fire off some barrels. Gets the job done. So you see him there, 223k in chips. Levchenko still out in the lead, 436k on the DTD live table. Back into the action we go. Ushakov, 4-5 of clubs. Comes in for a raise from hijack. And Matai, going to 3-bet here with ace-king from the button. Makes it 17k to go. Ushakov now has, with one of those types of hands, you'd like to see 3. Here he comes. I think they're deep enough, Demps, 60 bigs effective or so. If we're going to open this one, facing a pretty small 3-bet, less than 6 bigs.
Also, you got 4-5 suited.
Yeah.
It looks pretty.
And just let's call. Let's see.
Let's see 3. Not the 3 you're looking for when you build a 3-bet. That one is what we call the 3-better's range.
He's not going to lead again, is he?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Ushakov.
Wow.
Absolute wild card.
We're getting an idea of the strat here. It's just to get yourself in these spots and just stab and hope opponents overfold. But obviously this board just not the right texture.
Yeah, Matai with the decision whether to immediately bump this up. Looks like he's made it 50k. I mean, I guess if you're against an opponent that you think will just never have a bet fold, then it can never be bad here to just try and bloat this one.
Right, and maybe even if it's an opponent who's just never going to fire the second shell as well, right? You're like, okay, you might be bluffing, but you're not going to put more chips in. I don't want to give you a free look. Let's just pump this up now in case you've got anything that wants to continue.
Yeah, Ushakov kind of just disrespecting the ranges at the moment. We saw him against the under the gun open, try something similar, and then out of position versus the 3-bet. It's a risky strategy, that's what we'll call it.
Certainly is. Here we go again then, back at the Onyx. Showman popping up from +2, ace-8 off. Souflatus, the ace-king of spades. Now this man, let me tell you, Andrew, has been doing some damage in the poker world, particularly on this very island, the Cypriot native. He won the Mediterranean Poker Cup here back in 2022, good for 264k, but that's not his best cash on the island, because he came second in the EPT main event last year for $642,000. And had a good year last year, because not only did he get second there, but he got 4th in the Irish Open main event, which I feel like maybe were you there?
Oh, that's who he is. I do recognize him.
I feel like you would have been on the call on that one. So
yeah.
you know, you watch these finals, people come in and out, but that's the face. That's what you're known for. 4th place finisher, 2nd place finisher in the EPT, winner of the Mediterranean Poker Cup here, and now just trying to win this pot with Ace King against Balastro's Ace 9. That's a pretty good flop to do it.
Yeah, Jack 6 with 2 spades. Palastro here went for the cold 4-bet jam. Pretty wide one, decided to run it. Runs into Ace King suited. He's looking for a 6 or a 3, non-spade for a chop. Or a 9, or he's going to be out of here. Queen of spades completes the nut flush for Suloftis. And yeah, he's going to be a danger man, James.
Yeah.
3rd on the Cyprus all-time money list I'm seeing.
He is.
1.9 million.
He is indeed. Of course, Yanis, who is on the DTD live table out there, is #1 on the Cypriot all-time money list. This man's certainly closing in. In fact, he's only 80k behind 2nd, Peter Costa, who is a bit of a blast from the past, that name.
He is indeed.
Peter the Poet, I believe, was his nickname back in the old late-night poker days on TV.
Loving that.
Peter the Poet Costa.
How far behind Yanis is he? Maybe we can organise some kind of battle to the death side bet.
He's got a little bit of going. Yanis is at 3.6 mil.
Oof.
Suflatus at just under 2 mil. So, you know, won't take long at this rate. Whether he's racking up cashes this year and last year.
He just needs to win all 3 of the landmark tournaments this week and he'll be in touch and distance.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Enough of my nonsense. Look at this. Cooler developing. Jacks for Lamkov. Starts the hand with 24 bigs.
Yeah,
going to be pretty tough to get away from this one. Oh, wait, Heredia is going to play it tricky. Quite like this for what it's worth against the stack depth. You know, Lamkov having only 21 blinds behind. These are the kind of perfect spots to trap with aces. Having said that, you do allow the potential for things to go 4 ways, and that is exactly what is happening. You never love to see this, of course, with pocket aces. Do have position, though. Pretty clean so far. Queen 9-4, 2 hearts. Nobody connecting. Lamkov can actually be saved now. He doesn't know it. If he faced the 3-bet, he'd have been walking out the door. He's going to bet, James. I'm not too sure if I'm a fan of this multi-way, with specifically like jacks here with the Jack of Hearts. I feel like check might be the way to proceed. You know, Heredia might overstab in position. It may go bet, then raise, and we can relinquish our hand. Just kind of murky. Of course, can never be a huge mistake to bet small. Heredia going to continue the slow play.
Yeah, now just hoping for napkins on the turn. Both players with that working heart, and an ugly card for both to see. Of course, the most likely continues for both players would be some sort of Queen X holding. Both now very fearful, of course. Lamkov, you know, obviously, if he was losing already, but it just feels like we're up against it at this point.
Sure. Yeah, they're very problematic here to hold exactly 2 jacks with the Jack of Hearts. If Heredia does start to bet, the most natural bluff's obviously going to be the Jack 10 suited of the world. I quite like this from Heredia.
Nice. Yeah, you kind of just almost overrep, don't you, if you bet aces here. You save that for betting some of the Queen X. Obviously, you still want to trap with some hands, and it just seems like the strongest non-Queen X hands, which is, like, we don't really have aces here, right? Flattening the button, in theory.
Very, very rarely.
So it's nice to, when we do have it, use it as our best trap that doesn't want to just bet get in on the turn.
Yeah, intriguing that Lamkov went with check. I thought he might block this river, go for a small bet himself, kind of target pocket 8, a 9.
Perhaps to avoid this overbet, he just reached for a stack of whites. Obviously, it's showing 58k as that's the effective stack of Lamkov. Now a real tough spot, right? You expect
really
Queen
tough
X
now
to bet a lot on the turn. Now what happens to overbet? But look at this.
Wow, well done.
Well played, sir.
Yeah, there should be some traps for Heredia. You know, maybe something like a pocket 9s that turned a bolt.
Right.
Something like this. Maybe like an ace-queen that just thinks, all right, I'm going to play this kind of similarly trappy. Similar idea to the aces. He's done well there, Lamkov, not to get felted. Little did Heredia. Yeah.
Facing a 3-bet, it was going in.
It was curtains for sure.
20 odd blinds. High chook. King Jack offsuit from the cutoff up against Souvlatus from +2. He's holding the 6-4 clubs and finds 3 to a straight flush. And the impetus betting into this one.
Yeah, pretty nice combo to start with a bluff. This is pretty tight from Buhaychuk, I think. You know, you're facing tiny 15% pot bet. With some nice backdoors working for you, right? Like, it's obviously not fun to call here with King High, but I think we got to call one against a seasoned professional.
Yeah, I can understand that's pretty tough, isn't it? You start calling with King High, no real strong future equity in the pot. You just be drawing dead a lot. But the small price.
Yeah.
Certainly well engineered by Souvlatus, showing his pedigree as Heredia now has... Is that kings?
It is.
Just had aces, now has kings? What is going on? Romanov, he's going to have a look from the button. Benaim from the big one, assumes he's put chips in there in the form of a call, but is he, he is going to come out with a 3, but I wondered, this is one of the things, we saw the ace-8 a minute ago for Yanis, and I was wondering, these, like the ace-8, sometimes we see players utilize that maybe as a 3-bet bluff, but I thought maybe ace-10s was maybe a fraction too strong, but maybe not, maybe it's like the best hand we bluff with.
I think it's okay, actually, especially versus these positions, sort of, like, the dealer's button is showing, like, relatively weak range for the most part. Heredia is going to be, like, an active, strong player. I actually don't mind this as a hand choice for a squeeze.
One thing I wanted, though, was the bet size. Obviously, it was facing 7k bet, only made it up to 14k, so perhaps decent instincts, but not enough of a size. Although, in this case, maybe fortuitous, because we're walking into the 2 kings, which have decided to 4-bet, but much healthier size, an additional 28k. But does he now maybe level himself into thinking, hey, there's something going on here? I've made it a small bet. Is he taking advantage of me?
I think we just let this one go. Just one of those hands that has such poor playability post-flop in an inflated scenario. But yeah, I'm with you.
Oh, hang on.
He didn't jam, did he?
He's called, I think.
Okay.
Electing to see 3 in an unlikely 4-bet spot. Heredia looking to make a little bit more out of the kings than he did the aces a moment ago, but that's not going to be the case because an ace, deuce, tray, flop spells disaster for the butchers.
Always comes, doesn't it?
Ace magnets, my friend.
Yeah, I'm with you. The Benaim squeeze size is definitely too small. Tricky spot now for the Spaniard. You will typically see lots of very small betting here. You can go as small as sort of 10% if you want here in position. I'd be surprised to see him go any bigger than 20% or so.
What are the sort of hands we expect the big blind to kind of 3-bet, call a 4-bet? Is it those sort of the biggest pairs but they don't want to go all in, so like the jacks, queens?
I'm with you 100%. At this stack depth, which is what, 80 bigs effective or so to start the hand, 10s, jacks, queens. Although when he makes it this tiny size in pre, it starts to get quite murky.
Maybe some ace king in there still. Doesn't want to necessarily go all in. Maybe some ace queen suited.
Ace queen suited, stuff like this. Nice size in here, by the way, from Heredia. He did go for the sort of 10% I was suggesting, bet 11k. Benaim, again, one of these hands, it's not strong enough to raise. We're just going to call in game flow. Heredia hating this, obviously. We can still beat some hands, though, when we bet as small as 11k. The ones you suggested, 10s through queens specifically, the normal ones. So he is going to check. But you do expect to lose a lot here. Like, you expect to see a hand that has us pipped.
And again, like, if we are worried about that sort of range, suddenly the jack of spades appearing is not an ideal card.
Yeah, you don't like it.
3 combos of jacks have just got there.
Yeah, I wonder if Benaim knows where he's at. Like, it does look to be reaching for the kind of block size. Looks like 26k. So around about 25% pot. We'll see if Heredia can sniff this one out. We really do only beat a bluff now. Like, do people turn queens into a bluff here for B25?
Seems unlikely.
It does seem unlikely. So I do expect to see ace-jack suited, ace-queen very often here in the hands of my opponent. It's frustrating, of course, because we've inflated this pot. We've got our man where we want him.
Is there ever a spot here where Heredia could then return these kings into bluff, just go for some kamikaze maneuver?
You could try. It just seems like you might run into a pretty bladed range of like 3 jacks, like you said. Ace-jack suited, they'll never fold. You're basically trying to get ace-queen to fold on the river. It seems risky, and it's hard for us to credibly rep, I think, really strong hands. by river, unless we have specifically pocket aces.
There we go, back over at DTD Live. It's Sipkatova kicking things off here from the small blind, looking down at that suited wheel ace. She elects to bump it up to 12k. Blinds are now 2k, 4k. So 3xing there. Matai more than happy to come along with Jack 9 suited, a hand that loves to see flops, loves to be in position, has some great board coverage, although not covering much on that board. The Sipkatova flops pair and a flush draw.
Yeah, dreamy developments thus far for the Russian. Immediate decision here on this type of texture, how to proceed. You would imagine she will just c-bet. She's gone with the small size. I think there's an argument to bet large here. There's arguments to do anything here really with a hand as good as this.
Just don't fold. Somehow.
Just don't fold. And yeah, Matai, very reasonable just to let this one go. No backdoors available. Probably calls flop if there's a heart on board.
Don't they all look thrilled?
I miss the charisma at the table, you know. I know that you're, like me and you are very chatty table mates, right? You always, you told me in your wisdom, I remember it well, you said that when you arrive at the table, you'll immediately start a dialogue and get chatting to try and get into their heads.
I like, well, then, you know, just to try and loosen things up. But obviously there is some benefit to it. But primarily just to stop myself getting bored at the table, you know.
I always like to right behind you.
I always like to bowl over to the table, sit down, and look at the guy next to me and go, right, come on. I've just joined. Tell me who's doing all the bluffing. who's up to no good here?
That was it.
And it usually gets a little crackle out of them, and then someone you're not talking to will go, that guy. Like someone will pull someone up, and I'm like, okay, you guys have been battling. Here we go. Let's get some information out of these guys.
I must admit, it's something that I'm a massive advocate for it. I would like to see a bit more charisma and personality at the tables sometimes. What do you think, though? Maybe because it's feature tables, people might be a bit more nervous. I
think whenever you put the cameras on, this tends to happen. The amount of times I've seen where in other tours I wear different hats and I'm going around choosing feature tables that we're going to put on a stream. And you see these guys are all having a good time, chatting, laughing. You think this will make a good feature table. You put them up, silence. You're like, oh, okay. Because, you know, you don't want to make a mistake on the camera. You're kind of a bit nervous, just different surroundings. You be mic'd up. It's kind of... Usually you find, though, but the second hour of their coverage, they kind of loosened up a little bit, kind of forget everything that's there.
Yeah, once they relax.
But also here, you know, you do have, especially in Merit, is just a meeting of so many languages and cultures that perhaps so often there is a language barrier. Obviously, kind of the most spoken language would be English, but it's hard to assume that, you know, a lot of these Russian native speakers... They'll understand some English, but it's not necessarily easy for them to have the banter in another language, so it's somewhat understandable.
Sure.
And of course, you know, this is like a few hours into day one. Maybe they've all played yesterday's day ones down a bit, kind of a bit bored, just want to get through the day, you know, or already...
It's only day 2, James.
Not over it, but, you know, they're not excited yet. Maybe they played late last night in the day ones, didn't bag, and now have to go through this again. It's like, oh, am I really here again? The sun's shining today. I could be out by the pool. Could be in the sea.
I hear ya.
Could be at the buffet.
Oh, I love the buffet. So interesting spot here, by the way. Ricken opened, Pesh defended. Had the option to check raise flop here with the flopped flush draw and some backdoors. Decided against that. I also thought that this is a curious line. I wonder if Ricken can ever sniff this out, by the way. Like, it's obviously incredibly tough to do with just queen high. On the turn 7, I thought that Pesh might lead turn, right? We see lots of this from the big blind. He elected not to do so. And then on the river, overbets. Like, so we're kind of saying now that like we're polarizing to a 7 or like a roller ace-x, just trying to get our opponent off a chop. Seems dangerous when our opponent is an EP, can have all the pocket kings, can have ace-king himself that check on a 7. Intriguing one.
Yeah, it's true. You have to discount out some level of 7x, right? Some of them are going to lead. We often see the second card, especially, but sometimes the bottom card pairing. Big blinds do like to lead out on those spots. So yeah, interesting point for sure. Meanwhile, over at the Onyx, action getting underway. Sherman raising up this 8-9 suited. Souflatas calling, Setaina calling, and now we see this King Queen at 10 flop where Souflatas has got it all. Not the best looking turn card, of course, anytime you flop the straight. Certainly houses potential here. These are coordinated cards. They are the big cards.
Yeah, tricky spot now. I'd expect him always to check in game flow here, but he's going to lead. I'm a little surprised at this. You know, it's like we don't have pocket kings, queens, or tens, I don't think, ever, right? We're just going to 3-bet all of these versus a cut-off open. So now we're kind of saying that we have king, jack, king, 9 suited. But, like, are we leading king, queen here for the ball? Even though people maybe should, in inverted commas, I don't think they ever do. So this is a curious lead. Like, we're not going to lead a queen or a 10 or anything ever. So we're kind of saying that we have a king or better. I mean, it's, you know, probably besides the point anyway, because Schumann really has nothing, but we have seen him.
Oh,
wow.
Here we go.
Here
we go.
He's floating
Is he just
it?
calling as well? Yeah. Oh, no. There are 2 whites in there. Whites are the 25Ks, but...
He does
Yeah.
float. Oh. Has plans.
Okay, we are going dirty, but his plans, but a little over pot behind. This is ballsy. If Souflatus somehow finds a kind
Can
of...
he find the check?
a check
Yeah.
or just a smaller bet, like, does Schumann just have to pounce? I mean, why have we played this hand if we're not going to pounce?
Yeah, this is pretty wild.
Souflatus must feel like this is, like, my man's just got a king here, right?
Yeah. We're loving life, and the question is, are we going to go for this kind of block size? People tend to get greedy here if they think their opponent has just a king, though.
8-5.
But he has gone relatively small, James. Oh, no, okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
okay.
I misread the whites. I mean, now, we might have had a plan, but how can we pull the trigger?
Well, how strong does this look?
I mean, it looks absurd and looks like a full house, if we can find it, but almost impossible.
10 seconds.
He was definitely going to try and do something, but as you say, to this size, it gets real difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Good avoid.
Yeah, kind of an intriguing one. Well, Loftus, momentum, up to 300k.
There we go, up to third in chips on this particular table, but still very early on in the day.
Gonna have to keep our eye on Schumann. He is spicy.
Yeah. We're, of course, going to play it down to the money just like we did last night. That'll be the final 15% of the field. And that went quick last night. Obviously, Andrea wasn't in the booth. It was yourself and Warbs covering that one. But I gather it was basically, like, no, one hand for hand, right? That was it. Okay, we're done. Let's bag
Rapid
it.
fire.
And, of course, not just in the money, but bounty eligible for day 2 as well. So it's like a double bubble.
It was funny. People were just going for the big stack, I guess. Of all the tournament formats to think, right, I don't want to bag 10 bigs.
Right.
It's probably this one. But yeah, it didn't take long. Open then from Matei, defend by Bahadir. Both come up completely empty.
Bahadir with bottom pair on the flop. But
Oh, sorry, excuse
yeah, but
me.
obviously a bad-looking texture in the form of 3 spades. Does find a bet and finds a call from worse.
I mean,
Bahadir. Kind of.
that is a big bet if he has announced 25k.
I bet 8K, just going milk. I think he just knows his fool's good.
Yeah, very nice. Can be dicey. To bet twice here. I knew where his man was. Nice pickup for him. We have, of course, seen lots of action the first couple of days, guys. This is the PokerOK Mystery Bounty, 1 million guaranteed day 1C. We'll be myself, James, and Steve will be taking you through to the end of coverage today. And then on to day 2 tomorrow, where, of course, the mystery bounties will be active and in play. And we'll have coverage of people opening the envelopes, I believe, James, which is going to be exciting for us to watch.
Yeah, one hopes so. That'll be kicking off. I mean, last year we had it right by the stage. And
Amazing.
There was some high drama on the breaks as players rushed up to pull those bounties. Romanov. He's queen suited, taking that up to 21k. Right back in action. He's calling with the king jack on the button. And Hereda obviously with a lovely looking hand that you really don't mind taking 3-way in a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, this is inadvisable from right to be cold calling with a hand like king jack off. And Heredia, one of these kind of intriguing spots where it depends how you perceive the button to be playing. Like sometimes there is some latitude to think, okay, if I think Romanov is coming after me relatively light here, and I think that the button has a pretty weak range, could decide to bump it up. Typically people just call, and he does. Of course, makes some sense. Ace-10 of hearts, very pretty and playable post.
Yeah, it's almost one of those hands I prefer taking it three-way than I do heads up, because I know
Yeah.
I get to play a little bit more fit or fold. Whereas like the ace-10 in a three-bet pot against one player, difficult. Three-way, yeah, I'm just going to try and make the nuts sometimes.
Agreed.
Queen-5 deuce, good flop for Romanov.
I really like this from him for what it's worth. You know, the button is going to have those kind of 9s, 10s, jacks. People have them a lot, and people will overstab these type of boards multi-way. We have a great hand to kind of line up some check raises potentially.
Oh, even better now.
Even better now.
Already up. He's the man sort of stuck in the middle in the sense that the other two have stronger ranges, you would assume, right? The three-better and a cold cooler. But just ace high.
Yeah, I can't imagine that we want to bluff with this one.
But you're still right about having a hand like 9.
Definitely.
And the 9s are just never folding.
And they never fold. Like 9s and 10s, for example, will never ever fold. You're basically trying to dislodge an ace, jack, ace, king from Romanov, potentially. This is optimistic. I will file it under.
Well, maybe he's giving Romanov that kind of the ace-king, maybe some ace-jack, some of his hands that missed, and maybe he's seen enough already. Obviously, we're joining 2 hours in, of maybe turning up too often with some marginal hands in these spots. Maybe recognizing this exactly the situation. Because obviously this time Romanov's trapping, but if Romanov had ace-king here, this would work, right?
Absolutely. That's very fair.
As it is, the trap is working. Maybe he was trapping Hereda, but instead... Sorry, pardon me. He was trying to trap right, perhaps, with the jack on the flop, but he's trapping Heredia instead and improves to a boat. Not a great card, actually, to see, of course, when you're holding the ace-queen here. You're really hoping you're cold decking your opponent who's in there with a queen-jack suited, king-queen suited type holding.
Yeah, Heredia now in this very tricky spot, thinking, okay, I was targeting slightly better ace-highs on the flop. Do I continue to go ahead and try and target them on the river, on the turn, excuse me. Wow, he's going to jam!
Oh, my word.
Oh.
Snapped. Just not giving Romanov credit for having potentially checked back a queen after the 3-bet on that queen-5 deuce board. And that check back, getting him all the gold. Balance, ladies and gentlemen. That's when it pays off.
Really well played from Romanov. Played his man like a fiddle. Credit to Heredia for like going for it here with the kind of polar sizing. Like I quite like that. We're sort of representing that we have a queen, and it's going to be tough for our opponent to call us down with like ace high or some sort of middling pair. Beautifully done, and he looks thrilled too, James.
He's just like, okay, I think we figured out I've won. Can I have the chips now, please?
I want to see some fist pumps, you know, jumping out your seat and all that. It is day 1C, admittedly.
Yeah.
That's a fun hand. Well done, Romanov.
Very well done indeed. Love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back over at the GTD live table, pardon me, is Yanis, the #1 Cypriot all-time money leader, battling off against someone with a little less experience, Andrew. But I can tell you that Merkel over here has qualified to the MPP, the full-on party, a 12.5k package, getting a seat to the Mystery Bounty, the Luxembourg Final, and the main event, all 3 of the biggest tournaments. And she has qualified for, get this, 12.5k package.
Right.
$2.
$2.
$2. Worst case, you get a holiday. Best case is you just min cash one of these 3 tournaments for thousands, but obviously far better is available. And right now, she has a flush draw, leading, unfortunately, into the turn pair of Yanis, but certainly far from done in this pot. Outs galore. Yeah, $2.
That is genuinely unreal.
How about that?
12.5k package for less than the price of a Mars bar.
Deep
You're
fried
loving it.
or deep fried or just regular?
Obviously, I'm a man of culture, James.
Oh.
Oh.
Here we go. How about a pot? Let's go with the Mars bar, the holiday.
Yeah, these spots are always really interesting. When Giannis checks back flop, you sort of remove the really strong ace-x from his range in general. You know, he's going to just c-bet ace-king through ace-jack always, I think. So when he checks back flop, kind of caps himself a little mostly on like an ace-8-9 coordinated board, I think.
I love this little use of the time
Yeah,
back
yeah.
card before deciding how much to bet.
And it kind of comes down to what we're targeting here. Giannis can, of course, have some strong hands, like a pocket kings that improved to a set. So we can bet big against some parts of his range, but he's going to have also a lot of hands like this.
Right.
Just kind of one pairs.
36,000 is what sits in there at the moment, and she's come out with a pot size bet. And Giannis seen enough. Called once, won't be calling twice.
Yeah, things really not going his way thus far. The deck seems to be stacked against him at the moment. Of course, plenty of time to recover. That is a brilliant story, though.
Will be if she manages to build
Look
up
at
some
that.
chips as well. Sofia Miklova in for $2. What are you waiting for, guys? Next year,
Yeah.
could be you. Could be you.
Hopefully we get a fabulous story as the week develops, so good luck to Sophia. We're supposed to be impartial, right? But I'm massively rooting for her.
Man, come on. If someone's in for $2, I'm cheering for them.
$2. Brilliant.
Matiev from under the gun, ace-4 suited. He's mixing this up. Lamkov in the small and Amani in the big. Oh, man. With the king 8 off, has found best of it on king 6-3.
Yeah, that 8-4 offsuit hand will live long in the memory. RTF here, pretty nice hand to c-bet. Backdoor nut flush draw, backdoor straight draws. Fairly dry, king 6-3. Pretty good spot to start putting money in. Goes with half pot or so. Don't mind it. Very easy call for Amani. Let's see a turn. Certainly a bunch of cards available for RTF to want a barrel. Does improve to a gut shot, James, on the deuce. Kind of tricky. Like when we've bet half pot here, you can narrow the range occasionally, you know, of the hands that Amani will continue with. Like he might start folding a 3 and stuff like this to half pot. But we've seen that he is spice. He may not fold any pair to that size. So it can be tricky. He is going to barrel, though.
So tough as well. It's the second time he's battled, we've seen, against Amani, and both times, well, the last time, not into it at all. Amani just laid down the law.
Yeah.
This time he is betting into the goods and certainly won't be moving out the way for 2 bullets.
A bit of a curious choice of sizing, in my opinion, to bet 13-5. Like, pretty small. Like we're betting a quarter pot. It's one of these boards where, you know, we're not thrilled to put lots and lots of money in with sort of pocket queens and stuff like this. It's a kind of a strange one. Normally, you're going to have a king or better.
Oh, bingo. 2, 3,
Gets
4,
there.
5, 6. And now, with the recent history between the two of them, 79k in there, double that behind. I mean, in before Amani goes for some savage bluff, turning his top pair into bluff with the working 8 of spades.
Stranger things have happened. I mean, listen, after seeing that man play the 8-4 off, all bets are off. Yeah, RTF just kind of trying to decide here on river size. You can be normally fairly confident that your opponent has a king. We want to get paid by that. He's going large, full pot.
75 into 79. And Manny, I mean, just given the history these two have, you may find it hard to get away from this one. He pulled such a big bluff on his man a moment ago. I don't think that would have been the first sort of firing in this war between the two of them.
Yeah, it's just inherently problematic here that this was a 3-way pot also. small blind was in there. So the fact that Artiev is
Right.
just treble barreling this off, like it seems hard to give him too many natural bluffs. Like
Right,
it's
the
normally
bluffs-
going to be like ace queen with the ace of spades, something like this.
The bluffs that perhaps fired twice were the flush draws, right? So
Yeah.
they've got their things getting a little harder, perhaps.
But then also on the flip side of that, Artiev is never going to value bet something like king queen here for pot, right? Even a hand like ace king might just check river, so it's very tricky.
He's just seen. He was happy to see what looked like a no hand, like a couple of red cards, an ace and a baby. Oh, yeah, it's a straight. That'll do it. Yes, well done, sir. Well played. I'm thrilled for you. There he is, up to 300k. I'm only with a little more than that though, with 360 as we continue to play 2k, 4k. No real damage done to him thus far. Early days here on day 1C. This mystery bounty. Here we go then. Back at the DTD live table where we have a DTD reg who is in the action once more. Cyprus auto money leader. Yanis Lapirius in here with the 2-4s, jamming for what, a little under 15 blinds. And it is round to our online qualifier. Michailova, who is putting the chips in with what looks to be ace king. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, Yanis going to be thrilled, of course, to see that he's flipping.
He just the look of a man doesn't think he's going to
He
win the
doesn't
pot.
think he's going to win this pot, does he?
Some of you know. Okay. Okay. There are some bad ones out there. That, not one of them. Okay. Double up. Yanis back in this thing. Michailova, you're qualified down to just 75k.
Yeah, unlucky for Sophia. What are you going to do?
Oh look, the double up alarm's gone off. That's what happens if you're Cyprus's best and you would double up in Cyprus. They just, this is it. Fanfare, balloons, fireworks. It all goes off.
I promise you that inwardly, Yanis is deliriously happy.
Doubles up the second shortest on the table. Obviously, a lot of work left to be done here. He was in his mind like, okay, I'm just going to go rebuy and have a starting stack again somewhere else. This will do, though. Maybe save myself $1,000.
Yeah?
A little reminder of what we got in store for you guys over the next week and a half. It is, of course, day 2 of our coverage here. This, day 1C of the PokerOK Mystery Bounty. Once we're done with this event tomorrow, after the final table, we'll have a little day off, a little R&R, some recovery here. But then we'll be back for the Lux on Pay Grand Final. 3 days of coverage in that one, an actual 3-day event. And then, of course, the biggie, the MPP main event. That one, a 4-dayer. We pick up the action on day 2. Although, sad to say, I won't be there right at the end of that one. I'll be leaving,
again.
you before the final table with in the capable hands of Mr. J. Harwood. And, of course, Warbs will be here. He's kind of like he's our filler. You know, our little substitute player. We bring him in when we need him. Jay, of course, will be picking up the reins during the Lux on Pay, the second event of the series. Those of you watching last year, he was with us then. Ryak. Got some hearts. Got more on board. No, not for 25k, he says. Board's paired. Non-nut.
Yeah, does just let it go. It's an awkward spot out of position, facing large size in with just one to come. Back over to DTD Live then. Raised from Matai. Makes it 10k from +1. Ushakov, who we've seen with some very non-standard lines, shall we say, out of the big. Defends Jack-9 through to the King 10-9 board, both with a piece.
So far I've seen him play 2 hands, and both times he's led the flop with no hand.
Yeah.
Now he has a hand. We're checking. Okay. Of course, this is a far more standard line with this particular holding. Facing 7k with that pair, with a gut shot. Let's put in 1 blue, 2 purples, enough for a call. They got some card sharing action going on here.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. There's certainly some latitude to consider check raise, bluff, and flop here. We have a pretty cool hand to do it. Blocking 2 pairs, blocking straights. You know, you can start to put pressure on 1 pair hands that Matai has. Of course, we can see wouldn't be folding king queen.
Right, and still decent equity against those strongest one pair hands, right? An ace king and aces is it's not that far ahead of jack 9 here.
Sure.
So Matai has found the second barrel, 16k.
Yeah, very reasonable. Shade under half pot.
Sharkov. I'm getting curious. A couple more clubs on the board, maybe attributing some of that continue range to those backdoor flush draws and thus giving himself a little bit more power with this club. Or is he perhaps thinking, hey, I've got the 9 of clubs, why can't I have 9x of clubs and perhaps go bluffing later on? But no, he does play it as a check call. And
that was like a slow roll from Matai. It looked like he was mucking, right?
I wonder what he got. What did he see first where he thought he was beat there? Was it? I mean,
clubs,
you see
maybe.
the club, but then, I don't know. One black card, one red card, one non-pair, one pair. I would have. I don't know. Maybe there's a bit of gamesmanship going on. A mini slow roll.
Have you got that in the locker, Demps?
You know,
Have you ever done it like the old, look at your hand for 45 seconds and then reveal the winner?
I've done plenty of fantastic slow rolls, but I've only done one sort of like unprompted, but it was against the person. It was against Sean D, which is like completely custom.
Oh, you're loving
slow
it.
rolls
Then.
everyone.
Of course,
so,
you're loving it.
and I got him good with it back once, but I think it's about 28-1 his direction. But no, I've never done like the unprompted. I've done it as banter. I don't think I've ever done it in a
cruel way.
In a cruel way, yeah,
Okay.
not in a negative way, not try and gain any kind of edge.
So back on the DTD live table, Heredia, who we saw, who had a lot of chips, so he's been stacked somewhere, all in for his last 17k from under the gun. We must have missed a big one.
Oh, it was the ace-10, wasn't it? He got a bit frisky.
Oh, of course it was.
Into
My
Romanov.
apologies. I've had too much sunshine.
Well, he's going to struggle to win this one.
It's the same villain, no less.
Yeah.
Romanov with the kings.
Coming to finish the job off. Let's see if he can do it. It's quite likely. We won't lie.
Yeah, big old favourite. Like this just call, by the way, from Romanov, who's trying to induce some action behind. Heredia going to have to find some magic.
Okay. Okay. We can't ask for too much. We can ask for that. 8 clean pulls at the win. Oh, there it is. Easy. Double up. Thank you very much. Obviously, not one he was rooting to double up with the 17k, but it's a chance to spin, you know?
Anytime you can save a rebuy.
Oh, that's just a mug off, that is.
Little rub down. Tops down the river. No good.
Yeah, one of the best slow rolls I heard of,
Go on.
which was like, I'm going to try this one out this summer when I venture over to Vegas and play a bit of poker, but although it doesn't really work, they need to spin a smaller venue. But anyway, player has moved all in the river in a tournament.
Got you.
Next player sitting there with the nuts, wanting to go for the slow roll. Instead of saying cool like that, he just called floor, seat open. And everyone's like, what?
Yeah.
Cool. Turn over the nuts. See you later. I want to use that one. on
See, I
Sunday.
like that. That's funny.
Yeah. But you need to be, you know, it's not really going to work in a warehouse event at the World Series of Poker. You need it to be in a smaller venue with the floors
With the
nearby,
floor
and they need
knows.
to know when the seats are open.
That's a cruel one. I like it, though. Yeah.
Floor. What is it? Seat open. Nuts.
So we see a very wide open here from Suloftus, Queen 5 suited +1. Quite surprised to see a c-bet here 4 ways. I would have typically expected him to check with this hand. And does go ahead and bet 16k into 36. Really awkward spot now for Levchenko, who overcalled pre with the king 10 off from the small. Again, quite speculative. Does make the call, and now Schumann, who we have seen, is very capable of pulling the trigger. Has Queen 7 suited here, James. Yeah, he's just decided to send it. I'm not that shocked to see it from the way he's been playing. And this is part of the problem as Suloftus when you do c-bet this hand. You know, there are some semi-bluffs. King Jacks, Jack 9 suited's the most natural ones. A lot of the time here, when you face jam, you can just be stone dead, or you're up against a hand that has a lot of equity. Don't close the action either, of course, with Livchenko behind. I mean, you can't really call this one, Demps.
So hard, isn't it?
You know, all of the better Queen X just have us dead.
Nice.
Yeah,
Good fold.
I think you have to just lay this down.
And yeah, so you still have to be somewhat concerned about Levchenko behind as well.
Right.
I don't think hugely, but
No.
some level to which he's working with a trap there.
Yeah, he's going to have
Well, not even a trap,
the
maybe just
occasional ace queen somehow that didn't squeeze, king queen.
I guess though, if you call
If
those
you call,
hands,
they'll
then probably
probably
do fold a lot one pair
Sure.
combos. They might call still, but yeah, nicely done. Nonetheless, I want to say something, Andrew, as well. Obviously, we didn't really touch on this yesterday. We're getting used to this fast-paced coverage with 3 featured tables. Those of you who weren't here yesterday, welcome. Those of you who were, welcome back. We do ping-pong around. We're seeing a lot of action, but also I do have one eye on the GGPoker YouTube chat. So if you do have any questions or thoughts or letting us know who you're rooting for, please do fire away in there. We'll do our best to answer any questions, or at least furnish maybe some information you guys might have on some of the players on our tables, as we see a monster flop develop here. Yanis, GG, my friend, top pair, top kicker, no good, as Bahadir has flopped a set. Nushakov flopping the flush draw.
Yeah, I'm afraid they will not be sounding the Cyprus double up alarm in the background here. This is just GG for Yanis. Oh, wow.
Shakov just taking his spot with his clubs, jamming it in. Was that bet 50k as well, the C bet?
That's a huge bet. I mean, this was a limp pot from Bahadir and Ushakov, 5x from Yanis. 2 callers, all of a sudden, 3-way all-in situation.
I want to see Yanis's face.
Yeah, Yanis is just basically dead.
He's just like, what, really? This is what the situation is, and I'm just dead with ace-queen in this spot.
Ushakov, though, 31% equity Demps to get to 330k.
Yeah, I mean, great spot for him in the sense that up against
Oh.
two... Oh, hang on a second.
He couldn't, could he?
Hang on 1 second. No!
No way!
No! Yeah, look, a right smile on his face. He hasn't just done that.
Oh my word!
Dear, how have you lost that one to that hand? He was worried about the clubs, but he didn't see Yanis coming up inside the rail. Ace, ace.
I take it all back. Sound the alarms.
Wow.
Break out the trumpets. Yanis has trebled.
Not just that, but a minute ago he doubled up with the 2 fours himself, making a set. Now he cracks the set of 4s in the most ludicrous part. He's sitting there thinking, I've got the crown jewels on the flop. I'm going to check it on over. See these guys go blasting. Well, well, well.
What an absolutely outrageous run out. 2% equity is turned into 330k.
You don't get much emotion at that amount of table, but I did see his his lips just purse up slightly
Deary me.
when that river got dealt. Wow, what a hand. Blockbuster stuff here at the Mediterranean Poker Party. Already another one trying to spin up. He completed stage 1 with 6-7 against 2 kings. Now he has the commanding lead in this pot with ace-9 up against the queen-4. Can he get things going himself? Back up to 78k will feel reasonable. From down to just 17k is where he was. Save himself a need for a rebuy and an ace in the window, but not quite that clean behind. Happy to not see an additional diamond, but Amani now going wheel hunting. We'll have to find it on the river.
Sorry.
And he does!
What is happening?
He does! Blood is getting spilt here in Merit.
Manny pings the gut shot wheel on the river. GG to Garcia Heredia. Did run that.
Yeah, you liked it, didn't you? You liked the bluff you ran.
I did. I mean, I think turn was somewhat optimistic, but once we get to river, it was certainly a max pressure polar all-in spot, and he took it. Whenever someone takes these aggressive bluff spots, I think it bodes well for them in the future.
Yeah, he just happened to run into
like
the snap call. But there would have been lots of hands there that wouldn't have enjoyed calling.
100%.
So then, back to the table. Onyx, 10-10-9 flop. Artemonov with the open-ended straight draw. He's kind of got the best of this at the moment in terms of equity. Bachayak with, of course, that 9, but not a great hand to have in a four-way affair. In that straight is completely the opposite. That is the hand you want to have in this four-way affair, but unfortunately for him, there has been no action on the flop, therefore decreasing the likelihood of getting too much action. But a second diamond, some other straight draws, potentially customers that can call a bet.
Sure. Yeah, interesting decision for Buhaychuk. Like, you don't really want to reopen the action here. You know, four ways on this very kind of dynamic 8 on the turn. He has decided he wants to just put a little bit of money in, sort of protect. But we are up against 3 ranges, right? It's very tricky.
This is a little optimistic with a bet and call in front.
Yeah.
Continue with that 8.
Yeah, this from Ramoniuk. Too wide. Facing bet and call. I mean, what is the plan? We are somehow going 3 ways to the river. Of course, Artemonov, huge favorite. Queen of Hearts completes the board.
Yeah, not a card he's thrilled to see, of course. Going to shop against some Jack X now. Might lose the King Jack and also scare off some action. But nonetheless, he does have the best of it. Bachayak giving up. We bet that turn.
Yeah, I wonder what Artemonov makes of the overcall from Ramoniuk.
Oh, I was going to say quite small, yeah, okay. I thought he'd gone quite big there, which I don't feel this is a spot we bet too big with this hand because
I agree completely.
What can we really get called by?
Yeah, I like small bet. Just kind of target the occasional sort of king, queen, hero call type spot. Always going to get called by a 10. Hard to have too many bluffs ourselves. Well played. Up to a quarter mil. Back over to DTD Live. Matai raising it with pocket 10s. Bahadir, after that horrendous beat against Giannis, calls the small blind with ace-5 of spades. 10-8-9. Went check on the flop. Quickly check turn. Matai trying to trap here. Does river a full house. Trying to induce Bahadir to put some money in. Not going to happen, it looks like. Does look frustrated, but of course recognizing ace-5 no good.
It's time to ping that one in. Want me to make a hand, but you need someone to make something to pay you.
Back we go then to Onyx. Raised from Buhaychuk from under the gun. Called by Romaniuk.
Cool.
Again, he's in there very wide, James. Called him +2 with ace-6 suited here. I'm not a fan of this versus under the gun. Levchenko decides just to overcall with ace-queen. Certainly was a candidate to consider squeezing. And with that just call, allows Huayek in from the button with the 10-8 suited. We're going 4 ways here, 4 pretty hands.
Okay.
See from the equities, Huayek here with a very clean combo against the rest of the field. How about that for a flop?
Oh. Top pair, king kicker for Buchayek. Top pair, top kicker for Levchenko and Romaniuk with the nut flush draw. Buckle up, boys and girls. We're going for a bumpy one.
Yeah, we could potentially see a 3-way here where all players commit all their chips. But Buhaychuk has essentially done just that on the flop. Okay, Romaniuk decides just to call. Certainly an argument to just run it here with the nut flush draw and over 100k in the pot already. Now Levchenko, this is quite tricky. But again, start the hand 2 4k blinds, I believe, still, James. So Romaniuk with just 25 blinds back. Buhaychuk with 14. Probably look to just get this in with ace-queen. I like this decision. Let's just run it, and if I run into a stronger hand than me, then good luck to you. Buhaychuk, all of a sudden, this is pretty uncomfy, but we've put so many of our chips in. Can't get away from it.
Yeah, in he goes.
Wow.
Yeah, here we go. Three-way coup. 340k in the middle.
Lomachenko won't be loving it, but
No. For sure we're in there. So the bones of 400k now.
turn them up, boys.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Buhaychuk in a world of pain. Needs an offsuit king.
Just a red king. It's not it's
just
not
a red
difficult.
king.
You just see Yanis a minute ago. I mean, the guy was drawing dead. Ping a couple of aces. No big deal. This man just needs one. There's only one out, in fact, because we can see the king of hearts has been folded. A little bit thinner than perhaps we'd won. We have to hit the one out and then fade the redraw. But, you know, strange things have happened.
Just a little bit thinner.
Eight of hearts. Nothing additional.
Three of club.
Maniac needs that spade.
Go twice. Three boards.
Oh, no!
It came!
What is happening?
The one out.
What
The
is
one out hit.
going on with these river cards?
Buhaychuk just pinged the one out. Obviously, from their point of view, two outs. We could see one of them folded. My word. My word.
We are seeing some sensational runouts, outdraws, the lot here. The PokerOK Mystery Bounty Day 1C picking up traction.
Oh, it's delivering.
Goodness me.
Well. Sukatova, here we go. She's got the boots again. Again from under the gun. She's picked up some action in the form of Matai with the 2 8s. Bahadir with the king jack of spades and finding a very lovely broken board for the boots.
Yeah, about as good as it gets, three ways. She's just going to seek value immediately. Of course, makes some sense. Matai, very quick call. Bahadir with one of these interesting combos if you want to get frisky, wrapping around the queen, but does just get out of the way.
Yeah, I guess heads up maybe a bit more inclined. Three-way things get difficult. He wishes he was in now. That would have been the gin card for him. As it is, Sipkatova. No reason you'd imagine for her to slow down, unless it were to extend some rope to Matai. But having been a three-way pot, oh, look at that, she is.
Check. Yeah.
She does. Maybe recognizing, hey, he's got these kind of hands that fold, and maybe if I check, he bets a queen anyway.
Yeah, don't mind mixing in the occasional check, especially with the ace of spades in hand. Now, though, when Matai just, fist pump checks back, as I like to call it, I just feel like he's never going to reopen the action for us here, so we got to do the betting ourselves.
She's gone pretty big, I think, on this bricky-looking river. And I always say the back check bet is just never a bluff, but Matai quickly paying it off.
Well done, Sibgatova.
Yeah, I feel like if she bet the turn there, he probably just folds. Because she checked, piqued his interest, allowed him into that river, knowing that when he calls this street, he just gets to see the cards. A lot easier to make the call.
I think that's very reasonable. Well played, a little bit of deception. Gets an extra 42k. Paid on the river. Back we go then to the DTD live table. Lamkov has decided to run it here from +1 with 9-10 of clubs. And Amani does make the call with ace-jack suited. Likely to be another all-in at risk.
Yeah. These boys are gambling over here. This is the table that's going to lead to the big stacks, I'd say. I like it. Okay, there we go. That's a bit more merit I like. That's the merit I know and love.
Yeah, there's been far too much grumpiness going on. A little fist bump. Good luck, sir. Lamkov, of course, dominated clubs-wise. Does find the open-ender, though, Demps.
Jack, a bad card to see, but when the queen rolls out behind, more than happy. Oh, there it is. Again.
This is a sensational hour or so of coverage of the worst hand just getting there.
Yeah, I felt like yesterday I watched the best hand just hold up all day.
Every time.
Today, quite the opposite.
Lamkov back in the mix, 156k. Good for 30 big blinds. Yeah, it's been wild, this last little segment. Everyone's getting there. Everyone's in there gambling. Speaking of gambling, look at that for an open. Schumann, Jack 4 of spades from +1. Picks up 2 callers in the form of Suloftus and Cetina. Interesting now, Buhaychuk did have that decision point. Are we going to squeeze? Yeah. And it looks like he has. That looks like around about 40k.
Yeah,
There we go.
We've seen a lot of action at this table, and I think he's seen enough to know that, hey, I got to start going after these guys. And the fact that it's Jack 4 suited opening just completely vindicating him on that front.
Yeah, one thing I will say, I think this is a bit too small. Kind of less than 8 big blinds, right? Like, you really need to knock out all 3 players. You'd be happy just to take this down, right? It's that type of hand. And Suloftus has the type of hand that will want to continue in position here. Does make the call.
What a great spot this becomes for Suloftus as well, given he's up against 2 9s, has 2 overs. Likely to make the ace-jack fall behind, although, hang on a second.
Yeah, this is, for me, a mistake.
Yeah, really hard to
I don't want to be too critical. It's just one of those hands that can just be dead. Like, we do have position is one thing I will say. Seems to me to be a little too wide here. Maybe if we have the suited variety ourselves, we can get in the mix.
9-5-3
oh,
board.
hello.
Well, Buhaychuk's like, yep, that's right. I squeeze it up, flop top set. Surely we find the knuckles here. We've killed this board.
Seems like the perfect spot and very nice. Finds a check. This could get intriguing. Suloftus and Cetina both with kind of some ideas, right, on this board. Suloftus 2 overs, backdoor nut flush draw. Cetina with the ace of clubs in hand. Could see either player take a stab at this. Does check to the button. Does decline the option. King of Diamonds turn.
That's a funny one because it's kind of a card that all 3 players hit at quite a high frequency.
I would agree. And like, Buhaychuk's loving this card, thinking he's going to be up against a bunch of sort of King, Queen, King, Jack suiteds are going to be in there a lot. So he's just going to seek value and going to be disappointed when he doesn't get any action, which you would imagine is going to be the case. I'm a little surprised to see neither of the other 2 players take a stab at this on the flop, I must say.
Yeah, both of those backdoor draws working.
Yeah.
Seemed like good hands to give it a go with. There we go. Kind of, it's one of those, pre-flop he was hoping everyone folds. Oh no, I found myself in a 3-way pot. Then suddenly flop top set. Now somehow a bit of disappointment as he pulled the pot in that it wasn't any larger.
Listen, the man pinged the 1-outer not 30 seconds ago, James. He's just happy to be there.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Bahadir popping up to 6s from +2. Getting some action all around as Sipkatova flops best top pair, top kicker, ace of spades working in her favor.
I love how Matai just looks over it all the time. He just looks permanently nonplussed.
Day 2 of the trip, but there's already some scarring.
Yeah. So the decision going to be back on Sipkatova. She does have the type of hand that likes to just fast play. Can be tricky in multi-way affairs, of course. Mortazavi does get out of the way. A couple of options here. Of course, never folding. Bahadir with 162k behind. There's certainly an argument to just raise, get this in, but as I say, 4-way pot. Wants to tread a little more carefully. Settles on call. 5 of hearts on the turn. Sipkatova still best. Does knuckle it over to Bahadir. Very tricky spot now with 6s. Like, we've bet this 4 ways. We've got one of the better turn cards, I would suggest. It's pretty hard for Sipkatova to have a 5 from the small blind here facing raise and call. So he is going to go for a turn bet. It's kind of this mergy. Am I bluffing? Am I protection betting? Very awkward. He's gone big. 60k into 93. Kind of just looking to chase out flush draws. Like, you might fold out 7s through 9s with this bet.
Right.
It's potentially something that it has going for it, but it's pretty dicey. I don't see her going anywhere. certainly an option to check shove here and just protect yourself against like a bunch of river cards. Does just call 8 of spades river. Does Bahadir have a plan for this hand? Like, has to know that his hand is no good.
Right.
If check to.
And I mean,
He
it's
only has
obviously
half pot.
that 6 of spades, lovely card to have right now on that board. But yeah, that's the thing. He shadowed things down to just half a pot, right? So you're never going to fold any real hand out.
This is really interesting. Like, is Sibgatova
she's
bluffing herself potentially? Like,
Yeah, what's going on here? She's just betting 100k.
she's basically bluffing here, right? Like, has to be. Maybe thinks she can get jacks, queens to fold, but for half pot, this is a really strange hand, I must say.
Answers on a postcard.
Yeah, Bahadir out of there.
Nice pickup for her nonetheless. Up over $500,000
Can we
chips.
get a better hand to fold there, Dems, do you think?
I guess like you're saying the jacks or queens, or maybe she just, I don't know. It's kind of like a, I don't want to check
like
and have to call. Kind of could maybe get called by a worse
10
or something. Yeah.
It was kind of like both players putting some mergy bets there on turn and river. Intriguing one.
Problem is when we bet and just get called by a better hand that would have checked back, and then we just torched 100k, right?
Right. That's where I'm landing on that one. This is a side note, James, by the way. 411 runners now. Huge field.
Double where we were yesterday.
Yeah.
Just catching up with the chat, Andrew, as well, over on the
Oh, yeah.
GGPoker YouTube channel. And there's a lot of questions like, is this just stage? Is this bad beat highlights? Because
It feels like
we
it.
are just seeing a lot of carnage. Of course, it is somewhat highlighted by the fact that we're condensing 3 tables worth of action into a 2-hour frame each time. We're bouncing around between our 3 features. So you are seeing a lot more action, but in terms of the bad beats, no, it's just the way they happen to be rolling out. We're seeing carnage. And here we go once again. Levchenko, ace-4 suited, raising this one up, getting 3-bet by Showman, who has been more than active. And look at this, straight away Levchenko just piles straight into it. He's seen this man open up all sorts from all seats, says, I want to run it. Do we head to another bad beat? Or is like normality going to be restored to the Merit Poker Room?
Over to you, GG Poker chat. Send in the emojis. Now, best hand's going to hold, James. It's time.
Here we go. Come on. Give the man some reprieve. He's been giving us action. Let's keep him around a little longer.
What you waiting for?
Little flex of the neck from Schumann. Like a boxer getting ready to enter the arena.
Oh no! No! Stop it. Okay, but if we've learned anything, the Queen's going to get there by the back door, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, no, not this
GG.
time. GG's indeed. GG's all around.
The conspiracy deepens.
Yeah.
As the group,
It genuinely
the group
was,
chat, the GG chat goes wild.
it was yesterday like the best hand just kept winning.
Yeah.
Today is the complete opposite.
Unlucky, Rami. GG, sir. I'm sure we will see you through the rest of the week. A lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and of course,
Lucky
this is
hand.
day 1C. We've still got, what, to the end of this frame, or until the end of the next break, I should say, of re-entries. This one, of course, a 1K buy-in. This is day 1C. There are 2 more day 1s today, actually. The traditional day 1D, and then I believe the turbo flight late tonight for those that are really itching to make it through to day 2, because, hey, it's not just the money you're playing for on day 2, it's a chance to open envelopes. And we're all sickos. That's what we want to be
I'm
doing.
excited, I'm not going to lie. Always fun to see somebody rip open $100,000 in an envelope. Heads up pot here then, Wright versus Amani.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Amani had taken the lead, and things have reversed on the ace of clubs turn. Right now, top pair, nut flush draw. Terrible card, of course, for Amani in the small blind. Just pure bluff catching now, as we see Wright reaching for chips, and he is not bluffing. It's like 40k, 35. We've seen he doesn't like to fold them. These ones, this is pretty grim, right?
My man's not folding. Come on, what are you talking about? He's in here.
I never said he was going to fold.
He's putting his
I just said
opponent on like a 10 deuce, because that's what he would have.
I just said it was grim. Well, let's hope he doesn't have ideas of turning his own hand into a bluff, as right makes the nuts.
Yeah, maybe he does. I mean, this man has shown capability up to now, and he's called with a pretty marginal hand. I mean, these are the sort of candidates we do want to turn into bluffs. Obviously, we'd rather have maybe a spade in our hand, but... Oh, what happened there? Did he joke? What?
Did Wright put a bet out, but his opponent hadn't
He bet out of turn. He moved all in out of turn.
That's unfortunate, because I think Amani was really considering it.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, I think he was considering it. I think he was going to give it a go.
I don't think it would have been that unreasonable either. One of the worst hands we get to the river with is that King 9. Yeah, what can you do?
Well,
Into the muck they go.
He was saved.
Yeah, he was saved because he was glancing. He was looking at those chips with devilish intentions in mind. So we see Mark Wright up to 326k. Good for 70 bigs, shade under. Plenty to work with. Back to Onyx then. Cetina versus Buhaychuk, who's finding heat. Has the check mark already here. Nut flush draw, top pair. Cetina with the king of clubs in hand. Actually quite a reasonable hand to choose here to line up the barrels. If a club comes off, he can be in some real trouble.
Yeah, nice little spot this for Buchag. Obviously, having just called the open pre-flop, gets the call about on the flop, having flop top pair, turns those warming clubs. But as nice as it is in the turn, suddenly you do get a bit nervous when your man fires the third shell on the river. This hand has really shrunk up.
Yeah, and Cetina's gone the kind of classic milky value size.
I've got a strong one pair.
Sure.
He's not polarizing. He's not saying, hey, I've got 2 pair plus. He's saying, hey, I've just got ace queen, and I know you've got an ace.
I don't mind it.
And suddenly that 4 of clubs is kind of like working against us, right? You really want your opponent to have a hand like 4 or 5 of clubs, something like that on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really tough spot to make the call now. Again, we do have top pair. It is blind on blind. We're relatively under-repped ourselves. You can certainly argue in many ways that this sort of half pot size gets more credit, and into the muck it goes.
Kind of like loving
well
life. It's
done.
not just does he win the pot, but you get shown the ace of clubs.
Found a way to get the job done.
Oh, wow. Reward is second in chips on the table, just a smidge behind Levchenko. Those 2 over double starting stack here. Over at DTD Live, Yanis improbably still here, but for I feel like the first time we joined this table, basically not in a pot, as Mokolova is facing the action from Pesh in the cutoff. He's open king 3 of spades. He finds king queen O. Our online qualifier in for just $2.
Here she comes. A couple of options here in my eyes. Certainly could 3-bet this hand. But facing specifically cutoff aggressive players like Pesh, he's going to have hands like king 10 off here, right? King 8 suited, hands like this. So we do really well against them. It's not the worst spot to just go with call and try and keep in some of the hands we dominate. You certainly can 3-bet though. Options available. Looks like 40k. Yeah, very reasonable. 8 bigs. You'd imagine Pesh just lets this one go. Into the muck they go.
99.
I don't want to make too many, cast aspersions about Merkulova's experience level or whatever, but she's, if you're in a $2 Sati, she's handling herself very well in the live arena here.
Yeah, certainly is.
Looks like she belongs.
Working her way back up the chip counts. Just sub starting stack again now. Artemanov over on the Onyx. He's flopped top pair on this Jack 10-3, having played from the big blind.
Yeah, presume this is a 3-bet pot. A lot of money in there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we got there. That's what I was wondering. This
Must be 3-bet from Artemonov and Peel from Loftus. And he does float it, and look at that for a turn. Ace of Hearts. Takes the lead. Really tricky now for Artemonov, but he's going to keep barreling. What an interesting spot. So Loftus deciding to continue 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. But in a 3-bet pot, all of a sudden you improve to top pair and your opponents bets half their stack at you. It's hard to imagine that our pair of aces is good very often here. He does make the call. And just around about a third pot remaining for Artemonov on the river. Does have a pretty good hand to turn into a bluff. You know, blocking the 2 pairs, blocking the set of jacks, blocking king, queen. We're sort of trying to get an ace to fold, which is tough to do for a third pot. Maybe trying to get like king jack suited out, right? A hand that just pips us. This is super tricky. And he did check river. Okay.
now kind of hard, right?
I mean, we can't see. Oh, we've river 2 pair up.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
apologize.
But it's still kind of hard, right? Because we're either miles ahead and probably unlikely to get called, or we're just somehow getting trapped. But also, we just have too much hand, right? We have to.
I think you got to put this one in because you can get called by ace, queen, ace, king that somehow didn't put it in itself.
And it's only like 118k,
Yeah.
289k pot. It's no disaster if we do stack off here. But there aren't many hands that he's expecting to get called by that he beats.
I agree with that completely. You would expect Artemonov just to put in 118 with ace, king, right?
This is the kind of spot on a final table I'd expect him to just check it back because preserving those chips is so important.
Agree.
But in this stage of a tournament, obviously it makes sense to go for the jugular. Just fade the snap.
Yeah, he knows his hand is, of course, best now. I mean, Artemonov, what do we beat, James? Queen 9 suited, 8-9 suited, maybe a hand like king 10 that's turning itself into a bluff. Seems fanciful to me when things have become so inflated. Yeah, this is a very murky spot. Confusing with the bet sizes. We've kind of painted ourselves into a corner. Loftus now, of course, praying for a call. Artemonov makes a disciplined laydown on the river.
You see on TV, yeah?
You will see on TV
The old
usual.
classic.
That's what usually happens when you've got 2 pair and you don't get called. You go, yeah, you'll see on TV. Yeah. There we go. One of the many accolades I didn't mention. WSP Circuit San Remo main event winner. But the man done most of his damage in this very room. Okay, back over on the GTD live table. We seem to have joined a hand where Pesh is in the mix once more, this time from the hijack with 2 3s. Blobs are set on this 3-4-10 board against Enriction and Mortazavi, who is the one leading out with just the queen high from the big blind. Not quite sure what the pre-flop action was to get to this point. Big pop.
Does indeed. Raise 3-bet cold call potentially, and then call.
Yeah,
would make sense.
Was it a squeeze from the ace, from the queen jack? Hence the continue. Well,
oh
I mean,
no!
If we continue queen jack, and we get called, and we find that turn, and we have pot behind, feels like one we have to YOLO.
If queen jack wins this pot, Demps, the GG chat is going to implode.
Yeah.
The conspiracy theories are ramping up. Let's bet the same size again. I mean, Pesh has just such a strong hand. No real reason to fast play this, I don't think. You know, if we call Mortazavi's going to have half pot back. Yeah, it is going to continue to extend the rope. Little does he know just how much equity the big blind has.
Oh my word!
This-
Not again.
This can't be real.
Not again. No way has this happened.
Is this highlights, James?
Not again. How does this keep happening?
My days.
Mortazavi was just swinging away in the dark into a flopped set and has somehow backdoored the goods. And he's going for the milky now. And he's going to get the dream news. He's not just going to get that bet, but he's going to get raised. Wow.
I mean, Pesh is going to be sick to his stomach when these cards are turned on their back.
What is going on? We've seen it all. This is insane.
This is an outrageous, outrageous run out. I mean, we just have these stone nuts in our mind's eye.
The snap's never great news, is it?
I mean, even then,
The chuckle.
even then, I feel like it is great news, because how can he have Queen Jack?
Well, we don't know what the pre-flop action was, but I guess he's thinking, oh, I've already run into like a set of kings here or
Okay.
something. Maybe he was the one who 3-bet. Sorry, guys, we didn't get the pre-flop action on that one. But, I mean, I guess he was the squeezer, hence he was in there with Queen Jack off. But either way, Saeed Mortazavi does the dirty. Wow.
One absolutely filthy, filthy run out. Body blow to Pesh. Actually might be the most bad beats I've ever seen in one segment in a row.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we are bringing action from 3 tables
Right.
at once, but
Right.
even still, this is insane.
Yeah, we've seen 6 or 7 in a row.
Just bad beat after bad beat, horror runouts. I mean, if I was getting word at one of these tables, I'd just be punting it with any 2.
How much is it?
Well, back we go at Onyx. Suloftus, very active, as we've seen.
Yeah, is this a limp?
Yeah,
and
this is a limp from Huayek and an ISO from the Cypriot.
Wow, continues the trap as well, having limp under the gun, not activating in the form of a 3-bet, just calling, keeping his man in there with dominated hand. And well,
Check.
it's a card we're thinking of.
The 4 of clubs. Yeah, if the queen pings here. No, not this time. Can't happen again. So checks over from under the gun. Suloftus, you would imagine, as the pre-flop aggressor, going to continue to try and lean on his man. Reaches for chips.
Going down.
18,000. Huayek, of course, not going anywhere. With Big Slick, looking for a queen, of course, to make Broadway. Isn't a queen, but it is the king of clubs, and this is tricky for Suloftus. One of those spots where we think we likely have the best hand a good amount of the time, but it is a bit of a disaster if we do get check raised. Yeah, I don't mind this size and choice. Just keeping some hands. So if you,
the point and the nod. Okay, 25k, my friend. 25k, this reasonable price. Keep reasonable price, I'm in. Right, would happily pay another reasonable price here as he checks once more. So Loftus now, you know.
like it gets pretty thin, right? Like it's one of these kind of interesting spots.
Yeah.
Like you don't normally see under the gun. Yeah,
Oh, nice.
I like this a lot.
Nice.
Well played.
I think not necessarily thinking that he was behind, but so much like what really is likely to call. It's like, okay, I could be beaten. I don't think I am, but
Sure.
obviously you look at genius in the times when you are beaten.
He made the raise I want to make. I want to raise 22. He made it for me. So I was hoping.
Oh,
that
he
queen,
misclick limped. He threw one white chip in. He wanted to make it 22 and was held to a call, I believe. Or he was joking and saying,
I think there's some nonsense going on.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't think you
it's
throw
all going on.
a white and claim you meaning to make it 22k,
Under
but
the table.
I'm liking it.
My friend, he always raise when I made a call. He all the time. Sometimes maybe he has a good hand too. But this time, I think I was better.
Did it twice since I said.
Yeah.
Huyak, I'm loving him. What a character. One to watch.
Gentleman. And
He
after
loves
that,
getting shot
he
from
likes to
table.
play how he likes. That's his business.
As a person, he's very gentleman. But as a player, he's very aggressive.
All right, there's the smile.
In Cyprus,
games.
the other way, when they know he's participating in a tournament, too many players drop out.
Yeah. I heard that, yeah.
This is great.
He is crushing it on the island lately. They say winner of that Merit Poker Cup, second place in the EPT here. Arguably kind of like the biggest event they've hosted here. Obviously there have been some monster buy-ins and often with Triton Series, but the biggest sort of main event and biggest successful field would have been that EPT.
Yeah, we'll see how Suloftus wants to...
I just like the fact he's getting told he's a very aggressive player, whilst he looks down at King 10 offsuit under the gun and goes, yeah, let's give this a go.
This would be ambitious in the extreme. I think especially against these positions. Under the gun versus +2. Surely not continuing with this one. Could be some leveling going on though with all that talk about... He is going for it.
He is. All the chat.
Yeah, all this talk about aggression, maybe trying to show, well, I've got it, boys. He's picked a terrible time to go for it. Buhaychuk now, with 40 big blinds behind, surely only has one course of action.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what a great spot to just pick up.
This is going to be great when he folds, because they're going to be, the chat's going to be immense.
Is Huyak going to give him a massive rub down here?
Oh, it's got to come. It's got to come. Buhaychuk loving life when he's not been snapped here. You're never that fuzzy about jamming the ace-king here.
No.
But once you don't get snapped, you know you've made the right move, and you know you're probably up against a bluff.
Oh, he's saving face. He's counting out the stack.
Yeah. I think he might start giggling to himself.
Ah.
Here we go.
I would find it really hard not to start laughing.
Are they letting him off?
Ah, are they shortchanging us? Come on, Huyak.
Well, we saved you
Now's your
1,000.
time.
At least. Discount.
Ah, they're too nice. These guys are just too nice to each other.
Hate to see it. Bring back poker beefs and war. Back to DTD live table then. Sibgatova, she's on the move. 550k. Blinds now 3 and 6k. Of course, now round 2, our online qualifier. Sofia Merkulova, 154k, 25 blinds, demps. I mean, you are facing under the gun open, which of course isn't always the most palatable of places to find yourself. But Sibgatova, super aggressive. We have a hand, pocket jacks, sub 25 bigs. People would tend to fast play, yeah. A couple of ways you could have played it. Could 3-bet call. Can't really falter just for sending it in either. 25 bigs.
It's one of those. If we bust out here 3-bet jamming here, we sleep okay tonight.
Absolutely we do. Now more to savvy, we've seen. This Queen-Jack hand was very, very non-standard. He's given this ace-9 of clubs a lot of thought. Does he want to gamble? Bit of a wild card,
Surely we're not
this
burning
man.
a time chip, but this might be our burning. He's genuinely thinking about this.
I think he's thinking about riding the rush.
Someone got to tell him the bounties don't come in till tomorrow. This is...
The great thing about this event, people seem to just not really care. They're just going for the huge stack.
Is Sibgatova opening under the gun? He's still
He's
got
gonna
worried about
put it in,
behind
you
us.
know.
No.
He is.
No, he's not.
He is, Demps.
Come on. He's still got Sibgatova behind. Under the gun opener. We know she's capable. We've got to show some respect.
Yeah, she's too experienced to flick this one in, I would say. Pretty easy fold. Facing all in. Merkulova still in the mixer. Very much hoping that she gives us a Cinderella story. $2 qualifier, people, to remind you. 12.5K package.
Yeah, for those just joining us, Sophia not just winning a $2 set like to this tournament, she won the whole package. So she wins a seat to the main, to the Lux on Pay, and to this PokerOK event, as well as, of course, all the hotel, all the benefits,
all the
some
trimmings,
spending money, flights, all sorts. Down here, 12.5K package just for $2. Worst way, free holiday. Lovely.
Yeah.
Yanis, improbably still here. On a flip. Got in with top pair against a set. Caught the running boat to survive. Now popping up here with King 10 suited. Michael over. Now she just 3-bet the last hand in the form of a jam. This one, what, 30 bigs deep in the cutoff against +1. A little different. But she does, once again, work her way to a nice sizing. You're nodding in here.
Love it. Really like it.
Good hand.
If I'm being pernickety, might go just a little bigger, like against a capable opponent. But I like it. There's no, you know, this can never be bad. And we are only starting with 30 blinds, right? So we can downsize, yeah.
Yeah, it makes it hard for hands like this, but Yanis is going to continue. Take things to the streets. Michael over with double pop behind, and wow, what a flop. Top 2 for the aggressor. Royal flush draw for Cyprus's #1.
I mean, pick your flops for us in the comms booth.
I like this little down bet.
This is perfect.
25K. I mean, obviously Yanis with so much hand, but also just king high. I like this, just the cool kind of... Feels like we're just never getting it through if we raise. And he's found the flush on the turn. He's doing her dirty.
Yeah, this is just a bit of a disaster. Really not too many flushes that we
like,
can even be against. It's just king, queen of diamonds, king, 10 of diamonds.
But look at this. She finds the check back.
9, 10 of diamonds very occasionally.
Pot size bet behind.
She does find a check. Interesting river, the King of Hearts, in that the Queen 10 suited combos now all get there also. Yanis not going to have Ace King himself, of course. He's going to fast play that pre. Likely does the same with Pocket Kings. So Yanis is just going to go for it all. And she has a real stinker of a spot here. Like, is Yanis going to jam river with Ace Queen of Spades? That, no. Well, I know she has the spade. You hear me? But he's probably never going to...
No is the answer to the question.
Yeah. So he's basically repping a straight or better. Maybe pocket nines, right, might be the only set in there that didn't fast play or didn't get it in pre. So he's saying he has Queen 10 or a flush.
And there aren't many flushes.
Yeah, this is a grim spot to be in with Ace Jack. But then also, what are his main bluffs? Like, if he has a King Queen, it's river to pair. Does it jam? I would say maybe not. It could.
I guess that's probably the best bluff candidate, right? Like
yeah.
The King Queen, because you block Ace King, the most likely calling hand.
Yeah.
Pocket Kings.
If you think that she is going to, you know, pot control all her Ace X, then it becomes a pretty nice bluff. But there aren't too many. What an absolutely brilliant fold from Merkelova.
Wow, they're trying to deal her out, but she's staying around. Great fold.
Very nice. And he can have some Queen Jack suited, I think. They make a decent bluff. Jack 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack suited, right? Want to fold out an Ace or a King. Very well done. Great hand. Yanis all of a sudden up to 342k. Had 2% when he was all in with that Ace Queen, James. 2%.
That's insane. He was going to walk over. Well, he wouldn't even walk over. He would just get his phone out and press rebuy on Luxon. Be back in the mix, but no need.
That's how lazy we have all become.
Save your 1100. Well, Michaelova may feel like she was taken advantage of there, but she's going to be so happy when she looks back. Sees. And she made a great fold there. Especially because the hand's so under rep, right? We expect that Ace Jack just to bet the turn, despite the presence of the third diamond.
It's just so hard to fold here when you, in a 3-bet pot where you flop top 2 and you only have pot behind. Like, just really tough. And she's getting after it again here. You know, this opened a little on the wide side for me, but she's getting in the mix. Let's have that ace blocker working. Yeah, Mortazavi, real wild card, just in there. Jack-8 offsuit on the button. Now Sibgatova might be tempted to get in the mix here. You know, the potential to play a big pot against a fellow big stack in Mortazavi. That might be part of the thinking here, overcalling with King-6 suited. Matai's just in there with the nut low, taking the price.
Why not? Jack 9-6, couple of hearts, over with the flush draw.
Well,
Mortazavi with that top pair. Likely, it looks like, to check round to him on the button. He will reach for chips. One of those white 25Ks gone in his claws. And here we come, a little 31K bet.
yeah, I did say that potentially she wants to play a big one against the button if she makes her hand.
Right.
She's getting the opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, this is how you draw this hand up if you're peeling with this.
It is.
This King-6, right?
Has to be.
Try and make a big hand against a player who's shown a willingness to move chips with sub-premium holdings.
Absolutely.
That Queen Jack will live in my memory for a little while. Probably not quite as long as it will in Pesh's head. But. So then, heart on the turn. She drills it. Does she now come out with a lead? No, she checks to a man who has shown a willingness to blast.
I mean, he's got to check this one, surely.
It's a little unfortunate for her that in this case that she kind of got a hand, and a hand that really wants to check, as you mentioned, a jack with a heart, and he improves to trip jacks. Here we go then.
And the real question here is, can she find check raise?
Oof.
I think it makes a lot of sense to check. Like, a jack is just going to always bet. And if, if he has give-ups, you let them bluff. Whereas when we blast money in here, you're really just targeting like a 9 or something. If you understand what I mean, that we'll just call and not put money in itself.
I thought she's gone for sort of 45K, which...
Yeah, he's just going to flick it in.
Yeah, makes life a lot easier for him to just call. And he'll get the bad news. Flush it is. But yeah, I'm with you, maybe checking. Letting him bet that jack.
I think there's
letting
just
him bet the misses, yeah.
Sure, I think there's just potential to win a really big pot when we check. Obviously, can never be a mistake to bet, but, you know, I'm a greedy man. I want to find a way to maximize every spot possible. Nice pot, though. And she's cruising up over 600K now. Great place to be.
Yeah, super accomplished player. Regular here. No surprise to see her building a stack as we head back to the Onyx, where Zuloftus is back in action once more, this time with 5-6. From the button, and he finds the best of it on ace 8-5.
It really seems to be in almost every pot we've seen from this table. Reaching for c-betting chips. Hand over. Field swelling.
Yeah.
450.
Oh, there we go. We keep going up. 450, 451.
That's massive, right? That's almost the size of one A and B combined.
Yeah.
It is. It's pretty close.
I guess a lot of people sort of making their way in yesterday, arriving yesterday, playing today as their first day. Going to shorten the trip by 1 day, perhaps.
Mystery Bounty's pretty decent tournaments to late reg, right? Also.
Yeah. And with 3 starting days today as well, you got a very good chance of getting through if you really put your mind to it.
Put your little bit of elbow grease.
/ wallet. Or purse. You know.
Or man bag. You strike me as a man bag type,
Come on,
Dems.
don't be
No?
stupid.
That's more of a Steve Warburton fashion accessory, I'd say.
It does go hand in hand with the bucket hat, doesn't it?
How long until they don't call them man bag anymore? Like person bag, because it's 2025 and you're
It's
not
a
allowed.
merce.
A merce.
It's a merce.
Oh dear. I'm not long for this world.
The microphone closed.
Well, Levchenko, pocket jacks, +1. In he comes. Round 2, Artemonov. He's going to defend. Pretty substandard hand, especially when you're up against 2 jacks. He does find a piece on the ace-7 deuce.
Yeah, unfortunate, really catching that piece. And saving grace. Of course, an ace-high board means, well, first of all, his opponent unlikely to fire twice, and secondly, he doesn't really have to call twice on this board, but one feels the first barrel must be met.
Yeah. Really nice size and choice from the Ukrainian. Quarter pot, very dry board. Through to the 5 of hearts turn. Jack's still good. Yeah, pretty reasonable. Quick check, check. One of these spots now, Demps, that we saw people check back too quickly on rivers where we were encouraging them to go for value.
Yeah, we're just up against a lot of this 7x, aren't we? But he does decide just to knuckle and happily take it down with a superior hand.
It's interesting the more and more commentating we do together, or the times I'm in the booth. I do notice these tendencies now, like the snap river checks and stuff. It just all generally tends to be pretty honest.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to have processed that river quickly enough if you come out with some devious check raise.
Sure.
To check instantly. I think, you know, I encourage people to play in a timely manner, but also you're allowed to have a little thing. Oh,
Yeah.
looks like we may be heading to a break as the table vacates. And I believe we are. That's how things will look as we head on the break. The Onyx table being led by Amin there with 449k, with Lachenko not too far behind, and Souflatus, the one in the mix, creating a lot of action at that table. Still has over 2x starting. They'll be coming back to 4k, 8k, of course, as will this table where Yanis has 445k that he should not have. Sofia Merkalova, the hero on that table, in for her $2 satellite, battling it up with the best, but it is, of course, the regular Sipkatova leading the way with 654k there as Late Rage closes over on the Luxon table. We didn't see too much action from there in the last 30 minutes or so. It is Benaim leading the way with 434k, but at the bottom, Lamkov, what the main event champion from last year, in the mix. We'll see you guys shortly.
Да.
Nice hand.
92.5. Or raise 60. 5 pass.
Raise.
6 raise, 65,000. 7 pass. 8 pass.
Muy bien.
4 all in. 6 all.
A little more.
To 35. Right?
No pair, both of us. No pair, both of us.
Nice hand.
One check. Four bet 7,500. One raise. 15,000. Four calls. One check. Four bet 8.5. Last 10 seconds. One call. 1,000 more. One check. For bet 42. Last 10 seconds. Last 10. Call. One call. Win or
Eight bets 10.5. 10.5. Call. Seven call. Seven check. Eight bet 36.5. 36,500.
36,000.
Two call. Seven pass. Exactly. Eight bet 62,000. Two call.
Nine high.
one check.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Mediterranean poker party here for the PokerOK Mystery Bounty Day 1C. This is how things look on our feature tables. It is the Luxon table. We're resuming with Benaim leading the way with that 435k, a little over 2 starting stacks. Mark Wright, man, some of you to watch yesterday if you were with us, he's in the mix there. This is the table that's been perhaps the most interesting thus far. Alyssa Sipkatova leading the way at a merit regular, but it's Yanis Viperis, Cyprus's #1 all-time money list leader, who quite rightly should have been out of this tournament at least once, but is somehow still here courtesy of running aces. And then here is your Onyx table, where there's been a lot going on, most of it led by that man, third in ship, Sulafatus, who has been very, very active, and it hasn't gone without notice on this table. It was myself and Andrew calling the action at the start of the program, and I am joined by Warbs for this frame. I know you saw some of it, but we're in for a little treat with these guys, Steve.
Yeah, good to be back, Mr. Dempsey. There was a lot of action yesterday. I'm sure it will be similar today. I've seen a few highlights.
Yeah, I mean, there was speculation in the chat that we were just watching like a bad beat highlight package for a while, because there was a 20-minute period where whatever you had, if you were ahead, you were never winning the pot.
Seems like a pretty good read from the viewers.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it is somewhat of a highlight package for those of you just joining us. We have 3 featured tables, and we are pinging between them all quite heavily to bring you as much action as we can. Picking this one off blinds at 4K, 8K. Late reg now closed, so our field is set today at 460 entries, which is huge, considering yesterday was, what, 220, something like that?
Unbelievable, yeah. Might have to jump in.
So Loftus, 2 10s, the man. They've all flagged at this table as being hyper-aggressive. They say he's a nice guy, but he's very aggressive.
Okay.
Right,
We'll
Chuck.
see. We'll see.
This man hit a 1-outer. I didn't even mention that. Right, Chuck, he was all in with King-Queen against Ace-Queen on a Queen-high board, and someone else had the flush draw. He had to catch, like, the King of Diamonds, his only way out. Sure enough, out she pops.
Well, we didn't have too much drama yesterday. We had a lot of action, but no drama, so clearly it was all being saved for today. But look at this, right off the bat.
Yeah, and this is going to look sus as Kanar finds kings in the squeeze spot, playing at 20 blinds.
This is just a dream spot. So that's an absolute dream.
Yeah.
For now, anyway. I feel like on this table, maybe it's not gonna work out like that. But yeah, these are the spots you're after when you're down to the old 20 bigs.
Yeah, and Siloftus obviously will be aware that Kanar is more than capable of squeezing up here light. Finds such a big hand like this, does understandably just move it in.
More than good enough. Kind of a no-brainer, really. You're just not getting away from this, and we'll see if the kings hold or not.
I mean, at this point, I feel like it's no more than a flip.
From what you said, yeah.
The way things have been going.
51-49, maybe.
I mean, if you're offering a bet, I'll take the king, but
yeah, I'm sure you would as well.
I'm not putting much on it.
So we still have Yanis on one of the tables?
We do.
Good to commentate on Yanis. Very, very solid player.
He's
Played
out.
with him for years in the UK.
Ironically, he's out in the DTD live table, which is where he's done a lot of damage in the past.
He's got a ludicrously good record here at Merit as well, hasn't he?
He does. Here we go then. 6, 5, 3. Couple of diamonds working. But other than that, the door is closing. Oof. Here we go.
Always a sweat, eh?
Here we go.
Feels compulsory now in 2025 for someone to say. Never easy. Always a sweat.
Red on the river. You know, the wrong variety. Kenar with the full double. Yeah, obviously in the first frame we'll see Yanis, and we were referencing the fact that he came 4th here in the MPP, the first iteration, which of course as soon as he busted, the 3 of you chopped it up. So obviously some respect for his game there. You're like, okay, we got him out.
Yeah, he was the man to beat at the start of that final table, I remember.
Yeah.
Which is why I got a little swap in. I was like, I feel like this guy's chopping at least. But no, yeah, very, very strong, aggressive player. Lovely new haircut, I don't know if you've seen.
Well, I mean,
Looking very suave these days, yes.
I don't pay too much attention to haircuts because
yeah, true, you just
I'm like, okay.
totally jealous of all hair.
Yeah. try and work out in my mind how much I've saved in haircut fees.
There was some
To raise 18.
some very like strong sunglasses game yesterday from people, and I feel like that guy's is up there as well.
All right.
Little bucket hat as well.
You love a bucket hat,
I'm a
don't
huge
you?
fan of a bucket hat. Yeah.
Levchenko in the small ace-9. Steiner's open with the 2 6s from +2.
I don't mind the fold here. You are facing open for undergun 2, but yeah, I like it.
Oh. Well. Fedor's going to be rewarded because he's going to see activation from behind of R2 with 2 queens in the big. Playing just under 20 blinds. Casually flicks in.
Kind of small, but he's not playing a lot. He's trying to keep in. Oh, he's just snap gone for it. It's worked out well. Maybe if he just goes all in with the queens there, the 6s might fold. So it's worked out very well for him.
Already another big pot brewing. Re-entry has closed. We're playing for keeps. Yeah, I got a feeling like a man with those kind of glasses can hit a 6.
They are reflective though, so he has to be a little bit careful when he's looking at his whole cards. Like that famous one with one of the Kardashians. You remember when she played poker for the first time and she had the most reflective sunglasses on you can imagine.
King, Queen, 5, all but ends this one.
It's gonna kill.
I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this one's done. I know we've seen some stuff today.
Never know.
This one's done.
Might come another king of spades.
Yeah. Okay.
We're done now. Yeah. So yeah, 460. That is huge, isn't it?
Yeah, where'd they come from? I mean, I guess we were speculating that a lot of players maybe booked to arrive yesterday, so although a lot were here, everyone's now here to play this final day of day ones in this event.
Yeah, and even the ones yesterday, you like to sort of get settled first, don't you? And then reg today.
Yeah.
I've just seen Feraldo. He's about to reg the event.
Finally going to jump in this thing.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get him on one of our features later today.
I would love to see that.
Tight. He's wagered it all from the cutoff. Looks like 3-bet jamming over a Mortazavi open for.
Yeah. No, I think the queen actually limped, and then the a6 off
There
went
we
for
go.
it, which
You're right.
I think that's all right. Yeah.
You are quite right. Calling the additional 74k at the 8k big blind level. 10-4-3 board. Clubs working.
He obviously just thinks once Mortazavi limps that any ace is good, really, and he's gone with it and he's right. Unfortunately, he's been a bit unlucky.
Second path to victory. He's got the receipt ready. That's like the equivalent of the stand-up here at Merit.
Yeah.
So it is. Mortazavi, this is a man that did some serious damage before the break, just going ballistic with Queen Jack on a 10-4-3 board against a set of 3s and finding a backdoor straight.
Oh, nice.
He's yeah, he's out there.
Sounds brutal.
Don't be fooled. They're blasting over here. Yeah, I guess Friday, one of those players who was saying, you know, people who weren't here yesterday, getting in yesterday, whatever, coming in today, maybe getting in the mix, bumping this field up. I mean, we need 1,000 players to hit the guarantee. It's pretty clear at this point. It's going to sail past that number.
Yeah, I think Feraldo's strategy is a bit different though. He likes to late reg so that he doesn't do 5 or 6 bullets rather than just firing from the start. And he's very, very seasoned pro. He knows what he's doing.
Maybe as well something to do with the fact there was an Old Firm derby today.
Possible,
He may have been busy.
Yeah. It's possible.
Sipkatova leading the way on the DTD live table. Don't know if you've had much experience playing with her here or not.
No.
Sipkatova, have come across her. Yeah, very capable. Pesh, the man who was on the wrong side of that set of 3s encounter, is going to jam it in here for his remaining 10 blinds. It will come round to his nemesis, Mortazavi, who, well, King Jack, and
It's always your man, isn't it? Always like, it's just
they
every time
finish you off.
Yeah, it's always the same one.
Me again.
Yeah, you move all in and you're just staring at that one person and I just really don't want it to be this player.
And then they somehow dominate you here with when they're holding King Jack as
Yeah,
well.
and now you just stand up and leave because you are 0%.
Alright. Not quite 0, right? Chances. 6-5 deuce. 8's still alive. Some low card can bring additional. Maybe a diamond. No. An 8 and an 8 only. Now Pesh will be consigned to day 1D and then perhaps day 1E if he wishes to continue in this event. That'd be the way. So unlucky. Really, really was robbed of a big stack. Kind of unceremonious exit from this stage, you know. They've got to wander around, get their phone, get filmed doing it. It's like
Yeah, we were saying yesterday about how far do you get filmed? Do you just get filmed through the tables? You leave the room? Do they follow you
all the way
out?
to the buffet.
Yeah.
Like, what's he gone for? Oh,
All the way-
Gravelax.
All the way to the all the way to the rebuy desk. Where's the cutoff? That Gravelax was good today, wasn't it?
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out once again to the buffet.
Outstanding here. I mean, I know many of you watching would have played here, would have been to Merit, but those who haven't, sure, there's some crazy poker action. You're thinking these games are beatable, but even if they're not, you get it back in EV from the buffet.
It's true. Interesting spot here versus third pot bet. Sorry, no, almost half pot bet. Obviously dealer versus big blind, so range is super wide. The king high might be good, he's got the backdoor clubs.
Yeah, he's right on the idea of king high being good, but maybe things are about to get a bit more difficult as Avar2 turns the straight draw, but
It's always tough to navigate these spots, and Queen Jack's just a really good candidate to be betting the turn here. You're trying to get a deuce to fold, ace high, king high.
oh,
But he is getting sticky.
no, surely not.
No.
Surely not with this one.
He bluffed me going for his chips. I thought he was definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not really much you can do there. Even if you are beating the 7-8 of hearts and all hands like that, it's just very, very hard to get the showdown with king high there.
You guys know how long we play on this table, or
Nice play.
they don't change it?
I don't know. Till the final.
I don't mind that.
Then you left, right?
Sipkatova from the button playing this one against Giannis. Both players with backdoor hearts. He's got a sort of candidate that likes to do some stuff sometimes, right?
Yeah, this could be interesting depending on what size. She has gone small, so he does have some options. Check raise is perfectly fine. They're definitely deep enough. But I don't mind the fold, yeah. You
I
can,
was just getting excited.
yeah, you kind of want to see the action from the booth, don't you? But you can't just be check raising like all the back doors. All the
Why
backdoor
can't we,
straights.
Worbs? Why can't we? Come on.
I feel like in a 1K mystery, when you're trying to get a stat, you definitely can, but Giannis is way more solid than I am.
Okay.
That's actually not true, but anyway.
I was going to make some joke about that final table again, but I'm going to leave him be for a minute. No need to blast the man.
You can keep mentioning me on final tables, mate. It's fine, yeah. You've not got many to choose from, so.
Of course, doing yourself a disservice. Former GGPoker champion, EPT champion, WPT champion, aren't you?
By champion, you mean seconds and thirds.
Yeah. It's tough to go over the line.
I got the money over the line, come on.
We do play the game for money. Right then. Ricken from +1. Going after this one off 20 blinds. Kind of right at the bottom of range.
Yeah, you're not opening ace 8 off here, or you shouldn't be really. tough hand to play from early position, but it's definitely good enough to open.
Yanis completing from the smaller queen ten of clubs, allowing Dobrolovsky in from the big blind with a dominated queen.
It's a very nice flop.
Right.
But usually you are going quite a big size on.
Especially with this stack size, obviously, these pots are so significant now. 56k in there. More than happy to get this in, should it be requested. The house actually got pretty small here, 18k. I'm gonna perhaps price his man in here with these overs, backdoors.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, he's obviously with the hand he's got, he's not folding, but he's kind of opened himself up for a check raise here, and he's pretty handcuffed. He can't really do much with a load of hands, but
Yeah, this does make way with a player to act behind.
I think if Yanis is in the big blind, maybe he might peel there, but can't really do much with the big blind behind you.
Rich can back up to a starting stack over here on the DTD live table. Now, I don't know if you know about this lady on the left, Mokolova, on the table here in the middle there. She qualified for $2.
Oh, amazing.
Not just to this event, let me tell you. She won a 12.5k package. It's a buy into each of the events, the Lux on Pay, this, the main event, and of course all the hotel and travel expenses and all that. For $2.
Incredible.
And she's made a great fold already. We've seen against Yana. She flopped top 2 in a 3-bet pot with Ace Jack, and he made a flush, and she somehow got away from it.
Nice. I wonder if she's got much live experience then, or...
I mean, she seems to, like, hold herself just fine at the table.
Yeah.
Knows what's going on.
Maybe we'll find out here.
Going up against Sipkatova once more. They have a few battles, these two. Bending the 10-6 of hearts.
She's definitely got the sort of hand that could be flopping a piece and check raising all in here.
Yeah.
That's not the one though.
Jack 9-3 all spades, no good for either.
She was in the strawberry market, and it's come the spades.
Wow. To think they've kept you off air for years, and you've had things like that lurking behind in the locker. Swift check back from Sipkatova and checked her once more. Is this a spot where maybe she just sort of fire out the one blind, just equity deny?
Yeah, you can just go very small here, can't you? Most of the time you've got the best hand, and
Yeah.
just get to showdown. Equity deny, as you say, stop the pairs making the best hand.
Yeah, that's just it.
You know that she's pretty handcuffed as well, because she's only got 90k left, so can't really be put under too much pressure.
So we're going to stay here for one more on the DTD live table, one of our 3 tables of coverage.
It's a pretty insane return on investment, James, isn't it? $2.
Yeah.
To 12,500 and more.
Yeah, I mean,
because she's definitely going to cash this.
This is what we were saying. It's like,
it's unbelievable.
doesn't matter if you don't cash anything. You
Yeah.
got a holiday for $2, but
Yeah,
also
of course.
just a min cash in any event is then like a Brucey bonus. All these withered veterans, like, you know, just sitting there miserably as they hit runner. Ace has barely cracked a smile.
Yeah, it's just another day.
She's in here loving life, ripping it in here with the King 6. Uh-oh.
She's gone with the jammy, which is obviously perfectly fine.
Yeah, she's going to need a lot of help.
11 big blinds, King 6-0 in the small. Just quite unlucky to run into 7s, but see what happens.
Well, King on the flop. She finds it.
That's how you do it.
Can she fade 2 more to keep the dream alive? Halfway there. She does just that. Okay, back in the game, just
Yeah,
under a
nice.
starting stack.
Nice. I feel like you've always got to root for the $2 qualifier.
Of course.
Yeah, it's just such an amazing story. It's just like you just want to win every hand. Totally unbiased here in the comms box.
You see her composure at the table. She doesn't strike you as, you know, she's clearly got experience.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Starting stack now, just 24 blinds though, as things do move pretty quick here on day one. We will of course play down to the money as we did last night. 15% of the field making it through to day two, which takes place tomorrow. We play down all the way from the remaining field to our champion. Okay, back at the Onyx, picking action up on the turn. The high check. Got the best of it here, pair and a straight draw from the big. This one checking through on the flop after the ace-queen open. Wyatt flattening the cutoff. May he get frisky here? May he get curious with that gut shot?
Yeah, I think you can at least call. Some hands you still beat. You've got outs to your effective nuts. There's 2 overcards, of course. Has he just called? Yeah.
He has indeed. King rolling off on the end.
You also have the chance to bluff as well. You know, he might just take a showdown, but
yeah. That's what he's done by high check.
it's not a great card to bluff. But if you think, you know, your opponent can be betting a 7, a 6, or a deuce on the turn, and all of a sudden you're betting 3/4 pot, it's a very tough spot for them to call.
Thank you.
Have you bought any special bucket hats for the occasion this trip?
I have not.
Oh.
I have not. I packed very quickly. I forgot a load of stuff. So.
Is that how high on the list of forgotten items is the bucket hat?
Oh, it's number 1.
Oh, okay. Sukatova. Find her all in once more as we rejoin DTD Live, and Dropolovsky is in trouble. A7.
Certainly is.
Check 10-4. He's drawing thin. I'm going to put it out there. Not the most animated table. She drills the nuts.
No, but it's early days. I feel like people get more animated the closer they make to day 2, don't they? So.
She was saying, like, let's not get excited yet. He's got a chance to split, but come on. Yeah, so come on. The bucket hat was left at home. What else was left at home that was supposed to have here? Be honest. Did you bring enough pants?
Having just moved house, everything's a bit all over the place. So yeah, it was just a bit of a...
Enough socks?
I've brought enough socks, actually, yeah. It's a really interesting chat, isn't it? What did you bring? What did you leave? No, I usually let my wife do all the packing for me, and she was...
so we're blaming her on a subpar performance,
of course,
was it?
yeah. She was very unorganised herself, so...
Oh, dear.
Yeah, all a bit.
I feel like, though...
The shop.
I feel like if she was in charge, she wouldn't have brought the bucket hat anyway. I feel like that's something you've got to force into the bag.
She actually hates bucket hats because I bought like 20 of them. And 18 didn't even fit me. So I've got such a massive head. So there's just a load of bucket hats all over the place in our house. But,
Okay.
The boots.
From under the gun. Vartu raising that one up. Getting action from both blinds and, well, just drilling this board. Ace deuce 5. He's got all of it.
A little bit too much of it, isn't it?
Yeah, but Levchenko actually finding a sort of piece that loves to continue here in the form of a flop pair with backdoor hearts.
Yeah, presumably going to c-bet very small. Should pick up a call from Levchenko.
We're going. Hang on a second. We're
just
getting the
checking,
early nomination for the.
Oh, he's gone for the check back.
For the awards.
I don't really like this against the 2 blinds, just because, you know, a 3 rolls off, a 4 rolls off. A club's obviously not the worst. You've got the ace of clubs, but I think it's better just to c-bet, as you would do if you had queen jack off, king queen off, all these hands. I think it's a little bit suspect, but you could disguise, like you might have queens, kings, and things. But yeah, when you start betting bigger on the later streets after checking back the flop, it's a bit suspicious. He's gone small though, which is fine.
Yeah, puts in about a third pot when check two for the second time. This is where it gets interesting for Levchenko because, yeah, if I'm in his seat, I'm feeling like what you were saying. This feels like it could just be a lot of those.
Sure, but
like
I think you've got to look at most players will be bluffing the flop because it's such a good flop for them as the under the gun raiser. So you can sort of level yourself thinking, oh, he might just have king queen here and things, but more than likely he's checked back a hand that's kings, queens, jacks, tens, nines, aces. So
well, the bottom does fill in.
it's a good bluffing card. We know it's not going to work, but don't actually mind a lead here. Ripping the 5-3, deuce 3, 4x type hands, but it's a bit dicey.
Okay, we check once more. Action over to Marvato.
Mandatory value bet here. We saw a lot of checkbacks yesterday in spots where people were a little bit worried about not having the best hand, but this hand's just too strong.
7-bet 20.
Very small, just 20k. Milky.
Milky.
Spot where Levchenko just like almost knows he's just getting abused here.
But again, it's, you know, if your opponent has got like the king, queen, queen, jack, is he going to bet 20k on the river? It's
Is he going to check back flop, bet turn,
yeah,
and then bet small river?
I get it. You're getting like an amazing prize, but you know, 20 to win 112, when realistically you just never have the best hand. It's not as good a price as it looks.
I was going to ask.
Oh, is he going for it?
It is the kind of card
There
that's
we
supposed to suit
go.
us.
There we go.
And he
I like
comes
it.
out with the bomb
I
check
like it.
raise.
It's not going to work, I don't think, but I like it. He's almost recognising he's trying to get thin value.
Right.
Which he kind of is.
Yeah.
But his hands, you know. He's gone for it.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
I really like it. He's just a bit unlucky that, you know, he's obviously trying to get maybe ace jack to fold or something like that. He's realised, yeah. Jack 4 straight.
That was what I was afraid of. 4, but and also from the club.
Yeah.
I wouldn't eat. Yeah, I was afraid.
It's a fine play, but just a bit unlucky that he's run into the
I had to call.
Wow.
to the top set this time.
Two big hands for Arvato, and now he leads the way here on the Onyx table. 2.5 starting stacks though.
So it was a good race.
It's going to be far from leading the way by the end of this frame. Pace is going to pick up here.
Please blinds. Small big blind control.
Nice race.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a little bit more chilled than yesterday. Everyone was in a bit of a rush. Everyone was taking, you know, it's a 2 or 3 second decision. People are actually thinking about things.
Yeah.
8 pass.
It was
It's a different
breakneck
vibe.
speed yesterday when it was hard to really get our
really
teeth
was,
into
yeah.
things.
I don't know if it's sort of, if you're on a table and everyone else is doing it, you're kind of more inclined to...
Right. Monkey see, monkey do.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I wouldn't call them monkeys, James, but yeah. A little bit contagious, isn't it? A little bit
Thanks,
contagious.
Wolves.
4 all in.
It's a pleasure working with you.
That's always.
Artomanov understandably jamming this one for
The second
12.
time.
Yeah,
Second
Kennard
time
just wakes up with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Peruse what's behind him.
This you just have to flat.
Oh no.
He has decided to go all in.
Yeah, surprising because considering the stacks behind are both quite sizable.
Yeah.
Does just find it and once more up against the under pair. Queen 4 deuce. The hearts are covered by the bigger pair. Artomanov is actually just looking for the 7 of diamonds. 7 of clubs already in the muck. Okay, going for the stand up.
you guys.
Nice playing with you.
Not to beat.
Classic.
One more out on our quest to make the money.
So we're 15% the money, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So fast maths, what, 69 is it? Round about that.
Tell you what, Steve. Let's just do this professionally.
You're going to get the calculator out, aren't you?
Yeah.
You take your time.
I have.
69 is it?
Yeah. Just making sure, though, you know, we need to double check these things. We can't just trust you. Someone goes busting out in 69 from the 67 paid.
I've actually never known if they like round it up. You know, if it's
Oh, so yeah, it will be. It'll be
69,
70
yeah,
actually. It will be 70. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always at least 15%. Yeah.
Quick. If you don't get lucky quickly, between 10 and 14, you will.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because after 14, a lot of players are.
Yeah, I know, but it is quick.
So that's why around 18, 19 is top.
30 minutes, it's
Talking obviously about the structure there. They're saying these are the levels that really matter. You suddenly get to level 9, level 10. The starting stacks aren't worth much. Here we are as we begin level 10. Just 20 pigs for the starting stack. Time to run good.
Yeah, it's around the time you're going to see a lot of all-ins, isn't it? And then for the latter part of the day, there'll be more. It'll be a bit deeper.
Who said raise?
I said raise.
7 plus.
Sign up from +1. Let's open up with 8-6 clubs. Just trying to get one through. Levchenko elevating the situation from the button with that ace-queen suited, and we're getting sticky.
sometimes you have
Yeah,
to be
like
careful,
the
small hand.
3-bet.
Ooh, hello. Hello.
You destroyed.
Well, there you go. How about that?
It's about as good a flop as you get. I don't particularly like the jam, but I can understand his thinking. He's trying to get ace-high to fall, which he has done. You obviously pick up more chips. If you check, you get the C-bet, and then you check raise all in. You still might get the ace-high to fold. So,
Yeah.
but he just wants to end the hand, doesn't he? And he's gone with it.
Because obviously what he's trying to avoid, I guess, is the check back and then
Sure.
a murky card on the turn.
Yeah. Touchy toes, in it goes.
What's going in when you touch your toes? Sorry.
Touchy toes, in it goes. All in.
Okay.
Yeah.
3 plus.
Every time I've said that and gone away, I've never won, by the way, so I had to stop saying it.
Thanks for saving it for now.
Can't believe you never heard that one. You're so old. You're just like not down with the kids anymore, are you? They're all saying it.
The idea that you're down with the kids.
They're all saying it. Yeah, I'm not actually, but used to be.
7 plus. 2 plus.
Standard open here from Levchenko. Nice little hand, the ace-9 suit in the cutoff. You'd expect Loftus to defend the 10-7-0 from the big blind.
That's exactly what he's done for now. That stack diminishing somewhat, courtesy of running those 10s into the kings. And wow, what a flop for Levchenko. Just seen the flop, gut shot, straight flush draw. Now we see top pair and nut flush draw.
Overkill.
Yeah. A board that I guess we get to bet pretty small on, right?
Yeah, for sure.
6 bet 15.
Trying to extend some rope. Oh, hang on. I mean, he likes getting after spots, but this one would be a little liberal.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, hello. Are we stock taking or are we investing? We are investing!
I was going to say versus some opponents, you can very occasionally use this hand as a check back because they're going to attack a lot of turn cards and things. And I didn't for a second think this was going to happen to C-bet, but he's gone with it. Which is,
He's just gone with that clicky sizing, right? Trying to go after
Yeah,
the
well-
king highs, queen highs.
I guess he just.
Oh.
I guess just recognises the 15k c bet as weak, and he's just gone for it.
Yeah, well, Levchenko, unfortunately, I imagine we're not too big a fans of this one. Kind of, we just got so much of it.
Yeah, Levchenko needs to just call everything there, really. Keeping the bluffs. If he is beat, you know, he's going to be getting snapped off there, and he's not in amazing shape, even though his hand is so strong. But yeah, maybe he didn't expect to be up against any bluffs and was just, here we go, top pair, not flush draw, happy to get it in.
Almost a lead off there. There could have been some turns that therefore the need to carry on firing at.
Yeah.
Okay, back over at DTD Live. Mattson raising it up from under the gun.
Yeah, very easy 3-bet get in from Yanis.
He's in the next seat, yeah, against that very shallow stack, and he's gone for a clicky kind of sizing because he is targeting just 15 blinds.
Exactly, yeah, that's the reason that he's sized down for this. Also can sometimes entice action behind as well. Some people don't necessarily read that size because of the under the gun open, and they can sort of make a misstep and think that, you know, Yanis is maybe trying to find out where he is and
Right.
3-bet smaller, but no, the size is solely based on the under the gun stack.
This only gets so grim as well for Mattson, just trying to get one through from under the gun. Feels compelled now to flick an additional 20k with just 110 behind, heading to a pot with 105 in it.
Yeah, and unless there's a 5 on the flop, it's going to be very hard to navigate against such a good player like Yanis.
An unlikely situation where 2 unders have fallen. Yanis 3 to the royal.
This is bread and butter for Yanis. He's played these spots, you know, hundreds, thousands of times. He knows exactly which cards to attack, what sizing to bet, etc.
He's about 18k for now.
So good luck, Mattson, is kind of what I'm trying to.
Yeah, these are these spots, aren't they? Like, we kind of feel we have to call here, but it's
Yeah.
going to be so hard to realise our equity down the street. Like exactly what you say, Yanis is just so
Oh, he's
adept
gone
at
for
putting
it.
the pressure in.
Wow,
But
have
maybe
some of that.
That's
Have some
why.
of that.
Mattson's like, bluff this.
That's so
And-
tilting, by the way.
And now, like, 94k to call.
Yeah.
I
See-
mean, there's just no obvious draws, are there?
Versus versus an under the gun 1 3-bet. This is kind of close your eyes and go all in, really, because you're just going to be up against a very, very strong range, and I know he does have the best hand this time.
Yanis's face says it all. Like, really?
Yeah.
Really? You got me here with 2 5s? Okay. Plenty of ways for him to still take this pot.
5 of clubs, 3 of clubs.
Oof.
Which one we having?
Back jack of diamonds.
Okay, it's not the worst.
Put the 10s up on the board.
It'll be a nice double for Mattson if he can hold. She can.
In style.
Little 5.
Looks thrilled.
Yanis fuming because he was excited to barrel that turn card and didn't get the chance.
Yeah, yeah. But this is it, right? So Mattson say, let's K calls at 18k, sees that turn card. He just
Yeah,
check
yeah.
folds every time, right?
Sure. Found a way to win.
He did. Puts himself in the middle of the pack here over at DTD Live. Again, a lot of movement going to happen in the next couple of levels. These blinds race up. Staying here at the DTD Live table. Yanis licking his wounds. Makes way from under the gun. And make her way all the way around here to Mrikin from the cutoff. He's going to fold the queen 10 and maybe picked up on something behind, because Motazavi very much excited about this hand on the button. Oof. Here we go.
Yeah, a bit of a clash here, isn't it? Can't see any of these hands really folding.
Yeah, and I feel like Supratova's been waiting for this kind of spot. She's seen Mortazavi kind of overextend in some situations and maybe eyeing that stack. Obviously, ideally in position, but
yeah, it was interesting to see if she did flat off 3-bet. It's a definite 3-bet for value. And a very interesting spot for Matson, who's obviously just doubled. He's just got those chips.
yeah,
30, what's he on, 31 bigs?
this is definitely a contender, right?
Yeah, this is, I mean, I think folding is actually the best play, but the small blind needs to be a lot wider than she perhaps is, and yeah, I wouldn't have said it was a bad play if we went all in, but
Right,
you know,
cuspy for you.
yeah.
Hello.
I think people can be too loose in those spots for sure. You know, most of the time small blind will actually have a very good hand, even though it's bottom versus small blind.
Well, in this case, she has got to Broadway. Let's continue the aggression. Mortazavi out flopping out with that king. Backdoor diamonds to go with it. Oh, hang on. Is he going to raise this top pair?
It could be.
Spicy.
You're almost more likely to go all in with those sevens if you're against, you know, two sort of top pros who are playing like correct ranges.
Right, of course.
So you need to have a bit of respect sometimes for people that aren't necessarily super aggro, you know.
Look at this though, Mortazavi just popping this up with kind of a vulnerable hand. I mean, we've got one pair short. It rates to be great, but as soon as we start raising it, it certainly feels to me, Wobbs, that we're kind of over-repping this holding.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. There's certainly a lot of players here that would just think this is total BS, let's say, and then they're just, you know, firing in the ace-jack because they think maybe you might have a flush draw or...
Right, the value that does this is like pretty much just king-queen, right? Queens and kings, 4-betting pre-flop.
Yeah,
Ace-king would. Aces would have made some noise.
You're obviously not expecting ace-king. You don't really expect king-10 to raise. But she has got away, which is a very good fold. I think I'd have at least been calling there because you are deep enough. You've still got outs to the nuts. You beat lots of hands. And as you say, there's not too many value hands there.
But when they start mixing in there, these top pairs of value, this is where things get murky.
Sure.
We call it MPO, Merit Poker Optimal. You have to deviate here, my friends.
It's like you have to decide, are you going to give him the king-6 suited for the raise? Are you going to give him the king-9 suited and things like that? Or but, you know, even versus that hand, you've still got 10 outs. And
right.
I think that versus that price, it's fine, even though you're out position to just call and see what happens on the turn.
Well, welcome all of you tuning in from wherever you are. Please do say hello over on the GGPoker YouTube channel. We have the chat open.
The other thing is with those top pair hands, you know, it's probably going to go check on the turn a lot because they're not sure. So you kind of buy in a turn card for free as well, which you can think about. On to the next one.
Harsh +1. Pops it out. And Rickon just calling with this ace 4 times, I guess, just trying to get kind of
max value.
Yeah, it is just kind of max value, right? It's like, oh, if I hit something, I'm going to get paid. And
yeah. I mean, you should just put it in, but.
Well, look at this. Mortazavi calls, and now Matson with a squeeze spot. He didn't take the last one a moment ago with the 2 7s, but these 2 10s, a very different candidate, especially with the stack depths involved. And yeah, he does this time move it in, which of course we're fans of, but unfortunately for him, he's going to run into the goods.
Totally mandatory jam. Playing 30 there.
100 calls. We'll do a little acting. I'd like to get some additional customers behind. Feels like Ricken's just kind of compelled to with the 50k, but he wants Mortazavi's money too.
Yeah, you don't want to burn a time bank, mate. Ace 4 2, it's got his max value.
Mortazavi does make weight. 3 hands on their backs. And we'll get the good news. He's just fading the 10 for the main pot. Or I should say for the larger side pot. I'm Ricken, the one with the liver hand.
I'll take the 10s on the ace-4 suited. You can have the queens.
All right.
That's a flip, isn't it?
Here's a flip. Ooh.
Not anymore.
The Queen of Hearts. A very crucial card here. I'm Ricken can only win this. The ace of clubs. Matson. He's 2 10s alive.
Needs the Barry.
Needs it fast. Not to beat. We say goodbye to Ricken Haj with the more than double up. And Matson back down to basically where he was, perhaps where he could have been if he just check folded the 5-star.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yanis. After his bag of goodies, of course, all players here at the feature sequestering their phones and devices and whatnot. Just.
What do you think about doing that every time you play poker? You're not allowed to have a mobile phone.
It's funny because it's one of these things that I would have said months ago, like no chance. But now I feel like it's the natural direction that poker I think is going to head.
Oh, you think?
I think. Yeah.
You don't think that people wouldn't reg because
I think it will have an impact. Yeah.
everyone's obsessed with their phones, aren't we?
But I think that the way software and technology is going, that the idea of people having devices that could be used to, shall we say, enhance their play at the table is going to be
Zuckerberg wants us to all wear glasses. He's saying that's the future within 5 years.
Yeah.
I digress.
I'm ahead of him. I've got glasses on already. So take that, Zuck.
Interesting spot here, blind and blind.
Mm.
Little piece for everyone. Single raise pot pre. Limp raise call.
Yeah, makes sense. Oh, pair to go with the flush draw.
Yep. You've got to keep betting here.
Right, this hand's so far up, isn't it? Blind on blind when you've got top pair.
Exactly.
With a big kicker.
Benim
Does bet.
should be going quite big. He's gone just less than half pot and right with absolutely no decision. You don't really want to be check raising there.
Oh wow, what a river card. Top 2 for Benim. Right, improving to the flush. Does he become with a lead here? Let's see, 264 out there. He is going to reach for some chips.
I'd like to see a check in these spots. Yeah, he already knows.
Benim is like, really?
Yeah. I mean, he can just be betting 2 pairs. So it's, you're not loving it. but
Right.
There's not much you can do. It's just to call. He has gone quite big there in terms.
Yeah, you tell yourself he can bet 2 pair, but is he ever? Let's see.
Yeah. And the speech as well. It's tough.
Yeah, right doesn't look like a man who's concerned, but like, how can you fold?
Very proudly shows the
Yeah.
flush.
Wow, there we go. Right up to 735k. Now I believe leading the way over on table Luxon. Man, we saw the action yesterday, of course, in day 1A, so obviously, spoiler alert, didn't make it through, but thriving today. Seemed to be enjoying himself at the table.
Yeah,
That is refreshing, Steve. We got some enjoyment at the table. Come on.
Like it, yeah. This is kind of the same as yesterday. As people go on, they get more into it, more comfortable and more chatty and things. So much more entertaining to watch.
Kennard on the button, looking down at ace-8. He raises things up, but Levchenko waiting behind. Wow, look at this. With the ace-9 takes this spot, and once more, Arbaltu finds the goods behind.
Yeah, three big hands for the positions there. I think it's a pretty mandatory 4-bet, but he has gone with flat.
Is he?
Which means
Wow.
could keep in the button.
With ace-8, oh,
Yeah, I
I'd
mean,
be
it's
surprised if Kennard continues here.
the
but
sort of spot you're thinking, oh, I'm getting 4-1, but it's just a hand that's dominated so often
no, but he is in.
to a small blind 3-bet and of the big blind overcall as well. The big blind overcall can just have so many different aces.
Wow, you were right though. I didn't think for a chance he'd stay around, but
Yeah.
meanwhile, they both flopped this ape. Somehow Levchenko, his ace is the best of those in this pot, despite the fact that it's been an open, a 3-bet, a cold call.
From Kenar's point of view, you know, he's thinking, I've got position, I am getting 4-1, so I can understand the thinking.
Right, but now he's hit.
Exactly, yeah.
He's still not enjoying life, is he? Right?
Yeah. But, you know, if it does go back call, it is quite an easy fold, so...
Okay. Avatu getting trappy pre-flop, just cold calling. Well, sometimes plans don't work out, but look at this, he's just getting sticky. Makes the call, and let's see, as you say, now Kenar, surely, for this action, has to recognize that ace. So unlikely to be good, although here we can see it almost is.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Just 45k. Yeah, the price so tantalizing.
I mean, it's not impossible he has the best hand, you know. The small blind could just 3-bet the ace-5 suited.
Right.
And the queen's call, and he does have the best hand, but...
Oh my word.
You can also just do that as well, you know.
Wow. Finds aces up. In fact, that's the full dead man's hand. There, whoops. Aces and eights with a king kicker.
Yeah, and there's only a pot to stack of only 1 now, so this is going to be a nice pot for him.
Levchenko. That hand shrunk up.
10 seconds.
Yeah, interesting to see if the ace-9 just goes with it or checks to see what's happening behind him.
Surely the
I do
ace-9
prefer the
taking
check.
life
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, of course.
Called in 2 spots. This one a 3-bet from the small and overcall. You've got to think, like, could Avatu even be going super trappy pre-flop? We saw he's trapping queens. Can certainly therefore have kings and aces. I mean, aces obviously unlikely when we hold one.
Yeah. This is actually a really good spot to trap check, but I don't think many people take it.
Right, because if Levchenko does have a hand, say, as strong as ace-queen, he's just hating facing a bet, right?
Of course, yeah. And I don't blame him for betting, you know, there's hearts there and things. You want to protect your hand, and the pot's already quite big. But it is quite nice to represent you have hearts maybe, or a king, or a worse ace. You can still get your value on the river. Very tough spot now for the ace-9 off. It's you're literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. You could be behind to both of them. You could be behind to neither of them. Very, very hard to know what to do, especially with so much money in there and you have 191k.
Right, what are the hands we beat here? We're giving Kenar some of those hot combos, right, that just realize they can leverage?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. But then you have to think, against 2 opponents, is he just going to check back and take his equity? So
maybe some hand like Queen Jack of clubs, something like that.
possibly, yeah.
I love these 3-way spots. I think it's
Yeah,
oh wow, look at this. He's finding the cool.
it's definitely more fun.
He's finding the cool, leaving back just 75k. I mean, Avatu, come on. We've found ourselves in the spot somehow with queens, but
Yeah.
2 streets of action, multi-way. Gig is up. We tried to trap, but things backfired.
Solver's not so good with the 3-way spots, so I absolutely love watching them. It's like, these are the spots you want to see. Oh, he just flattered. He didn't even. Okay,
Yeah,
he's just
he
left
left the
himself at 76, and
Now
now
he's
now it's going in.
Oh my god, and like Kenar just feels sick, right? What?
Yeah, I mean,
It just looks like ace king, looks like aces kings. I mean,
sure, but 650k.
ace
in
jack. Of course, yeah, we can't fold, can we? At the 76, but like, what are we being? What plays this way?
Agree,
Wants to bet
yeah,
the 76? It feels sick, but I'm with you. I'm just
Yeah.
whatever. You've got it. I'm making a bad call. Oh, I've won.
You just can't. There's so much money in there, and you have 2 pair. I mean, come on.
No,
Yeah.
it's 9.
Oh, fuck.
It's 10. It's 8.
Yeah. That's a huge pot in the end.
It really is.
What do I beat?
Table 1, seat open.
This is the biggest spot with the lowest card, with the lowest hand ever.
Let the man leave the stage before we. I mean, he had top pair in a 3-bet pot. Let's.
You never really think at any point in that hand that the ace-8 off is about to win a huge pot against ace-9 off and queens, do you?
I mean, I thought it was going to fold. I thought it was going to fold pre-flop. I thought it was going to fold on the flop.
Sure.
I thought the ace-9 was going to fold the turn.
You can't win if you fold, James.
I thought the queens were going to jam pre.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that need to go your way there.
He's counting my chips.
He needs to do this, you need to do that, like the board needs to come this.
Then you need to hit the 8. Like, incredible stuff here. Cannot. The cat that got the canary.
Yeah, that's what I said. Fuck it, kings or jacks. Like, fuck it. He gambled jacks.
No, he plays all this. You know, this guy, he plays so strong all this time, except these 2 hands.
Loving life now with such a huge stack at this point in the tournament.
Tight until last hour.
6 maybe. I don't know. Kings was. I mean, anyway,
big hands.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
No complaints.
We're staying here on Onyx.
Thank God he didn't have enough
It's
money.
an even
on
better
the
stack when all the other stacks around you as
He has
well
a
are
big
kind
show,
of
I don't know
middling to
what I do.
small,
22.
short stacks.
Papa Petru joins the table. 14 blinds. Sees a lot of action taking place. Well, finds a potential spot where.
Yeah, you can definitely go with this.
Okay.
22.
Thankfully
The
for
sides are flat though.
Yeah, thankfully for him, may be able to be dealt some reprieve post flop.
Of course, I was ready.
Obviously giving the man with a bucket out a lot of respect.
Oh, you have to, don't you?
Tight players, those bucket guys.
Thank God you didn't show pre-flop.
And one more.
Well, at least one of you, I said, it's got ace king, ace short, he will call definitely. If I see an ace on flop. So,
If you show snap fold,
yeah,
old fold.
yeah. that was the problem. Free on the hand, that was my problem.
I have these moments where we get the post-mortem, get an insight to maybe, maybe the way that certain players approach the structure of the game.
Yeah, of course.
I think it's saying like, cool, because I thought someone's going to have ace king or an ace and they're going to call me. But then it came ace side, he still ends up putting chips in the pot.
Yeah. It's a very easy assessment as well when it's all finished. It's,
Yeah.
it's a bit like watching from the booth when you can just see all the cards.
It's great,
you're just
isn't
like,
it?
oh, you should have done this, should have done that. It's
Let me
so
tell you,
easy.
It's been a decade since I made a bad call.
Interesting whether he continues here with the backdoor diamonds. Very small size. Problem is his stack, you know, he's only got 100k left. 107k in the middle, and that is the worst turn card in the world.
Really is.
Very, very hard to get away now.
Well, hijack with perhaps decisions on how to approach this size-wise.
25.
Just goes for big. But
Yeah, he's going to go with it, I think. Can't really blame him after that turn card.
Showdown, please.
Papa Petru has to pull an ace or a 9, or his stay at the Onyx table will be short-lived.
Papa, don't preach. I'm in love with you.
You want a 9?
Nice.
Ace. Ace.
I mean, if he doesn't double after that, then
I'll sing it again if he doubles.
is the world spinning.
No dice.
Not to be. Papa Petru again, one of those faces we often see here at Merit.
She's the first one who shouted.
Yeah.
I'll move it, okay?
Aggressive.
But no more today. Chike, the man who pinged that one out on the river earlier,
Excuse me. Can I get 2 times?
and up to 500k.
Thank you.
As we continue this action-packed 5k, 10k level, where blood has flown. All right, Mike's on table. See what's going on over here. We haven't seen too much of these guys. Focus been mostly on the Onyx and DTD live, but these guys are battling away.
Loving that neon green. It's a very nice table.
What's the Lux on table? Orbs and what's the colour of money?
Green.
There we go.
A wise man told me that. Very wise man. Standard open here.
Yeah, Atikoglu with the ace-9, opening off what, just around 20 blinds.
UK flag.
Certainly a more local name though.
Agreed.
Now this guy, Armani, he's he's sort of pulled bluff of the day so far. Just went absolutely ballistic.
Okay.
Post flop, 0 equity, 3 betting the turn. Thank you very much.
You got it through?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Against this man, RTF, who has prospered since. See there with 540k. Defending this king 8 of clubs.
This guy's looking very suave.
He is, doesn't he?
Yeah, 4-leaf clovers all over him.
Hmm.
He's had a piece.
Got 4 clovers on the board. Well,
Yeah.
2 in his hand, 2 on the board. You know what I mean?
Interesting stack depth, whether he's going to check call or check raise versus the what I assume will be a c-bet.
Right.
We'll see.
It's scary on this texture, isn't it? Against that early position raise off a 20 big blind stack, they're just supposed to have a lot of this board.
Exactly. Yeah. I think check call is actually much better, even though we know a check raise would work.
Right.
You've got plenty of hand to
Oh.
do things down the street.
45k bet.
I mean, you might just set him in, actually, mightn't he?
What, to that size? That's a big old bet.
Yeah.
But that looks like a bet that's just never folding, though, doesn't it? 45k into 55.
Yeah, really interesting size.
It just looks like he's got like ace-5 of clubs and like, I'm not going anywhere. Let's just get it in. But
yeah,
I'd be really scared here with the king high flush.
Sure, it looks. I mean, even if he has something like king jack, you're not getting that to fold, so you're just getting like a flush draw in against.
Right.
Things. So he has gone with call. Interested now
Yeah.
to see what happens on the turn with only pot behind.
Right.
But it's very, very hard to now just be going all in.
Yeah, Asikoglu really built this huge pot. Left an SPR of 1, but how can we ever fire again? Or we've been called for near full pot on the flop. That bet was just designed to shed everything, bar like the strongest 10s, I guess. And the queen X's.
You'd assume even like a 6 would fold the flop to that size.
It
So
has to, right?
he's thinking queen 10, jack 9 he blocks, king jack obviously flush draws. So again, an interesting river in terms of if he does face a bet, it's not without beyond the realms possibility to hero here.
Right.
The problem is obviously your flop size, as I say, has eliminated a lot of the weaker hands. You know, he's not just going to have.
Yes, the bad flush draws perhaps folded.
Exactly. The
bad
7,
straight
9,
draws.
7, 8. Even things like jack 8 are now just not in because you've bet so much on the.
Right. Even, I mean, jack 9's not calling pot, is it? On queen 10 6.
Maybe. I mean, it probably is. Let's face it. But yeah, well, so he's gone 80 into 140.
Credit to Asikoglu, he's thinking about this. No, nice pick up for RTF.
Yeah, it's a nice bet on the river. Obviously trying to rep a queen.
It's not one of those pots that could have gone so many different ways. I didn't see it going that way.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that, because you don't expect a 10 to value bet, so it is kind of queen X 2 pair plus.
Well, this is the PokerOK Mystery Bounty Day 1C. This one a 1k buy and 1 mil guaranteed. Forget that guarantee. We're smashing through that. Do not worry. And of course,
that was me smashing through.
There we go. And of course, we have many more days of coverage here with that Lux on Pay and Lux on Pay event, and of course the MPP main event. So you do not want to miss out. And the best way to do that, Steve, is to go over to the GGPoker YouTube channel and subscribe so you get notified when we go live over the next 10 days or so.
Already have, my friend.
Okay.
Subscribed a long time ago. Fantastic YouTube channel.
Do you not consider, Wobbs, that perhaps when I was snapped to you, I might have been talking to all the viewers at home? But
no, sure. I was just saying that I personally, you know.
Okay. Let me see. Let me see you've subscribed. No, check your homework.
Come on,
where is it? Yeah. Where is it?
See? Subscribed.
Okay.
Liked and subscribed.
Okay. Actually, I haven't liked today's stream yet. I think it's a bit weird to like yourself, but, you know, I'm going to give it a like.
If there's a man that likes himself, James, it's definitely you. Man of the moment, Keenar here. With the ace-queen suited open. He is going to get some action.
Oh, yeah.
Sadly, it's in the form of the same hand. But he's got the diamonds working for him.
Yeah, so after us, this has gone really way. The point that... was that beer? No, I don't think it was a beer. I think it was some sort of sparkling water. I thought for a second maybe he just rip for the chips so much we have only one avenue left, and that was to start smashing back the Heinekens. But maybe not. He strikes me as a man who probably doesn't drink and just spends all the time in the gym. But
You strike me as a man who drinks sparkling water.
you know, I feel like I should be, but I don't
No,
really
it's
get
not
much
you.
joy from it.
Yeah, it's not. It's
I'm
not good.
I'm in favour of everything pretentious, obviously. But
Nice.
okay, as you suggested, ace queen v ace queen. Let's go.
Bougie, you might say. Bougie.
I feel like
Little bit
I feel like
bougie,
I'm too pretentious to use the word bougie. I feel like it's
A little bit scummy. Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Well, ace queen v ace queen. I'm sure we'll most likely run out of chops. So let's check over here.
yeah.
As Anastasios is in here with the ace-10 of diamonds, facing the big wager for Benaim.
Yep, he's decided to go for it here. With the
Yeah.
ace. Needs to get lucky. As all these men do.
Maybe a level of frustration kicking in, having just lost that big pot with king queen, seeing perhaps a quick avenue to recovery, but that board not providing much hope, although a couple of hearts.
Not many chop opportunities either, is there, at this point?
Certainly not now.
Very bad card for the chop.
Actually, I suppose a 7 or 3 would do it.
Or a little ducky. No, no good.
All right. That feels like a kind of a liberal double up, doesn't it? You get it in there, you get looked up by the ace deuce. Feels like, ooh. All right. Not quite gift level, but
Not far
you
off.
know, it's a card.
Not far off. You very rarely do see the ace deuce off all in pre. I remember Ronaldo had a great hand with ace deuce off pre.
Did he?
Yeah.
Which one?
Not
Not which hand, which Ronaldo.
Can I say the larger one of the two?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Big famous hand, ace deuce off versus ace king. Hit a deuce on the river. He wasn't surprised. A bit of a legend, actually. Larger Ronaldo, we'll call him.
Okay. Those Brazilians do like their poker. We haven't seen that Brazilian flag here yet, though. A little bit of a long journey.
Yeah, we've not, have we? No. A great flag.
Fantastic flag.
Yeah.
As flags go, that's up there, right?
Oh, it really is. It was always my number one when
I
I was a kid as well.
I think this is a great flag. South African flag. Always a lot going on with it.
Meh.
He's maring the South Africa flag.
I mean,
Wow.
nothing compared to the Brazil flag, is it?
Come at him, chat. Come at him.
You can't talk to him about the Brazil flag and then, you know, chime in with the South
I mean-
African flag.
Brazil flag, your number one. Did you think today when you woke up you'd be talking about your favourite flags?
Yeah, to be honest.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
think it's a huge talking point when you're when you're doing the stream.
Lamkov, well, he's putting in with 2 8s here, and Amani, a man who needs far less than this to get involved, finds the butchers.
Yeah, just run into it here.
And he does genuinely... I always like when I look at this, when you know what they've got, like looking sort of live read-wise, and it looked genuine that he was kind of inspecting what's behind. It's like
Yeah.
probably going to play, but it wasn't like a slam dunk, is how I felt that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sort of underrated thing looking at your opponent as they're looking at their cards, because people do give things away.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, 11 big blinds here. He obviously had to go with the 8s and needs to get lucky. He's a snowman.
Okay. Sort of not the season nor the part of the world where snowmen are often found.
No.
Not sure the last time it snowed here at Merritt.
The weather was back today, wasn't it? It's
It was
fantastic.
back today. It was lovely, but okay.
Semi-sweat here. Obviously queen no good, but
7 will get things done. But no. Fist pumps. GG's.
dropping like flies now.
Certainly are. 461 whittled down to 238. So we're approaching that sort of 400k average stack, half the field gone scenario.
That's quite a cool t-shirt. I like that one.
Like subtly poker related.
Need to Google it. How much is it actually worth?
I mean, it's not like I can just easily find all these t-shirts. Orbs, I need a bit more information to go on. Cyprus is going to find herself giving Matson a spin, and will be a little upset to find out that Ace-Queen is no good against that rejam, but the good news is the severity of the pot not being too much.
Matson's been very up and down, hasn't he? He's
Yeah.
few tough spots, double with the fives. Also looking for the hold here. Get himself back in the game.
Five deuce. Glance down for both. We'll see the only spade lies in the hands of Cyprus. Oh, that's a bit of overkill. Case queen.
Yeah, that'll do it.
She still has 778k, 4 starting stacks. But again, I always find it funny when you play these tournaments, and obviously they start off relatively deep. The line's going up every 30 minutes, but you don't really feel the pinch. And you get off to one of those fast starts, and you feel like I've got a big stack, and then like 2 hours later, you're like, oh, I'm like bang around average or a little bit below, and I haven't really done anything.
It definitely creeps up on you, doesn't it? You can fold for 4 or 5 orbits, and all of a sudden your big stack is just gone. You're like, oh, what happened?
Yeah, you're just like, what pot did I lose?
Yeah, you've got to.
I didn't.
You've got to keep going. You know, you can't be thinking on level 4 or 5. Oh, I've got a huge stack now, and that's me done. You've got to keep accumulating, James, haven't you?
Accumulation.
That's the key to this game.
It is the key to the game. We're going to stay here at DTD Live and perhaps see if Miss Cyprus can. Well, she is going to have a chance of accumulating.
Nice little
Again
hot
here.
spell.
I think this is the 3rd time I've seen her have aces today. And she is not someone who needs aces to get in the mix. I feel like she's wearing like almost like a gun vest as well. I can see some pistols holstered in that.
There was some man bag chat earlier, and my name was mentioned. My ears were burning. I thought, what's all this? What's all this about?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't bring your name into it. You have to bring
It
that up.
wasn't. Yeah, it was.
You have to bring that up with Picasso.
The bearded comms man.
Oh, yeah, nice. 25 bigs, deuces on the button.
Yeah, interesting here.
He's going to have a peek. You have to be quite trusting of the players behind in this situation, don't you? Making these kind of peels.
I think at a tougher table, you'd see Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
You'd see Giannis throw this away. But he's obviously so comfortable post flop, and like you say, probably doesn't expect too many light 3-bets from the small and big blind. So he's happy to see a flop.
Hash will come along as well from the big blind, and well, it's Cyprus, the one who flops the set on a very broken board. Can she ever sort of start to sneak in some checks here, just given the fact that Giannis is in the mix here?
Yes, it's obviously a very different board to the one we saw before, and that was against 2 blinds, against a button range and big blind. You could be doing that, but I think you better just a c-bet really and see what develops. Personally, I'd definitely have been checking out to Giannis, because
He just goes after you, yeah?
it'd be the first time I'd ever had a good hand against him. So.
Would it be the first time you ever checked him as well?
Yeah, true, yeah. Couple of back doors here, but
Yeah, thought about it.
you know, it's hard to do much there.
So then, she recovers basically most of those chips she lost the hand before.
She's thinking, I had ace queen, have aces, top set, and I've just won no chips.
Yeah, doesn't seem right. As we switch things back over to the Luxon table, we find Mark Wright in the mix with this ace-6 from under the gun. Romanov having defended and flopping a jack on the king-jack-10. C-bet with that gut shot, and just, I mean, huge board advantage here, right?
Yeah, for sure. This pot seems very big.
It does seem very big.
338k. I think it was just an open and a call pre-flop.
Yeah.
So maybe just a bit of a graphical error, but
I think that's more likely, yeah.
yeah.
Especially when you bet 35k on the flop, I can't see. And I think there's bet size as well being.
Yeah, this is a great turn card to keep barreling. You've made a pair, which is kind of irrelevant. You've got the nut flush draw. You block the straight as well, and you can put so much pressure on 10x, Jack X, just like he has here. Even King X here, you know, like the King 3 suited, King 4 suited, is not loving it.
Yeah, I can definitely see. Obviously, you see Romanov with far more than 138k in that stack. So,
Yeah.
for those unaware of how this works, obviously the dealer will announce a bet size, and then someone has to input that. And somewhere along the chain there, the wrong number's gone in, which is why this pot looks so much bigger. Good eyes from Steve there catching that one.
Very rare it happens, isn't it? But
yeah,
we're all human. Yeah. He's kind of thinking to this size, you know, I've got a bit of a hand. Is my flush draw good? And versus under the gun, you know, I think that's
right.
That should be
He
the
just
deciding factor.
Just
you know
has
what I mean?
everything
Like,
here, doesn't he?
I know he does have a6 off, but you're not really expecting him to have too many hands like that. So yeah, I think it's a very good fold, even though he had the best hand.
Nicely done, Mr. Right.
Mr. Right.
So then, we stay here at Luxon. Benaim has really begun to unravel here. I think very unfortunate with the king-queen, but the ace-2 certainly, in my opinion, an unforced error. Let's see if he perhaps continues to maybe overextend here with the ace-4 off from under the gun. He is.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to see what mood he's in based on this hand, but they are seven-handed.
Mm-hmm.
So you know you have to be a little bit looser. I prefer to be much later position to be opening the ace-4 off, but he's decided to go with it.
Okay. Up against, well, his power and also the one who kick-started this spiral.
Yeah, exactly. Nice little hand to peel.
Okay. We find the ace-high board. Ace-9 deuce, rainbow. Right, somehow finds the bet here. This is like a big.
Yeah, may just go check. You've got to have some aces in your range to check back here. You know, for the times you do check back the kings, queens, etc. So, oh, it looks like he might lead.
I mean, I just had the instinct. He felt like he was going to go for a bet. He's just like really going after his man.
He's feeling frisky. This is purely opponent dependent, I think.
But I love this. He gives a little smile to my pal. Yeah. Like, we're all pals. I'll play you honest. Yeah. Here we go. Plot comes ace high, I'm going to lead into you.
You can do this on some boards, but I think the ace deuce nine is under the gun.
Yeah.
Who's supposed to be opening quite tight. You know, it's going to be hard to do anything. Maybe he thought he had some good backdoors as well. He could bet 3-5 heart, etc.
This would be so rough if Benaim was just sitting there with like the sort of the pocket tens, right?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, it's not great when you're sitting there with ace-4 because you just believe your man, but at the same time, we have an ace. We're in. If you got it, you got it.
There's definitely an argument to think, you know, as a similar sort of hand, like the ace-5 off, ace-6 off or something.
Well, that's a warming sight.
Yeah.
Kicker wouldn't play.
I think you've just got to shut down as right now, haven't you? You've been called twice. It's very hard to rep quad nines. So, you know, you've got to knuckle it, unfortunately. But he might have other ideas.
Okay.
And the smile as well. The double smile.
I don't know if we were looking for the answer.
And it goes. He's thinking 50k, there's 250 in there, come on.
This is so great. If I was in game here, I'm never thinking, right, it's just leading to me with nothing.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you're just
sure.
all pally-pree, smiley, laughing.
Sure, yeah.
Love it. Capability on display. The high check back over on the Onyx table. Spend this King 10 on a King Queen 4-9 board, having defended up against a Vartu, and wow, that's a grim river. Proves the 2-pair, but the latter making Broadway.
Yeah, tough river. All going to depend on the sizings.
Yeah, check called flop. Turn went check, check.
Is he going to block? Oh, he's gone bigger than block. Yeah, I think that's a bit too big.
Any jack a straight.
Even though it's gone check check on the turn, the hijack, you know, can have so many hands that interact with this board. I think it's just a bit too thin to be betting King 10 here.
And I feel like for the first time in the last 2 days, we do find finally a bit of a value raise with a non-nut.
Like the raise, yeah.
hand.
We have seen, as you say, a lot of people just calling here, you know, worried about the flush and things, but I think obviously having ace jack as well is just way better than having just a jack X. You can definitely get looked up by jack X.
Real tough spot now with this King 10.
I mean, yeah, it's once you've gone this big on the river, though, I think it's quite an easy fold.
Right, much more perplexing, I guess, if you go with the small bet and then get raised.
Yeah, exactly.
No flush, huh? No flush.
No flash. Oh, the other one.
Aha.
Vartu.
It's my card.
Climbing a little bit up to 368k, right in the middle of the pack at this table with 30 blinds.
Oh no. No flash. I was afraid of flash. I took a risk. I said if it's flash, it's flash. What can you do?
Just call him.
Yeah.
Call him.
I won.
Why put yourself under risk? If he doesn't have the flash, he's gonna fold.
No coaching on the table, please.
I've already been paid. When we went for lunch,
Oh, right.
his first time in merit, so he needs a...
Yeah. My first time in Vegas. Where do you play?
Always nice to receive some coaching on the table,
And sometime...
especially when you're doing brains.
Small tournaments sometime
Yeah.
in Europe,
You know,
Malta.
I like this
Greece.
Hawaii.
Malta is my favorite.
It's like a cool customer.
Yeah, it's had some good chat.
You have to be ready for the Italians. You're Italian?
No, I'm not. I'm Romanian.
Yeah.
They have in
Well,
Italy.
your
When?
cousin of the Italians.
Yeah.
In Malta. Most of them come from Sicily and
Oh,
Genoa.
that's true. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of Italians. Yeah.
Most Italian and some French.
Yeah.
That's in number one, number two. In Malta. Battle of Malta.
Yeah. It is in August. Battle of Malta.
Battle of Malta, it was,
It was in May,
yes. There is one in October. Something like this.
October.
Everyone playing very standardly here. Under going to open with a King 10 suited and all the chips.
Yeah, Savage completing off the shallow stack. I guess it gets a bit murky with these kind of offsuit triple gappers, but just
Yeah.
gambling it up off the short stack.
Very, very tough with the hand. You're very likely to flop.
Before maybe...
A very weaker holding, a little bit of a piece, but you're just not really deep enough to be check calling and things, so it's a very tough hand to play.
Last year.
At this stack depth,
I think it was in January.
interesting here.
Last year I finished 13th place.
A standard c-bet from
No,
Canar,
here.
the King
Oh,
10 of
here.
clubs,
Oh,
and then
right.
the ace 8 suit has gone for the raise.
Yeah. We got $360,000.
Call obviously totally fine.
Or March, I'm not sure.
He's gone the more aggressive route.
Yeah, it should be in
Yeah.
January.
Love to see it.
Should work, I guess, even though he's not repping too much. I guess it's maybe saying
I think it's that Canar's body language is like, really?
Yeah.
Like, this doesn't
he
make
kind
any
of
sense.
knows, but he can't really do much about it.
In Malta,
Right, what can I do with King High?
I
Yeah.
was in the money, and I have kings last time. Day two, I have the average. One Italian have little more. I raise normal kings. He raised me all in with 2-9.
Oh, we missed out on story
I
time.
wanted to hear a little bit more, but I'm sure we'll come back.
7 deuce deuce board here. Subkotova in the mix once again, this time from +1. She really is foot to the floor here. Trying to run this table over. Cyprus with the best hand. Okay, it's tricky 3-way, but oh, there we go. That's one way to play it. Just pump it up. Try and like, maybe rep a hand like 8s, 9s, something like that.
Yeah. I think his hand's good enough to just call though. You wanna keep in all the worst aces. She's not gonna fold any pairs or anything. But he's raised with the best hand and he's won.
Easy game. Getting his feet wet here over the GTD live table. Taking that seat to the left of Yanis. Subkotova again. It's no from under the gun. Ace-9. She's raising the ace-8, she's raising the ace-9.
Yeah, I mean she has so many chips on the table, doesn't she? She's probably got like a third of the chips on this table, so maybe that's in her thinking.
Yep.
Basically getting after it because nobody can cause her much damage at all, especially when ace queen off isn't sorry 3-betting yet. It's just calling. Bit of a piece here, but she is behind. I do like the check.
Yeah, showing some restraint.
Yeah,
This 3-way pot.
it's a very good board for the cutoff. Has all the pairs and 9x, 10x, queen jack, king jack, all these hands. So I do like the check. Oh, action turn.
There we go. And like this is so good for her as well, isn't it? In the fact that
Yeah.
Harsh just feels his ace queen is so nutted here. It's like how is it not good? Bar ace king.
Exactly, yeah. Occasionally, the ace-6 suited, but you are going to have the best hand here a lot, and she's also going to rep the card a lot. So
Right. She's going to rep the card. You've under-repped your hand pre-flop.
Yeah.
Kind of got the not one pair situation against someone who is going to be inclined to blast and also is capable of blasting.
Sure.
Subkotova always gives it a go.
She's gone quite small as well, so there is an argument for value raising here.
Right. A little bit of protection.
Yeah.
Make it a one-street hand anyway. And here we go. He's pulling out the chips like you suggested he might. And I like this. I like the reason.
I like it too, yeah. Definitely. Curious to see how she proceeds. You'd assume just call.
Right. Although, is there an argument to say, hey, look, if he's raising here, maybe it's some sort of combo draw and I can just run equity here?
Sure.
Like, how does he ever have better than me?
You could definitely fast play this and try and balance it with queen jack or spades or something that you're now betting on the turn and you're trying to put max pressure on. But I think the standard play is just a call.
That's what she does. All of a sudden, 300,000 chips.
I'd like to see a deuce or something. Just see if he'd value bet again, but probably going to slow down the action. The ace queen is not too sure if he's ahead or not.
Right.
And there's not too many hands he can get called by. It's like he's looking at ace 7, ace 8, ace jack.
I'm thinking, I mean, fair enough using a time card here, given the size of the pot.
Yeah, for
relative
sure.
to the chip stack. Is
Sure.
is there a part of him that's thinking, hey, I've got the queen of spades, and can I maybe make ace king fold?
Maybe. I think he'll just be more than happy just to knuckle this and take the 300k pot.
I think she should be more than happy to see a check back as well, knowing full well that she's going to win the pot to that action.
Yeah. She's now close to $1 million.
Wow, there we go. Really is crushing here.
Dominating the table.
you
go, yeah. I was close. I said a third of the chips.
You did.
32%, 1% off.
I think you said it before she won that pot, though, so you were miles off before there.
That's a very good point, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, someone who's had great success here. She won a side event, the EBT, last year in this very room. Same last year. She got 11th in the Carmen Series main event. One of Merit's in-house festivals. Some deep runs, some other events as well. 27th in that Carmen Series the year before. As an example. So she's been knocking on the door in this room.
Very disciplined from Yanis there. He really wanted to open the Jack 8-2, didn't he?
Itching, but I think this is a table where people have been playing some pots.
Exactly, yeah.
Haj, Queen 10 of Hearts. He takes it up to 25k. Playing 6k, 12k.
More than good enough to open. And the Ace-8 suited just has to fire this in, playing only 46k.
Maybe another good reason why Yanis is going to be restrained in opening pots here when you've got Lukovic with just 4 blinds.
Exactly.
They will run it. Who's it to be? Wow. There we go.
Red versus black, red wins.
That'll do it.
Very low morale when you just get totally dead on the flop. Not even a sweat.
Nemanja Lukovic eliminated for now.
That's just Nemanja, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Nemanja.
There we go.
I only know that because
football.
Yeah, a couple of players played for the famous Man United.
Called
Nemanja.
Oh, they're the...
Damn, why have I talked about football?
Yeah, they're
such an error.
They're one of those teams in the... Are they safe this season? Are they just above the relegation zone? But I think they've...
Oh, look, a new hand. The 5-4 off has decided to open the small blind.
It's okay, we can talk football for a moment if you wish.
Sevens has him very dominated, but it's a very good flop when you open the 5-4 off.
I see some people in the chat willing to move on from the football chat as well, so for their benefit, we will move on. Amiri. He's a man I've seen before.
Yeah, me too.
It's in European side.
Very easy call for the sevens. Hands very under-repped.
Close to the third bridge, which is this side is Bosphorus and that side.
I would like to see the 5-4 continue here with some aggression. There's lots of king highs, ace highs you can try and get to fold. Put some pressure on the 3x and the 2x.
Clear the Black Sea, you know, on the upper side.
But the canal, it's finished?
Which one?
I hear that there is built a new canal.
No, it's not a canal. Black Sea.
I'd like to see a bit of a bigger size, but
No, so this is Bosphorus. Yeah. This is Black Sea.
Yeah.
And this is here.
we'll see if this works.
Third bridge
Personally, I'm not folding sevens to this size. You're in position, it's blind on blind.
Right. Presence of 2 flush draws.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight draws, but
it
gets
has
it
worked,
done.
yeah.
All right.
Shows you sometimes,
I know it's different.
you know,
It's gonna take time.
against certain players that aren't necessarily recognising bet size as much as your next man, you can get away with a little bit more.
But you are born in Istanbul.
Also, said it before, I said Mary rocking a Triton t-shirt just strikes fear into the hearts of everyone.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that.
You just got to rock Triton merch when you can.
Yeah.
Everyone knows you're serious business.
It's a serious look these days around the Triton, isn't it?
Sorry?
6.
Oh.
She saved you one.
Yeah, thank you.
She's a saver.
Mary had a deep run in the World Series of Poker main event back in 2021, the November series, finishing 59th. Not his biggest cash, but probably the most exciting. At least I've heard it's exciting if you go deep in the main event. I've yet to experience it, but
So
it seems like a
thank
good
you.
time, good tournament to be in.
Yeah, can't imagine you ever will experience that, but we'll see what happens. There's still time.
Showers. I think you've had a decent. I'm not actually kneeling for once. Have you had a decent
Semi
like a
decent
day
run.
5 or something day?
I can't remember which day it was.
Well,
I can't remember what position it was. But it was like 100 and something.
Oh, okay. So we're
Yeah.
looking around and there's not many tables left.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah. I remember actually the moment I started to take it in, I just bust immediately.
Oh.
You know, when you just sort of playing or whatever. And then I was like, oh, here we go. And literally the next hand I just bust. It's
I feel like when you ever get under 180 players, it's like the old 180 man sitting goes online. It feels like, okay, this is very winnable. Like,
exactly. I was thinking, this is actually doable.
yeah. You've won a lot of tournaments with under 200 entries in before. It's like, can this just be the one?
Yeah.
No, that's a decent sweat. Like, do you let yourself take it in when you're getting deep in tournaments? I feel like, obviously,
Rarely.
the book says you're supposed to just stay stoic and not get your emotions up, but at the same time...
Rarely. I think the more you play, the more you realise it can all be over at any point, regardless if you're chip leader or you're...
Isn't that
lost in
more of a
chips.
reason to enjoy the moment?
Mm,
You're just too much pressure.
I think it depends on your personality, doesn't it? My advice would be just, the old, very boring advice to just sort of take every hand as it comes and don't for 1 second think
So don't start spending the money in your mind, no?
because you're one of 20 that you're going to get top 3.
Okay. Boring answer.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted the truth. I could just lie.
Yeah, no, it's
Just
true.
lie,
I did want the
couldn't I?
truth. I did want the truth. I figured it would be the
Yeah.
answer. It's the professional answer.
Lovely little turn card here
Mhm.
for Sir Loftus.
Yeah. He's a man who, gives action. Thus, he's a man who gets action.
Yep. And can't fold here. Especially with that king of spades if he wanted to turn his hand into a bluff on the river.
What a lovely runout. Sue Loftus.
But yeah, this is going to be the tough decision now. The turn's quite a mandatory call. River, depending on size, will be a tough decision with second pair.
Number 3 on the Cyprus all-time money list, this chap.
Okay.
Second in the EPT here. You know something about that sort of position?
Yanis number 1, I take it.
Yeah, this is number
Yeah.
1.
Yeah, he has jammed. So now you just beat the bluffs. Which versus an undergun open is tough.
How much?
Yeah,
My time still goes when you count. My time still goes when you count.
No,
Huh?
you shouldn't.
No, right? Once you finish counting, then you start the timer.
yeah. What are the bluffs here?
I mean, it obviously depends how wide he's open under the gun. You know, some players are obviously a lot looser than they should be. You know, so you can put in things like 9-8 of spades, they see bet, and then he
but when you
carried
step
on
to
6-7 of
6
spades, things like that. But yeah, there's not many because
I'm
a
not
lot of
giving you
players
time,
aren't bluffing the 10 jack, for example.
That was my
Queen
question.
jack,
Is like,
yeah.
do those hands ever become bluffs? It seems unlikely.
So
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
you're counting, stop the time. Yeah, but you didn't. It's okay, but next time it's okay.
I had 10.
I don't have to ask. It's
There was
how
ace
it is
10.
done.
I don't know. But look,
Because when you said 168, but
if I call, I
All right, rebuilding. So Loftus, the man who was leading the way on this table. Certainly doing the front running.
very tight fold, George.
So there was a lot of chips though. 30 blinds thanks to that pot.
Yeah, 2 pretty big stacks.
This table pretty deep actually. Average is what? A little over 400k, and a lot of players with plenty more than that. And we take this moment to remind you what else we have coming up. Of course, we're covering day 1 today. Tomorrow we play this one down to a champion. We're going to have a day off and 3 days at the Luxon Pay Grand Final. And then another day off, followed by 3 days of the main event. And guys, we don't want you to miss a single moment of it. So please do subscribe to the YouTube channel so you get notified when we get live. And you get to watch all these tournaments play out. And we're going to see some fun, that's for damn sure.
5 million guarantees, incredible.
Hang on a second, what's going on here? Mortazavi finally has it. The nuts. Flopping a boat, I guess.
Yeah, not much else. Not much else for anyone else. He limped in this hand pre.
Okay, I was going to say, I'm trying to work out how Haja's found his way to the flop. That would explain it.
Sadly, nothing else for anyone to give him some action.
Just limping in with the King 10-0. Go three-way. Have it come King, King 10.
Yeah.
Life's good. Nice little raise we saw a moment ago against Sipkatova when he did flop top pair in a 3-bet pot. And not afraid to play for keeps. Again, those of you who are with us a couple of hours back would have seen him run an absurd one with Queen Jack on 10-4-3 and get there against a set of threes. It's during that mad half hour where a bad beat after bad beat. Okay. We limped the King 10. I've got a feeling he might raise this one. Blinds up to 10k, 15k. He is going to min.
Yeah, he does indeed. Much nicer hand than the previous King 10 off. An interesting spot for Yanis here.
I always find these spots really interesting to see how players as good as Yanis approach them, because there are kind of options, aren't there?
Yeah, the blinds now have gone up to 15k big blinds, so it's a little bit different. Wow, just lets it go.
Is that partly? Wow, this
genius, absolute genius.
This is why.
Yanis Lipris, everyone.
This is why. Haj wakes up with the goods behind.
What was Yanis playing there? 238k, was it?
Yeah, 240, something like that. Yeah, a little.
Right.
Like 16 blinds.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very disciplined. I think it's based on the opponent that's raised under the gun.
Right.
You've just obviously seen him limp the King.
That's the question.
And
So he limps under the gun, now he raises.
Yeah.
We know he has a
Yeah.
mixed strategy.
And he is kind of right, you know,
Oof.
he is raising a very good hand there.
Here we go. Mortazavi calling that 3-bet, seeing a queen high ball with a club.
Yeah.
We saw how he approached flopping top pair before in a 3-bet pot. Now, of course, this is a different situation. Button versus small. This one under the gun versus button, but
Sure.
still I feel like it spells potential disaster for him.
And with the pot this big, it's almost impossible to get away, really.
50k has been matched, and as you mentioned, after that bet, Haj with just 2/3 pot behind.
Being out of position as well, it's just
Crazy.
almost impossible to get away here.
Doesn't want to allow the check back. Doesn't want to give a free pull to inferior holdings.
Yeah, and I think now as Haj, you've just got to put it in. It's only another 130k more.
Right, it'd be 130 into 450.
Yeah, he's not mucking about. All his time banks are still sealed away.
Yeah.
Not
They're
a
in the
man.
band.
Yeah. And unfortunately now, for Mortazavi, you cannot fold because it's only 129,000 more with 580 in there.
Yeah, I mean there are still some things we could beat, right?
Sure. I mean, you know, if you are up against Ace Jack of Spades, Ace King of Spades, then that's still have to put it in. I mean, to be honest, I don't know if let's say you got something like Jacks. Are you just going to fold to this lead? Yeah. Once these pots get big and you have something, it's very hard to fold.
No, he still has outs heading to the river. They're all live.
They're all live. Like there's like absolutely loads of them. There's
Hey,
five.
look,
There's five.
You've got
cards.
5 and they're all still in the deck. Warbs.
You got all the kings, all the queens,
And all the king's men.
but can they put Mortazavi back together?
Oh, there we go. King on the end. Haj takes a bad one. Wow. Yeah, that hurts. That was a sizable pot. Would have put him in a good position to start to really run up. Build a stack for day 2, get in the money. This is the game we choose to play.
I mean, he had so many outs. It was actually quite hard to miss, really, wasn't it?
I mean, you jinx hard. I mean, I don't want to be you if you're walking around later and he sees you. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
All right. This guy quickly became one of my favorites here.
I feel like we needed that drama, because when I sat down, you were saying, you know, all these bad beats, and I haven't really seen one in the past 2 hours. So we needed that.
There we go. Yeah, who I like in here, limping from the small. I'm enjoying his story times. His playing style.
Yeah, nice.
We saw him yesterday as well. He was great fun.
So Loftus here showing you need some ace-x checkbacks. It's not just a mandatory raise to every small blind limp.
What a great time to have checked back. The dominating hand as one of the 2 remaining walking sticks pops out.
Yeah, easy continue here.
What are you buying? Me too. Thank you.
There's a man that's about to check. Checking is fine here. You can go small for value. I'd like to see a value bet if it does go check on the river. Be pretty confident your hand's good. King's definitely going to bet. You've obviously got the nut 7. Very unlikely is an 8. Flush draws continue on the turn. So
Call.
you can go quite big, but it's up to him. Snap called.
Yeah, understandably so.
Went fairly small then, 16k.
9-7.
It's one of those for the moment there. Zublotas bets, gets called, jables his hand, his opponent quickly wants to turn the hand over.
Yeah,
You're
you're
like,
like, oh, what's happened there?
How have I lost here?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't. Okay, he was just showing how close things were.
It's a bit frustrating actually, because to that size you don't think he has a king, so you're chopping or he's bluffing. But did have the ace-7.
This time you have hand.
I had it. I was not buying.
Well, I was, you know, small blind.
Yeah.
9-7. 8-8. Good. 7 didn't come.
Fairly mandatory call for him, can't blame him.
Oh, hello. Look who's back. Allows me.
This looks like an all-in, with the blinds being at big blind 15k now.
Oh, yeah. Look all over. Look at that, getting some respect behind, but Sipkatova's not going to be giving him respect. She finds ace-king.
Yeah, he didn't even think about that. Very good fold.
Can she end the run of our $2 qualifier? Something looks likely.
You want to just flat here and, you know, hope that the ace-queen jams behind you. Or something worse. Need some help.
Nikolova up against it. Taylor would bring it back into the game though. 300k, certainly enough to be operating with.
Yeah, back to 20 big blinds if you can find the 10.
Oh, there it is.
Kind of felt it. Like,
there it is.
I'm going to mention she'll have 20 big blinds if she wins here, because I feel like it might be coming.
Just needs to fade. A king. And the dream goes on. Okay.
$2 qualifier. Here we go.
You know, not the biggest pot for Sipkatova to lose, but it is still meaningful. You see she has 760. Another 300 would have seen her north of $1 million.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And she was just shy of $1 million before.
Yeah, these...
You lose a couple. And
you lose a couple of these and all of a sudden you're
looking over your shoulder, James, aren't you? It's a bit
you're
like,
fighting for your life.
A minute ago, I had a third of the chips on the table.
$2 gets you into the 3 main events here.
Can't get much for $2 these days.
You really can't. Maybe a coaching session with Steve Warburton. Around about $2, is it?
Yeah.
No? Okay.
I'll be charging
Look
you.
at this.
I'll be charging you a lot more.
Look at this. Alajmi back at a feature table. We saw him yesterday absolutely going hard on everybody.
Oh, we did, yeah, lovely.
And here he is. Back in the mix. 600k.
Got a few
he
chips,
might
40
not bag
bits.
the chip lead, but he's going to have something to do with it. He's going to end some dreams, this guy.
I think that's a good read, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some clashes, isn't there?
Matson.
Looking forward to it.
It's been sort of 1 step forwards, 1.1 steps backwards for him.
I like the open just over the jam. You want some worse hands to
Right.
to potentially jam. You want to have the big blind peel or the king queen x that you're dominating. So I feel like some players would just go all in there, but it's much better just to open. Takes down the pot.
Yeah, so this with 10-5 offsuit, just one of those garbage hands that, although you're getting that very attractive price, just recognising it's so hard to continue with that hand.
You can't make a straight without a 10 or a 5. Little fact for you there.
You can't. There's also one straight you can't make with 10-5. You can make every straight but one.
Go on.
9 high straight.
Is that true?
Oh, how'd you make a 9 high straight?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And you got 10, so you got 10 high straight. With 10-5.
Okay, moving on with the action.
The ball comes 6, 7, 8, 9, and you got 10-5. You got 10 high straight.
Yeah, but my point is that you can't make any straight without a 5 or a 10.
But that particular hand, 10-5, also can make every straight apart from a 9 high straight.
Oh, I see what you're saying. My God.
Yeah. Oh, I've got the comeback when people come up.
Oh
When people bring that useless piece of nugget of information that you just brought, my friend, I come back at them.
Oh my word. I've really been enjoying my time in here, and I feel like I now need a break after that.
Sue Loftus. He's going to give Savage a spin here. Ace Queen, more than enough.
Luck. Good luck.
Good news for you and the viewers is you soon will get a break from me. Yes.
You're still
The
ahead.
next tournament break will be relieved by Picasso.
Hold one time.
The man, the myth, the legend.
He shows with that. Let's go.
Jack 8-4. All the hearts make no difference in this one for now. So Loftus needs to strike the river. This 380k pot will go the way of Savage, and he finds the queen on the end. Big orbit for the Cypriot. Once again, we'll be wielding a stack.
Oh, nice to wait till the river.
Here we go.
There's your man.
Alajmi, he's got 10 deuce off. We're in.
Yep, three-way action. Matson with the best of it.
Very much so, but don't worry about that. If we've got 10 deuce off, we can have 10 free off. Let's go repping.
Certainly can.
It's actually kind of a fun spot, right? Because so many of Matson's hands just stuck in the middle here.
Yeah.
Against the lead. Obviously, this king way up there, but what's he doing with the queen highs? What's he doing with some of the ace highs?
Sure, yeah. Especially with the man behind you as well. It
Yeah.
does put you in a very awkward situation.
I always enjoy these sort of three-way pots and how you can
Yeah, I mean, listen,
really put pressure on the man in the middle.
it's Texas Hold'em. You are supposed to miss the flop,
Right.
but this is just a bit too ambitious. But interesting to see what he does now. He's been called. Is he going to continue to rep the 3 and maybe diamonds, or kind of just put it down? Don't you?
Yeah, showing good level of restraint now, obviously.
You do have to check though, as Matt said. Yeah, you've got to be a bit careful. Just does open the door to another bluff.
Here we go.
He has taken. He's got to go big in these situations, I think.
I feel this just looks like it's a king, right?
Yeah, he's only gone 44 and maybe trying to target ace high to fold.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure it would, but with a king specifically, it's a very, very mandatory call. Should be no dramas. And will he table the 10 deuce or will he just quietly muck? He has a bit of advertising. Look, guys,
Well,
I'm a maniac.
Welcome to the Alajmi show.
But that's why he's showing, because next time he'll have it.
Yeah, well, you say that, but
It's like, here you go.
my man's not going to disappoint us.
10 deuce this time, guys, but
He's not a one and done man on the bluff fronts. He's going to go hard. I have faith. I'm a bit upset that sort of the table didn't make more noise.
yeah, it was just nothing, was it?
Like-
Just oh yeah, the 10 deuce there, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, standard.
Yeah, no worries.
Come on, guys, give the boy some credit. He's blasting. We stay with them.
Paid his money, he's come to play.
As have so many others. 187 remain of the 461 that kicked us off today on day 1C.
70 make the money. So
I think I just saw the
Getting a
back
bit
there, the
close.
clock says 69.
Oh,
I
it
was
is
kind of eyeball at the
69.
background, so they're going slightly under 50%.
okay.
I think it says 69 on the scrolling of the projector.
You don't want one of those awkward moments where the announcer says, you're all in the money, everyone cheers, and then it's, oh, actually, we've miscounted.
Yeah.
Which I've certainly seen before. People get very annoyed.
Rightly so.
Yanis with the standard open here, the
There we
king
go.
9-0.
A rare raise and take.
Very rare raise and take.
I know a man who wouldn't have folded the 10-3-0 in the big, but he was in the small in this instance, so it's fine. Yeah, just confirming, it is down to the final 69 today that will end the day. Those of you watching yesterday will know we're playing down to the money. Of course, when everyone resumes tomorrow, not just in the money, but the bounties activate. Speaking of activation, Jayek, he's taking the 2 6s upstairs. Amiri in the cutoff comes along and
Yeah, Miri can go two ways here. He does flap.
Jayek, has he just put them all in?
I think so.
Wager all the tokens.
Much?
49.
He's definitely ready to
This is a lovely little spot, right? Because,
get them in.
I mean, Jayek surely. Oh, pardon me, it's 59k. I thought it was far more. My apologies.
Yeah.
Raise away.
Now, this actually becomes quite a nasty spot, right? What does he do here? I mean, we kind of want to ISO, but could be
Yeah,
trapped
it's-
behind.
It's a bit dicey, isn't it? You don't want to ISO and then get jammed and have to call off.
Yeah.
But again, you also don't want to take sixes three ways.
It's now or never.
So
But it's never.
The best of the worst option, perhaps being the call. 3 players taking to the flop. Well, Haishuk, obviously quite a big favourite with the 2 6s, but the ace high board will put an end to that. Jayek is one of these. You're all in. You've done what you've done, but you just want to see no real action going on here, right?
yeah.
You got the ace. It's definitely best if they check it down.
I'd like to see check.
Yeah, turbo checking.
When you start to see bet raise, that's when you can start to maybe walk out the door. And
One of them goes in the tank. You're like, oh.
yeah, but you never know in these side bots. Once the side bot's been created, people do they do go for it.
Big fight. Small bet, 35k. I mean, but Hijack can feel pretty confident here, isn't he, that the 6s can't really be best. Hayek rates to have some sort of hand, putting it in with no fold equity from the small blind.
Ace.
Yeah, nice fold.
It'll be good news all round.
What can we do? No color? No color.
One more diamond.
Full house.
Wow. Little time, little late for dinner, but it will be.
It's good you didn't have ace king or ace queen.
Why?
You would still chop.
You feel bad.
Exactly. This is
Nobody knows. It comes. One more hand, thank you. Come on.
We are heading towards that next break, but there's still time for a couple more hands.
Everyone loves the chop pot.
Here are our feature tables. But if you think the 15k big blind wasn't big enough, we'll be heading up to 20k, and then a lot of these stacks are going to start to feel the pinch. Even one like this.
Yeah, they've really got to get moving when you get to that 15, 20k level. 10k, 20k, sorry.
Yeah, likes of Yanis off the break will be 10 blinds. Cyprus will be sub 30. Alajmi a little over 20.
The 6-5 suited feels like a big hand for your man.
Oh yeah, we're loving this. I mean, he's dominating someone in the pot, so. Sivkatova, no idea how great a shape she's in.
Full position as well.
Jack 10-6. Alajmi with the best of it. How can he win though? How will he win?
Tough to continue here with the A7 suited against two ranges behind you.
Right.
Button.
On a Jack 10 kind of texture.
One of them's not a big folder as well, so just gonna knuckle it.
If you were looking for cards to start building on, perhaps that big card in the king.
Yeah,
be one.
You'd actually expect a lot of the King Jack, even King 10, King Queen to bet the flop, so the King's actually quite a good card to bluff, as it's quite unlikely the other two opponents have hit that.
Who's most likely to have a queen here, as played?
Sibgatova, I'd say, but
Because she's checking the queen 10,
Sure.
queen jack, perhaps.
exactly, yeah. But the 6 is going to win.
On this board, it's like, what's going on, guys? How does a 6 win here?
You could have sneezed on that part, you'd have won it.
You don't see, you haven't seen a lot of motion on this table. I think Sibkatova's given as much as we were going to see.
Yeah.
She's like, wait, what? Guess I was supposed to bet. Milik joining the table here. Onyx. He's going to make way for Kanar, who's +2. Very comfortable stack. Very
Yeah,
capable
like to see an
player.
open. He's playing over 40 big blinds, so looks like a fine open. And this is going to go in. Playing only 90k.
Yeah. No, he's just going to call.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, very hard for him to ever fold on pretty much every flop. It much better, I'd imagine, to orbs the serve as an equity denial.
Yeah,
close people
you just
out.
shouldn't want to be. You just don't want to be going 5-way.
Oh, look at this! What a time to find
fives.
jacks. 30 big blinds deep. Just looks so squeezy.
Yeah, as it turns out, he wants as many people in the pot as possible now to get a good price on hitting a 5. But
He just moves out. I was wondering if he's gonna, come with like a 9 big blind 3. But I guess the secret's out a little bit when Huayak is clearly never gonna fold, right? So.
sure.
Do we ever squeeze light here? Probably not.
Yeah, I think you can just run it here for 30 bigs, can't you? Still get called by worse.
This is actually going to work out lovely for Huayak. He's managed to get all these extra chips in the pot.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
got
If he'd
Loftus to put in an extra 20k with 8-4.
exactly, if he'd have jammed, it would have just been heads up. He does have that extra bit of value if he can hit the 5 of hearts. It's his only out, isn't it?
Okay, at least I will see his cards.
You're in the right place to gamble, my friend.
I know he's
Does
strong.
say casino outside the front door.
I know. 5-5.
Suits dominated as well. You hate to see it.
Good luck.
If there's a table it could happen, I feel like it's not this one.
That's the anti-sweat. Kills him on the flop.
Run it.
Only 5's the only avenue, but we've seen one marked.
Good luck, guys.
5-5 is not available, unfortunately.
Can I have your ticket?
GG's very much enjoying seeing Joseph on this table both yesterday and today, and I'm hoping we'll see more of him as the festival goes on. Sadly, it won't be in this one.
Things you don't want to hear as you bust. Have you got your ticket, please?
Good luck, everybody.
Thank you.
What a gent.
Yeah, absolute gentleman.
Table one, sit
Hopefully
over.
he's back in at some point tomorrow. Or is it just today now? You can play the later.
Yes, you can play later on, and with that, we are going to head to the break. I'll be stepping out. Picasso will be stepping in, but before we do that, just a quick reminder of how things stand. It is Canal now leading the way on this table. Amiri more than capable, chasing in behind him. Fairly bunched on this one, not a lot separating them all, of course. Behind the shortest. Over here on the GTD live table, Yanis really hasn't got much going despite getting very lucky to kind of remain in this, but the cards haven't been too kind since. Merkulova, the online qualifier, in for just $2, still in the mix. But surprisingly, still Sipkatova leading the way, but that stack not quite as impressive as it once was. Over here on the Luxon table, we have Mark Wright, who's been up to some nonsense here.
He's been having fun, yeah. Having fun.
Yeah, putting some players under some pressure. But it is RTF leading the way. Guys, we're going to be back in 25 minutes. Please don't go far.
King 3 with 3 of clubs?
Maybe either misread his hand or did like a live straddle or something. It's the only explanation.
Oh dear. Back to the Onyx we go. Scott Stanker about to get the bad news. Yang finds the butchers.
He's just lost that previous race and now he's in even worse shape.
Yep, 4-1 dog to survive here. 49 left as we approach the end of day 1A. Looking for a 7 here. We're going to be losing another. Here we go. Oh, it's in the window. 7 of clubs gets there. Goodness me. About to be up to 700k if he can fade one of the remaining kings.
No emotion from Yang. Almost like he knew it was coming.
He's been here before. Deuce of spades turn, no help. That's a tough one for Yang. Would have been up to 1.3 million. Unfortunately for him, stack cut in half. You know, theory versus exploit stuff, we see a lot of.
For sure,
You know, you
yeah,
have to
yeah.
duck and dive in these fields out here at Merit.
Oh, definitely.
Well, here we go. 3 premium hands. Raise from Vornine, Ace-King. It's kind of surprised, Steve, that Chen just calls with jacks, like off 16.
Off that stack size, yeah. You'd
Wow,
think,
did Ace-Queen just fold?
Did. Incredible. Incredible read. Oh, no, he's back.
Okay, okay. I
Slight,
was about to say, Mr. Taylor.
Slight graphical error.
Wow, are we just... is this just... We're out of the tournament?
You've got to send it, yeah.
Yeah.
What else can you do, really?
This is going to work out beautifully for Chen, at least
Yeah.
pre-flop, right? I guess he's essentially trapping with the jacks. 'Cause the only explanation, you know, Vornine going to have a pretty wide range, right? And we can maybe, you know, just keep in an ace-7 off. Like, can't be the worst thing.
Maybe, yeah. It's tough to know exactly what he's thinking, but it's going to work out quite well for now, and he could treble.
Yeah. Oh, the final time bank card's gone in immediately. That would suggest that he wasn't as comfortable with this hand as we thought.
Well, he wasn't super sure what to do.
Sure. I mean, to be fair, right, against squeeze, shove, and reshove, you're never totally loving life, right? But surely Jack's too big a hand
I think
off this stack size. In they go.
Okay.
And he's done very well so far. Obviously, a bunch of cards to fade. Taylor gets the worst news of the lot. Does have a clean queen.
I fold 1 ace.
Oh, you fold 1 ace.
Yeah.
But there is still queens.
1 ace declared folded.
Shocking decorum, isn't it?
Hate to hear
Don't
it, don't
tell
you?
me. Don't tell me one of my outs is in the mud.
I don't mind it if it like, you know, if it comes ace high and then someone goes, I folded the other ace. That's
Okay.
fine. But
Yeah,
when
you're
they're
loving it then.
Yeah, but when they're like sweating it, come on, mate.
I'll tell you a funny story in a minute.
Okay.
Anyway, let's get this run out first. Chen then, 53% of the time, is going to be up to the bones of a million. There is a side pot between Taylor and Vornin.
Yeah, this is the difference between being out and 1.2 mil. It's a big pot for someone.
Very clean flop for pocket jacks. 9-6-6 rainbow. Really just has to fade. Queens, kings, and aces. So far, so good for the Russian. 10 of hearts on the turn. 5 outs to fade. Can he do it for the full treble? Yes, he can. 2 of spades completes the board. Very unfortunate for Taylor. Felt like a slam dunk
Nothing
squeeze.
He can do, yeah.
I mean, don't know what else you can do.
You're never thinking Chen's got a hand as strong as Jack's there, and he's been a little bit loose with some other hands, so yeah, it's just an absolute slam dunk all in.
All right, back to the DTD live table we go. Kobzev here is c-betting from under the gun with King Jack on the 9-8-3. Gromov not going anywhere. 2 overs, backdoor spade draw. Does improve to the King high flush draw on the 4 of spades turn. Kobzev now looks like the white flag.
Yeah, this is the exact sort of card that Gromov was hoping for, and the action being check, he's definitely gonna take the lead in the hand. He's gone a bit too small for my liking, but probably gonna work.
Oh
No, sticky.
wow. Okay.
I'm not sure what the plans are for Kobzev.
Yeah, what is the
here,
plan?
yeah.
Are we going to bluff on a 4th spade?
Yeah, this is very tough to win.
I mean, surely here, if he's check called, he has to donk lead river. This is very curious for me.
And this is just a mandatory bluff
Yeah.
from Gromov. And it's, to be fair, this is actually quite an easy bluff. You also have the jack for like the gen jack as well as the spade blocker, and I prefer just going all in, but fair enough, he's bet 200 of 340. I think your size here should obviously just be all in and max pressure, and you're going to do that with all your strong hands as well, so makes the most sense. But
Yeah, what a curious turn check call.
oh, he's using a time bank for the king high for the king high hero. Or is he thinking about putting in the last 140? And
If he check shoves here, might be the end of the broadcast. Might fall out of my chair.
I think he's looking at
Hero calling? I mean, we beat 6-7 suited. That's about it, though.
Yeah,
It's never a good thing when you lose to some bluffs.
I mean, it's really clutching, isn't it? 6-7 suited, 10-7 suited, red. It's like, even if he just has like the ace-2 off with the ace of spades, he just dust.
Wow, these guys got to have history
Yeah,
for this to have even been a consideration.
Yeah, I think in the last couple of hours, Groham's probably played not every hand, but you know, a lot of hands, and maybe that's playing with his mind.
Yeah, does like to get in the mix. Does Gromov? This would be absurdity.
I'm not a fan of like burning through your time banks though, unless you really consider.
No,
it.
he's made the call.
Brilliant hands.
What is going on here? Gromov
Brilliant
cannot
hands.
believe it. Look at
He's out of his seat for that one.
Wow.
Wow, yeah.
I'm a little bit lost for words, and you know that doesn't happen to me very often.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, though, what a feeling when you get called and you think that you've lost a pot and somehow you get half of it. You're like,
right.
Loving that. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, the
pockets,
hands,
hands and straights.
but the hand's so confusing what he has. I mean, he might just have quad nines the way it's just like snap
He
check
might.
and that. So,
He absolutely might.
so yeah. But yeah, I can understand your logic.
I'm always just looking to find a way to punt it off, you see.
yeah.
Right then, three-way coup here, developing. Gromov, telling you, this man is dangerous. Flops top and bottom here from the
Certainly.
cutoff against both blinds, and this is real danger now for Yuda.
Yeah.
Less than 30 bigs behind, facing an aggressive opponent in late position.
Yeah.
You wouldn't fault him to bump this up, Warbs, and he is.
Go on with it. Kobzev's not happy. He was planning to at least call.
Yeah. Look of resignation as the cards hit the mark. Gromov loving life at the moment, at least, with top and bottom.
Yeah.
Is going to ask for the rest of it.
No slow play, just and it goes.
Yeah, Yuda, one of those spots. You're not thrilled when your man puts it in. He's going to need to get there. Does have a bunch of backdoors working for him. Immediate outs of a 10 or a 9. Huge pot. 1.5 million in the middle.
Yeah, again, just out of nowhere, really. It's wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely. Gromov going to be up to 2.4 if he can hold, but the 9 of clubs immediately pings the turn. Oh, hang on. Are we chopping?
It's chopping now, yeah.
We are chopping. How's Gromov chopped this one?
Gromov's graph for his mood, honestly. It's just like up, down, up, down, up, down, chop.
We saw Gromov chop that absurd spot, King Jack versus King Jack. It's hard to decide who's more tilted here.
I feel like you just trying to work out if he wins or it's the chop or not. He's looking at it like, have I won, have I lost? What's happening?
Deary me.
Roller coaster.
Telling you, Gromov, hard man to get rid of.
Yeah.
That was a big pot. 1.5 mil, 25k big blind. Mystery bounties in play tomorrow. Not tomorrow, the next day, I should say.
Yep, start of day 2. That's when it gets fun. Have you ever pulled a big bounty, Andrew?
I have.
I think, yeah, is it Las Vegas, have I remembered that correctly?
Vegas, a few small ones, but I
Okay,
had
yeah.
one at the Irish Open a few years ago, where your good friend, Mr. Alex Goulder, pulled the big one.
What was the big one?
It wasn't that big. It was like a smallish, right? You know what? We'll come back to my story in a second
Okay,
because
yeah.
there's a massive
wow.
cooler developing here
3 big ones,
on
yeah.
the DTD live table. I mean, this could get nasty, right?
We're just
Look at this, though, right?
Yeah.
Gromov with the just call, Steve. Kobzev gets to send it.
Yeah.
And now Tunka can't fold, right, with jacks, and Gromov's got queens behind.
Tunka's in here, definitely. Tunka's in here. And there's no way Gromov's folding. So, yeah, it's huge pot. 2.5 mil are we going to have here?
Tunka is about to run into it.
Yeah. I mean, even if Tunka flats, then Gromov's going to shove and...
I mean, he can't fold, can he? He did! He found the fold!
What?
When he sees Gromov with queens, he's going to feel like the smartest man in the room.
Wait, what?
I can't believe he got away from this hand. I mean, maybe he just knows that Kobzev is super tight, right? And has... I don't know. That's pretty crazy.
That's wild. That's really wild.
Yeah, Gromov was set there to potentially have over 100 bigs. Anyway, as it stands, 1 million in the middle.
Wow.
Kobzev versus Gromov.
He didn't even look surprised when
I
he saw
can't believe
queens
it.
behind him. It's almost like maybe that he knew he flatted so big. But there's the
my
punishment.
Goodness me.
Max Payne.
King Jack for 2 hearts.
Max Payne.
That is Max Payne.
Somehow we've avoided a 2.5 million pot where Gromov would have been outdrawn and just been like absolutely distraught.
Oh, ace on the turn now, opening up extra outs for Gromov. Queen or a 10 for the sickness. Oh my goodness me. 10 of clubs completes the board. Gromov runs down Kobzev. Tunka, emotional roller coaster, makes a sick laydown. Would have 2-outed Gromov and been in position to be around 3 mil. Yeah, he picks his moments for when to put max pressure on.
Yeah, he picks his
These
spots.
two, here they come again, Warbs. Oh, I mean, this could be it.
This is the clash that they've both been waiting for each other. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if this doesn't actually just get in.
Feels pretty much inevitable. 100k c-bet here from Yildiz.
I can see Born just raise getting this in. And Yildiz obviously going nowhere.
All in.
He made it 3.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Big old post flop flip incoming. 1.7 million.
And as you can see, nearly a 60% favourite.
Yeah, wow.
We've obviously all the previous cards folded as well.
Big moments. 5 from the money. Yildiz looking to hold against his nemesis. Vornin looking to land the killer blow here. 2 overcards, second nut flush draw.
You're absolutely hating this, by the way, 5 off the money.
You are hating life with ace 10.
You've sat there all day.
Okay, hating life less.
And
Ace
now
of
you've
diamonds.
now you got to fade everything.
On the turn. 9 outs for Voronin. Can he find it? No, he can't. 9 of clubs river. Massive hold for Yildiz.
1.7 mil.
Sigh of relief.
Guys, welcome back to the MPP, and it wouldn't be the MPP without some commentator challenges. Andrew, this one?
Right, this one, guys, we are going to test our ability to eyeball chip stacks. Good for when we're in the booth. So what's going to happen is myself and James are going to look at this tower of chips. We have 5 seconds to look at it. Then we get to have a little think, and the closest guess wins. That simple. Let's go.
You got this.
Oh, right. Oh, Jesus.
Enough.
Oh, God.
Enough has been declared.
I'm not loving this.
Hey, how many is there?
That's easy.
I only looked at the first.
Wait, how do we?
We can have a little chat, I think, and go, like, are you feeling good about this?
It's like competition, isn't it? I don't want to.
I'd like kind of didn't have the best of looks. Right, okay, so wait, let's think. Right, stop looking at me.
I think I know how many is there.
There's no way that you can know.
I know.
There's no way that you can know.
Thinking, guys, but I know.
Okay, we'll go for. All right. Okay, so who's going first?
How do we decide who goes first? I mean, there's a big
That's
advantage
right.
here. Go on.
Right, I'll go 312,500. 312,500.
Funny enough. What did you go for?
No, but wait a minute, because you could just go a little bit lower.
That's exactly what I'm going to do, my
friend.
friend.
Wrote it down. I've been
312,600 is my guess.
Really?
That's my guess.
No, but
I wrote that down. Look.
I've missed him. I've really missed working with James.
I wrote it down. Like,
right, whatever. Fine. Right, 312.5, 312.6.
I really hope I don't lose this.
You need, honestly, you need to
Should we
get your
count it?
priorities in order. Right, are we ready?
Can we get Steve to count it?
Oh, go on then.
That's my job.
Go on then.
Well, count the chips then.
Steve, give us a count. Oh, I'm way off. No, I'm not that far off.
All right, let's have a
Oh,
look.
I'm not
What's
that
in
far
here?
off.
Oh no, you won.
I'm not that far off.
Way under, isn't it?
It is under.
Fuck's sake.
Round you. It's about 290.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you
I
want,
cheated and lost.
Do you want official count? Go on,
I
you
cheated
do
and
them.
lost.
You do them. 29, 30.5, 31, 31.8, 281,800, which means there can only be one winner. Just to be clear, it's me.
Right, so that's the practice round. When are we doing the real one? Is that real one coming up?
Yeah, right, next game. James, do we want to introduce what's going on in the next game?
No, I don't, Andrew. I don't want to play the next game. You introduce it.
Right, I'll introduce it. Next game, guys, we are going to make each other a stack each. So you will build a stack for me. We have all the chips. They're over there somewhere. We will build each other a stack each. And then, again, same rules. Have to eyeball it. And closest guess wins, right? I don't know how we're going to do that, in fact. It's going to work out fine. But we need to hide from each other, obviously, right? Because, yeah, have some of them. What do we need? Oh, I've got 500s. These. Where's the blues? Yeah, give me some of them.
Anyone playing the tournament?
No chance he gets this. Oi! I mean, I'm not looking. I won't. So we'll just slap it at you. Right, slide them forward. Ready?
Yep.
Go. And then we have what, 5 seconds? Oh my god. What are they again? Why don't I have any orange?
Sorry,
Yeah, you are, I think, yeah.
that's the max amount of time you get. Put this ahead, yeah.
Okay. I think mine's... Have you got... have you got yours?
I reckon you had 242,000 chips.
Not bad.
How far was
mine
that?
was 223,500.
19k out.
17,
18 and a half
17k out.
Yeah, okay.
No bad. No
Okay.
bad. I'm in trouble again.
Oh.
I'm too slow. I'm like individually going, how many?
Yeah,
of
you're
them
counting the
are-
hundreds, aren't you?
I was counting them.
That was my bluff.
Right, but I think I'm going with.
Dun-dun,
Okay,
dun-dun.
100. It's definitely below 2. 178,000 on the nose.
I hate you.
How many?
173.
That's 2-0, baby. That's what you call 2-0. All right, Demps. Round 3. Eyeballing the splashed pot. Let's go.
Oh, I was just cheating. Are you ready? Are
On
you
3.
ready?
Go on. Let's
1, 2, 2.5, 3.
go. Go. Right, and then how long we get? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No,
No, that way around.
that way around.
Okay.
I'm in trouble. with
Seeing
this
as you're 2-0 up, why don't you
Okay.
just do the normal thing and go
one. All right,
first?
let's go with. I didn't see any 25Ks. That's the problem. Was there any there?
Maybe.
You rotter.
The bad angle you're sitting at.
Yeah, I was a bad angle. All right, 52,800. If
52,700, baby.
such a rat. You're doing it again.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Right, go on. We'll count.
I think it's way under. I think it's like mid-40s.
There is one. There is one.
Oh, no, you've won again.
I think
The
I've won
hidden
it.
25k.
We've
How do
won
I fall
again.
for this every
We've won
time?
again.
Oh, no, I've fallen for it. There was a 25k in there. You knew. You smelt it.
I did know.
You smelt it. I'm a mug.
Don't like me. I've never had so many
I'm a
chips in
mug.
my hand
Whoa.
in my life.
3-0.
Go on, do some work.
No.
10k. 11. Oh no, wait. These are ones. So it's way more than that. 20k. 25k. Oh. Anyway, that concludes the first round.
25k.
The commentators
45k.
challenge.
The hidden 25k. Who did that?
Demps,
65k.
what was the final score?
Fuming. Well, no, it's just a friendly game. No scores.
In case you missed it, Andrew Headley 3, James Dempsey 0. Guys, MPP, big week coming. Let's get after it.
stun, pockets on big lump. And you know I make the show run. Don't try to act like you never seen a real one. Ice water got you frozen, wetter than the ocean. Baby got motion. I walk like lit like strobe lights. Baby, I got insight. I be in my own right. Oh, been around the block, yeah, I'm hot like whoa. Been around the block, yeah, I do what I.
White is definitely folding.
And hello everybody, welcome back. This is of course day 1C of the PokerOK Mystery Bounty, 1 million guaranteed. Straight into the action we go. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. Steve Warburton calling the action as we see the Cypriot master himself. We saw him on stream earlier. Suloftus coming in for a raise here, +1 with the pocket 8s.
Yep, he's been in a few pots. We're
Yeah.
not too far off the money now. He's 69 paid.
Oh,
65
hello.
left.
Kicking us off with a bang.
This is again, we've seen that a few times tonight.
Yeah, interesting spot straight away, Warbs. Like whether to sometimes slow play this off 25, right? Like it's potentially a hand,
Yeah.
a kind of stack depth where you could choose to do it, but he has gone with 3-bet.
I think it's a really nice flat, yeah, and hope someone in the blinds does something, and obviously plays so well post-flop, but
I think so too. I thought he might consider it, you know.
can't begrudge the 3-bet either. It's
Yeah.
standard play.
Tough spot now for Suloftus. One of these Warbs, right, where very villain dependent, I would suggest, on who's 3-betting you here, right, on how to proceed with the 8.
Sure, I feel like a lot of players make the mistake, sort of rifle it in.
Yeah.
But it's perfectly playable post-flop to call.
Yeah, there are a bunch of boards, right, that don't just contain an 8 where we can stack off.
Of course.
Well, the problem is this might be one of them. Deuce, deuce, 3, 2 hearts.
I feel like in the olden days it was very much, you know, hit an 8 or just check fold, whereas, you know, these days there are some, it's a bit more maneuverability
Yeah.
with the hand. This, as you say, he's in trouble here because you can't be folding on the deuce 3-3. Deuce 3, sorry.
Yeah, this is problematic.
You'd expect a small size from Delic here.
Yeah, he's gone 80k, so 30% or so. This is real tough now, right? With the SPR the way it is, we basically have, what, 1.25 pots behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he
That's
decides
bad to
just
go.
to run it. Can't really fault him. I think we can fold out overcards. Can get called even by ace, queen, ace, king here that think they're up against the nut flush draw. Gets the bad news, drawing to 2 outs.
Yeah, I totally agree here.
Yeah, really tough one to get away from. Does have a heart in hand. Silver linings to this dark cloud of a situation.
So bad.
I have played with Delic before.
Oh.
And he's definitely not a super tight player, so it's
Okay.
not like you're just against, you know, a pretty tight range. But yeah, a bit of hope here with the heart.
Oh! He pings the 8 of spades on the river. We could see through the graphics there was only 1 8 remaining. Pretty sick one. How's your luck, Delic? Get it in as an 80% favorite. GG, sir, as they count it down.
We didn't see many bad beats yesterday. Today it's been just non-stop.
We saw, honestly, in the frame before you rejoined the booth,
Some crazy
6, 7 in a row where the worst hand got there. And there we go. Suloftus, the chip flow graph on a steady climb now, up to 1.1 million.
It's a big stack now, being over 1 million.
Yeah, so we see in the top right corner there 461 runners in this flight. Huge numbers. I believe that's about the same as 1A and 1B combined from yesterday. And there's still 2 more flights to go.
Yeah, they're going to smash that guarantee.
Yeah, they're going to absolutely eclipse it, no problems.
There you go. Even the table talk is recognising the brutal nature of this table. There's so many eliminations. Big hands clashing.
Sit open table
Yeah,
one.
so staying with the Onyx table. Setiner here in the hijack. Queen Jack offsuit.
Very mandatory open, especially I think we're 500, aren't we now? 5 or 600.
Yeah, certainly going to make the cut anyway from hijack, and he comes. Makes it 40k to go.
I am. You know the Ben Affleck accountant?
What's that?
It's good. Need one.
Oh, and he is now dominated from the big blind with an easy peel for Arbor 2.
Yeah, it does commit 125k white chip, makes the call.
He's coming with it for now.
This is a... Yeah, go on, Steve.
Just because all these pots now are so important.
Oh,
when,
goodness.
you know, you've got around the 500k mark, and yeah, this is a bit of a cooler.
What a start to this frame of action. Jack 5 deuce. Yeah, this is really going to be awkward for Cetina. Is that a lead?
I'm not sure if he's sorting out the pre-flop calls. You know, he has leads. Yeah,
Led, okay.
Just 30.
I'm chill.
Yeah, Cetina probably thinks that he's trapping here.
Yeah,
with
there's definitely a world you can play raise there for sure, just a 30k. You can almost treat it as a check, really, can't you?
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Deuce of clubs on the turn. Another lead coming from our Vatu. Not going to expect our opponent, Warbs, to have like too many deuce X, right, that defend and lead flop. So we're still pretty comfortable with our Queen Jack.
Yeah, I agree.
King of Hearts completes the board, so our Vatu now... Oh, and he finds a check. Quite like it. Little unfortunate here, I think, that Cetina has the exact hand he has.
Yes, it was quite a bit of a remarkable check, actually, after leading 2. You'd think he'd just keep going there. It's a bit of a strange one. I'm not sure what he was thinking, but...
Maybe just thinks, right, this is more the opener's card than mine. There's going to be some... You know, King, Queen of Clubs in there, Ace, King of Clubs that called flop, called turn, and are going to bet themselves.
Sure, hoping he'll bluff river, but
yeah.
The Queen Jack there has somehow got out pretty much as cheap as possible.
Yeah. All right. Benim here, forced all in, essentially, with the Jack 3 out on the Luxon table. Romanov opens from the button with Ace 9. Off to the 10-6-4 board we go. No help for the Israeli. Looking for a Jack or a 3, some kind of backdoor straight. That's no good. Ace of Hearts kills it as we lose another. Nothing to be done. Down to 1 big blind. We are going to lose Benaim. Always feel like I'm taking a risk, Warbs, when you just say the nationality. I'm like, I need to make sure that my flag knowledge is on point.
Yeah, I was leaving all the flags to James before. It's just like, I'm always like 78% sure, but not 100.
There's always a chance of like offending somebody gravely.
He was saying his favourite before was the South African flag. I was going Brazil.
Okay.
Love
That's
the
what you
Brazil
thought
one.
it was?
No, I'm saying that my favourite was the Brazil flag, yeah.
Got it, got it.
He fired back in with the South African one.
All right, back to the GTD live table we go. Raise here from the Ace-Jack from under the gun of Cyprus. I believe that's a Canadian flag. We'll go with that. Alajmi here, excuse me, calling. We saw him yesterday, pretty ballist.
Yeah, he's a big action player, isn't he? He's got the nut flush draw and a straight draw, and he's just decided to ship it.
I actually quite like this. Don't mind it. You know, we can get a bunch of better hands to fold. You can see he's dominated.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, it's a really tough call, isn't it, with all the ace highs.
It feels really hard to make this call. I believe the flop went check, by the way. So that might change things a little. Like, it's a little harder, I think, to credibly rep some of the stronger hands, Warbs. Like, aren't we going to bet ace 10 ourselves on the flop, right? Stuff like this.
Yeah.
So when the diamond appears on the turn, we might be more weighted to this type of hand.
It's obviously easy to say, seeing the cards, but it does.
Sure.
It does feel like what it is, you know.
Yeah.
Queen Jack of diamonds, King Jack of diamonds, King 9 of diamonds, something like that.
Sure, and it seems unlikely that we're going to jam like 6s through 9s, for example, right, over this turn bet.
Yeah.
Does get the job done, though. Well done, Alajmi.
I think you just have to fold, though, especially against this player that could even have, you know, the 4-5 or D4 or something. He's a bit of an unknown quantity. Very hard to assign him to a range at times.
Agreed. Pretty grim one. Nicely done. Executes the semi-bluff well. You can see Merkelova there in the right-hand side of your shot. You'll be aware that she sat it in for $2.
Certainly, yeah. We've seen her double up twice.
How sick is that, by the way?
Incredible.
$2, a 12.5K package.
Just outrageous, yeah. 12.5K minimum, because I feel like she's going to catch this one.
Go on, then.
She's been doing much.
Well, it feels,
she's been playing solid. She's been playing solid.
just feels like an opportunity for the viewers at home. Always investigate these satellites. You could be here in paradise yourself for the princely sum of $2.
And here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Pocket tens.
Just referenced there. 20 bigs to start this hand. Pocket tens. More than good enough to open the pot.
Yeah, you definitely want some action. Assume she's going to open for the min.
Yeah, you don't mind, right, just getting this in against one player if possible.
Yeah.
Does open for the min. Matson on the button. I wonder if that's Simon Matson.
Ooh. Yanis here, he can't really do much. He's not loving it because he's up against a fairly solid player, he'll have noticed. But he's got 8 big blinds.
I'm going to go rogue here and suggest that he might peel.
Interesting.
It's one of these spots in the modern game where you never used to do it right. You used to just go, right, I need to be all in or fold.
It's a good read, Andrew, yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of those where, you know, we can still take a flop here and just stack off when we make a top pair or make some kind of draw. You can occasionally bluff people out post 2 and allows Cyprus to complete with Queen 8 offsuit, which I must confess I'm not a big fan of in the long run against these two ranges. Like, pretty strong, right? Merkelova and Yanis should have good hands here with the stack depths.
I agree, yeah.
And he's leading.
You're going to be dominated a lot. It's a bit of a reverse implied odds hand, isn't it? Especially with this stack depth. You're going to flop something and not really know what to do with it.
And he's just absolutely bombed it here.
Just led, yeah, hoping someone has an ace. Fairly devastating for him that no one else does.
Yeah, I think in game flow you would expect just a check here.
Of course, yeah.
They denied us the box office all check and then the 10 on the turn.
Yeah. Didn't really expect that hand to play out as it did, and there you go.
A nice pickup for him off the short stack. It's one of those GG emojis, right? On the t-shirt.
Oh yeah, yeah, nice.
You know where like you stack somebody and then you just like spam the emojis at them just to rub it in. Right, off to the Luxon table we go. Anastasiades. That's a tough one.
I'll give you 8 out of 10 for that, yeah.
Anastasiades. There we go, that was better. Raises to 40k from the cutoff.
Right, I'll take this one. Right.
Honestly, mate.
You've gone for
this
it.
This is why they pay you the big bucks. Yeah, this is pretty awkward for the Cypriot, right? You're facing an 8 big blind rejam. Probably feel like you just need to put it in.
Yeah, I think you do, yeah.
Yeah, it does make the call.
Wright was doing well about, you know, a couple of hours ago. He's up to 700-800. Things are taking a bit of a turn for the worse, and he's obviously got to put this one in versus a cutoff open.
Yeah, and we're off to the races. 340k in the middle, through to the 9-5 deuce. 1 spade on board. Wright still in front, looking to fade Broadway cards. That's as clean as it gets. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Fading. Oh, I was about to say, can he fade a king or a jack? And once again, the worst hand runs down the better one.
Yeah, not much is holding today.
Oh, we say GG to Mr. Wright. Right move, wrong time. That was atrocious, obviously, but you know.
Superb stuff.
Listen, I backed myself. Here, a little look at the chip counts, guys, on the Luxon table. That one boosts the Cypriot up 735k in chips. Artiv still out in front, 810k. Price of poker going up, though. You know, chip leading the table with just 40 bigs. It's pretty shallow, this one.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday, didn't we? This is now the point where things get moving.
Yeah, back to the GTD live table as we see Matson here. Min raising with the Jack 10 off from the cutoff. Cyprus playing at lightning speed. Thought he would maybe consider 3-bet shoving the ace-8 suited, but lands on call. Allows Alajmi to complete with the 9-7 off.
Yeah, he didn't really consider the shove, did he? But fair enough peel with the ace-8 suited.
Yeah, off to the Queen 6 rainbow we go. All 3 players whiff. Matson, though, with the betting lead. And it's a relatively decent hand to start bluffing with, right? Wrapping around the queen, blocking some of those, like Queen 10 of diamonds. Something to consider.
Yeah, I think it's a fine c-bet.
Yeah, very nicely done. Cyprus just gets out of the way. Every pot at this stage, of course, very important. If you are just joining us, guys, this is the PokerOK, excuse me, mystery bounty. 1 million guaranteed. 2 more flights remaining. It's going to smash the guarantee. And we will be covering day 2 tomorrow through to the conclusion of the event. And we'll be in the money. People will be chasing bounties, opening envelopes, all that fun stuff.
45,000.
Myself, James, and Warbs will all be in attendance, taking you through to crowning a winner of our first event of the MPP 2025.
I wonder how Mr. Neil Farrell's getting on in that flight.
I can tell you.
How is he?
I saw him at dinner.
Yeah, any good?
He's out of there.
Okay, fair enough.
The problem for Neil is his beloved Celtic were playing.
Exactly, yeah.
Which means no more poker today. Bit of a cooler here. Suloftus with a very reasonable 3-bet jam, and Cetina has cold found ace queen of clubs.
Yeah, just has to go there. A button versus small blind. Just so many worse hands, and he's just not deep enough to be folding here.
I mean, it's just a fist pump, right?
Yeah,
like
you're loving it.
We should be loving this, but he looks pained.
Good to have these time banks. It's so good.
I think in these spots, you know, it's so good to take your time and think about it. But most people, I think, will come to the right decision here, and he'll put his 485k in.
Yeah. I've been wrong before. Looks like a man who wants to fold, but surely we can't. Especially these positions, Warbs, right? Like dealer versus small blind, right?
Exactly,
like
yeah.
maybe if it's under the gun open and
Sure.
+2 jam, then that ace queen of clubs shrinks considerably.
I agree, Andrew. 24 big blinds, you know, you
Wow.
be doing it here, but he has sat there all day, and maybe wants to bet for he wants to wait for a better spot.
I mean, this is surely the time. He is folding.
Okay.
How does Suloftus do it?
He's kind of got away with him there, hasn't he?
I mean, that's a remarkable one to get away with.
He said 45,
He's loving life. He's got over 1 million chips, and he's getting ace queen to fold there.
Yeah, when Cetina sees this back on stream, he'll be pretty unhappy with himself. As you see, we're down to 150 players remaining in this flight. We are going to play down to 69 players. Back over to DTD Live. Another look at Sibgatova. Tricky spot, Warbs, facing it under the gun open with ace-queen suited.
Yeah, you can proceed with either. She does go with, elect to go with the 3-bet. She's played very well today, very solid.
Yeah, she's a good player. I've played with her a bunch of times in some of the merit events. Knows where she's at.
Yeah.
Mortazavi gonna take a peek at the flop.
It's a bit of a loose peel here on the under gun 1. It's just a hand that can get in a lot of trouble.
How's that for a flop? 10-8-7, all clubs. Sibgatova flopping the nut flush, but Mortazavi with a gut shot and is drawing live to the 9 of clubs.
Yeah, I much prefer a c-bet here, but she has gone for the trap check.
Yeah, I mean,
it's quite mad he's 3% because that flop looks really good for him.
I mean, this could work out beautifully for her.
Yeah,
Can look like she has some give-ups, right? Or some hands that really don't want to face aggression.
Exactly, yeah.
He does. Wow, she finds the double check.
Double check. Really rooting for that club.
Pretty bad river card for her.
Yeah, probably the worst one in the deck, really. He's not gonna bluff the ace of hearts, is he?
Yeah, she's hoping to see Jack, a queen, something like this, a 9, another club, something to give her opponent some rope.
Yeah, I'm surprised also Mortazavi didn't maybe have a stab on the turn. But this hand now over.
Yeah, unless he wants to do something really crazy.
Could have played a lot differently if she c-bets the flop.
Yeah. I think a little unfortunate that he hasn't done what you suggested and started bluffing turn.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, you want to start bluffing these hands, don't you? With no showdown, really.
Yeah, Mortazavi manages to escape relatively unscathed. Regardless, Sibgatova up to the bones of 1 million chips.
thought I was about to see a car crash and just nothing happened.
Yeah, I actually can't believe he didn't put another chip in the pot.
Yeah.
Credit to him. Whether he had some kind of a read. She's going to get sticky. Anyway, back to the Onyx table. Amiri, +1, pocket 9s. Makes it 50k to go. Starting this hand with just a shade under 30 bigs. See our Vatu here peeling the hijack with ace-5 of spades. A little speculative one.
Yeah, you'd like to see a 3-bet really, wouldn't you?
I think so.
If you're going to continue
in these positions.
A lot of people behind you.
And here we go. Buhaychuk cold finds the Cowboys. Dreamy, dreamy situation working with 17 big blinds.
Mr. Tim Chung there, I can see, just joined.
So it is.
But yeah, let's focus on this one. I think you just got to put it in. I mean,
I was going to say, I was going to ask you, any non-all-in considerations, or you think it's going to look a little bit too suspicious off this stack?
I mean, yeah, you just have to put it in, don't you? Really, it's obviously there are certain situations you can try and get away with it. You know, if you're playing against more inexperienced players, they maybe won't notice how unbalanced you are. But I think even against the inexperienced players here, it just looks so fishy to be sort of...
Yeah, if you make this like 90k.
Yeah, 110 or something, yeah, it's...
Yeah, this is a pretty brutal cooler for Amiri.
Yeah, he's going to get looked up, isn't he, by the 9s?
You would imagine so. I mean, you're not loving it, right? With 9s, you don't expect the big blind to be too light. Like, he's probably not going to jam 6s and stuff, potentially, right? But
you never really know, though, on like a day one when there's more flights and things. I feel like people are a bit over loose, aren't they? And maybe he does see the 5s and he just, you know, bangs it in. So if you throw it in maybe 4s, 5s, it's just a snap, isn't it? But
sure, gets the bad news. Is an 80-20 dog. In fact, we can see from the percentages, 86% to win. Wonder if one of the 9s has potentially been folded.
Nice place to be. What do you think about the bucket hat?
Which one?
You'll see in a sec.
Here we go then. 8-4 deuce. No help so far for Amiri. Does have a spade in hand.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
The GG bucket hat.
Look, there's only one man I know who can pull off a bucket hat with distinction. Queen of Hearts turn. It is indeed one out for Amiri. Can we have another in our catalogue of bad beats? No, we cannot. 3 of clubs completes the board, excuse me.
You must be talking about Phil Ivey, because he wears a bucket hat in the coolest way I've ever possible seen. It's like a huge bucket hat. It's like 10 times the size of his head.
After you were talking about fashion icons and stuff yesterday, I lost all respect for your views on male fashion, Steve, so...
Yeah, fair.
Great pickup, though. Great time to find the kings. That is indeed Tim Chung. Can be dangerous, as always.
Yeah, very good UK reg.
Yeah, he's really solid, Tim. Knows how to get it done. Back to the DTD live table. Intriguing spot. Cyprus, it's been a little passive, sort of limping here. Ace-8 offsuit. Not something I would advise myself. Does allow Tommy and Mortazavi to see a free one. 10-3-6, spade. Big flop for Tommy. Bottom pair, second nut flush draw. Not much for anyone else. Does check through, and Cyprus now takes the lead with that turned 8.
Yeah, kind of a strange hand this, with it being a limp pot. But I think you can go ahead and assume your ace-8 is the best hand after being checked 2 twice.
Yeah, it can be a little dangerous to sort of...
He's gone big as well,
open the betting. Yeah, he's gone pot.
Now, what does Tommy do?
I mean,
does he put it in, or?
I don't think we do.
No, I think he has to just call as well.
No, he's in.
Yeah.
Maybe thinks that he has some fold equity, right? It's a bit of a strange spot for someone to limp, check back flop, and then all of a sudden pot turn on an...
He's not bet the 10-high board, yeah.
Yeah, on a fairly innocuous looking 8.
I think once he's bet 75, he probably is gonna throw in an extra 165, but you never know.
Yeah, you're not happy about it, but he does make the call, and he's correctly sniffed out that his hand is best. And all of a sudden, gets it in as a 70% favorite here. Tommy looking for kings, 3s, and spades to run down his man.
Yeah, it looked a bit like a nothing hand this, and all of a sudden we've got a pot
Yeah.
of 560k.
Can you get there? Can you get there?
Boom.
Jack of diamonds on the river. Yeah, those ones always frustrating where we flop a ton of equity,
Yeah.
end up getting it in a kind of spicy sort of line. GG, sir.
You're fuming there to sort of lose the
Yeah.
ace off after that flop.
You
You're
are.
like, how's he managed that?
You are for sure. Very non-standard from Cyprus, but that pot bet pays dividends. All right, back to the Onyx table. Suloftus opening, king-queen. Cetina decides on call from the cutoff with the ace-jack. Suloftus flopping best on the queen 10-4.
Yeah, flop they'll both like.
Is the city far?
Interesting going with check.
Actually came like a couple hours
Don't
ago,
mind it.
so from the city, from the airport to here. It's
I like it. You give yourself the opportunity to set up some check raises here. Occasionally just call, try and slow play your man. He does decide on call.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised you didn't check raise there just because of the stack size. I think it's a very good spot, as you say, to check raise, and then you can obviously jam turn if you wish.
I would agree with that.
But as it's played, I like the continue from ace jack. A little bit too small, going only quarter pot.
Yeah, I'm with you. 8 of diamonds turn. Does turn a double gut shot, and it's very curious size and choice to bet a quarter pot. Like, it's hard to believe that any really strong hands bet this size, right? Like, you're going to want to bet bigger and set up river all-ins.
Yeah.
Whether Suloftus is just recognizing this and thinks, okay, my hand is way strong, and we can try and allow our opponent to just bluff it off if he is just messing around. Seems to be debating river lead.
Yeah, is he debating a block?
But it takes like an hour and a half.
Kind of strange hand. Check call, lead on the 8-8 run out. A little confusing to me.
125. It's not really much. Cetina can do now really is that. I thought he might go really small or check, but
Yeah, he's gone with B40 type size. Does just get out of the way. Curious hand. Suloftus potentially thinking that Cetina's doing that small bet that's going to check back.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to allow that.
we've seen quite a bit of that. People sort of worried that someone else might check back, so they sort of bet something.
Although having said that, if you think that's what your opponent's doing, aren't you better served to just check raise turn?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a strange one.
Yeah, agree. But he's up to 1.3 million now.
Yeah,
so lovely
crushing.
stack.
Now then, we've seen these two going to war throughout the coverage.
Yeah, easy defend versus the min raise blind on blind.
Something for everyone. King, Queen, 10, 2 diamonds. Sipgatova flops a pretty tasty looking draw. Open-ended with that jack of diamonds working for her also. Mortazavi not concerned. Does immediately seek value here.
Yeah,
60k into 100.
Yeah, 60%, and she's got a very easy call. See what develops.
She agrees with your assessment, flicks it in, and there it is. Instant service. This is trouble for Mortazavi. Turns 2 pair.
I think he's not thinking too much about her hand really, is he? He's just kind of betting the fact he's got top 2. Sorry, not top 2, but aces and queens.
Sure.
And her range just has so many jacks in it. I think you do have to slow down, even though you do have a strong hand. But he has gone quite small, isn't he? He's trying to still get some value.
Yeah, and look at this. Correctly identifying that her opponent has something that he likes. She's just going to immediately go for value. Quite like this.
Sure.
You know, there's a bunch of draws out there as well, right? If her opponent can say, randomly have like an 8-9 of hearts, something like, although we have the 8 of hearts, but you hear where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and versus that size, she could definitely now be bluffing diamonds and hearts, sort of recognizing that he probably doesn't have a jack because he wouldn't bet 60k, so...
Sure.
I quite like it.
Yeah, 9 of diamonds does complete the board. Sipgatova probably not too concerned about this, given that she holds the jack of diamonds in hand.
Agree. And it's a good card for him to get away. Whether he does or not is a different story.
Yeah, Sipgatova now with the decision. Do we want to be greedy and go for all of it? Or do we want to just milk our man a little?
Oh, she checked.
She checks?
Wow.
Yeah, I must admit, very surprised with that one.
Yeah, I think she's lost out a bit on a bit of value there. Obviously, we could see the cards, but there's just so many hands you can have, isn't there? So many 2 pairs.
Maybe worried about the presence of ace-X of diamonds would make a little sense.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly. But still a nice pickup.
I suppose it's one of those spots where you think, well, worse won't call.
Yeah, I think that's what she's thinking.
But sometimes you just got to bet anyway, right?
Sure.
Anyway, she's crushing in any case. 1.2 million, good for 60 big blinds.
Yeah, another big stack. Troyanovsky, absolute legend of the game.
He is a legend of the game indeed. Vladimir from the hijack makes it 40k here with the suited ace-4 of hearts.
Had many a battle with this man. He's a very astute poker player.
Yeah. Kirichenko as well has a lot of pedigree. I've covered him multiple times over the years. Yeah, and this is evidence of that. I think not many people are going to take this 3-bet bluff spot with Queen 10.
He's going for it.
I don't hate it. You know, if you're against someone who opens enough of the time and is going to raise fold a good amount.
Sure.
I don't hate it. Like, it's not like the perfect combo, blah blah. You know, all that good stuff.
Good luck versus Troyanovsky though.
that's very true.
Yeah.
Now, with the decision really here, whether to call or shove potentially, does land on call.
It does peel, yeah.
Very blank looking Jack 6-3 rainbow.
SPR have only 1 now though, so it's going to be difficult to navigate.
I think it's flops go for the Queen 10 off. This one's pretty good.
Yeah, he has to see bet here.
Just try and eliminate some of these King 10 suited, King Queen type hands.
Exactly.
And potentially some of these weaker ace highs that Troyanovsky has ended up with.
You want to be going, you know, super small and then set up the jam on the turn with a lot of turns, 8-9.
Yeah, Kirichenko is a sharp customer. Knows his sizings, knows he can just go really small here. Really well played. So Troyanovsky, in your experience, not a guy you want to bluff too often? Is that what we're saying?
Not me personally, but I'm a bit of a pussy, so, you know. He just seems like an absolute gangster, doesn't he?
Does indeed. As we see our online qualifier, Merkalova, in there with the ace-6 off from cutoff. Matson going to defend through to the 10-10-5 flop. That ace of diamonds for Matson. Certainly something of note. Merkalova going to try and take this one down with c-bet. Bets 30k.
Yeah, I kind of changed a couple of years ago. I kind of like these spots to check raise rather than check call. You know, you're facing a small bet, and yeah, you feel like your hand might be good, you raise high, but it's just so difficult to get to showdown. So I actually think it works as a good check raise. But he's gone with check call, so yeah, fair enough.
I'm inclined to agree. It sucks when you get to showdown and lose to ace-8 or something like this.
Sure. Or you just get bluffed off on an 8-9 jack queen turn or whatever. You know,
sure.
You also have the ace of diamonds, and so if he did check raise and got called, he could just easily jam turn here, couldn't he?
Yeah, it's a very bad turn, of course, for Merkalova. Interesting run out. Queen of diamonds followed by the 10 of clubs. Matson now may have been thinking I'm going to turn this into a bluff, but then when the river brings the third 10, it's going to be harder to dislodge any sort of pocket pairs that make a boat. And Merkalova going to be pretty happy, I think, here to get a chop.
Yeah, for sure.
It was certainly not the turn and river she was looking for.
Waving someone in the crowd there on the rail for her.
You know, we say this all the time. You're kind of supposed to be impartial in the booth, which I struggle with. I mean, you know, someone's qualified for $2, right? 12.5k package. I'm all for the Hollywood story. Hopefully she can continue to move her way through this field. As we see the main man once more, Suloftis.
I said the exact same thing about her.
Yeah.
About an hour ago, yeah.
Right? We want some romantic stories in poker, right?
Yeah. I think it's fine to not be impartial when someone's in for $2. It's just such a great story, isn't it?
Agreed. Now then, Satina has had enough. Unfortunately for him, he folded the ace-queen earlier when he was dominating and has decided to send in the ace-10 instead.
Yeah, not much you can do really here.
Minus 20. Oh, Jesus. 25. Pretty cold.
I think Loftus is opening wide enough.
Yeah.
I know it's +1, we +2,
yeah.
but
I can get behind it.
we're sub 20. We can't really be peeling from this position. I feel like it's just about okay.
Yeah. Here we go then. Ace-king suited for Loftus, and that is almost curtains.
Yeah, as bad as it gets.
Ace-king 6, top 2. Looking for runner, Broadway, or running 10s, and that'll do it. 4 of hearts on the turn. GG to Satina.
I tell him when I see okay, the other people.
Oh, he's asking now about the ace-queen hand.
Yeah.
After us.
So Loftus now 38% of the chips on the table. Absolutely crushing it, dominating.
He is dominating, yeah.
We are quickly ticking through this field. 141 left. We're going to play down to 69. And there we go.
Look at that, yeah.
Graphic up on the screen. I can tell you that I just worked that out, by the way, just by looking at the chip stack. You know, I didn't even need the graphic.
You're an incredible mathematician, Andrew. We've all known that for years. But no, yeah, this is such a fun and great spot to be in when you just have so many chips and you can basically boss the table.
Absolutely.
As I'm sure you've done many a time. Mr. Picasso.
Obviously.
Both online and in the live circuits.
And now then, we see Mortazavi decides to limp here from hijack with pocket 4s. Matson going to bump it up with the ace-10 offsuit from the button. Quickly called by the limper. 10 in the window, followed by a 6 and deuce. Potentially dicey waters here for Mortazavi.
Yeah, Mortazavi's definitely gonna like this flop. He feels like it's a favourable flop for him, but he doesn't know the bad news.
Yeah, Matson effectively flopping the nuts, you would think in his mind at least. Goes for quarter pot.
Yeah, for sure. You're just looking to get the money in here with ace-10, aren't you?
Jack of diamonds turn. Difficult to give Mortazavi, of course, too many hands that connect with this.
Yeah, I'd like to see him keep betting. Small sizing. No reason to think the Jack has improved him, but he does decide to slow down.
Interesting. Checks the turn. A little bit of pot control potentially. Mortazavi here quickly checks river.
And now you just got to be jamming, in my opinion, for value. 260 into 300. You can definitely get heroed by a load of stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
He's gone smaller.
Yeah, also reasonable. Gonna go for the non-all-in. Try and make sure that we get paid.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting the effective snap call here. He's picked the chip up and he's, yep, why not?
And it goes. Nicely done from Matson. Shows down the winner. Big chip up for him to 635,000.
Back to the Onyx table. Kennar, we've seen, he's almost at 1 million chips, but he's down now to 600. Very standard open with the ace Dewey suited. And the defend from Doherty with the 5-4 suited. Whiff for both of them. Kennar here is going to go for the c-bet, and that should be handover. Doherty's just got a stack size, he can't really do anything anyway. Very short. Nice hand pre-flop, but that's not your board. Kennar takes it down.
Yeah, nice pickup for him.
Look at those sunglasses, Tim Chung, like twice the size of his head.
Are you a sunglasses man at the table? Have you chopped and changed over the years?
I hate sunglasses at the table. However, I've worn them a couple of times. You know when you you have really bright lights if you want to feature
Sure.
and stuff. But I'm not a fan. I think they probably should be banned, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's why you're here. Here we go.
Action board here from flop.
Yeah, Kirichenko opening king queen. Romanov defends with the suited connectors. Flops a flush on the 10-6 deuce. Kirichenko though, 2 overcards and that king of diamonds lurking. Potential for fireworks here. Pretty standard so far. 30% c-bet.
Yep, interesting to see whether he goes with the check raise or the check call.
Romanov just checking.
Personally,
The flush is still there.
Personally, I do lean more towards check call here. You wanna sort of balance the times that you're calling, like the deuce, the 6, the 10.
I'm the same, but he is going with raise.
Yeah, you can't fault him for that. Wants to get it in. He is versus under the gun 1, which is obviously a stronger range.
Sure.
Lots of hands that are more than good enough to continue on this board.
Yeah, Kirichenko going nowhere here. 2 overcards, second nut flush draw.
And
Too much hand to release for 1 raise. And there it is. 5 of diamonds, instant service.
It's not what he wanted to see.
Romanov now slows it down with a check.
It's so tempting as well because you've got that straight flush draw.
I like this from Romanov. Makes a lot of sense. It's pretty hard for us
Yeah, agreed.
to have like the ace of diamonds, you know, right? It's likely going to be in +1's hands more than ours.
Yeah. Interesting to see if he does go block here on the river.
Certainly feasible. And Kirichenko now with the green light, one would suspect, to put more money in this pot. Thoughts on sizings here, Mr. Warburton? What do you think he's considering?
I mean, yeah, it's like, what would you do or what do I think he'll do? I think.
Both.
Yeah, I think you can't really go wrong just with going all in here, to be honest. I think you just kind of need the one size.
There it is. And this is a pretty gross one now, right, for Romanov?
Sure. Yeah, definitely. There's all sort of leveling wars going on in your head now as you're turning something into a bluff. What would he check back on the turn? But I think when you really think about it, he can still have all the good diamonds he can have. You know, the ace of diamonds easily and check back turn, and king of diamonds, of course. But
yeah, you kind of need Kirichenko to be dipping into like the pocket pairs with no diamond. I think 7s and 8s come to mind for me.
Sure.
That want to get a 10 out of there. Something like an ace deuce suited that got sticky.
Yeah, agree.
And called 1.
It's got to be a hand though that he's chosen not to bluff on the turn.
Right.
Makes it more difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, inclined to agree. Romanov played a beautiful hand earlier on stream where he trapped his man with trip queens. You can see that he's coming to the conclusion that there aren't many bluffs. Well done.
Yeah, I saw that hand. He played it really well, didn't he?
Yeah. Nicely played by both, I would venture.
Yeah, good fold that. It's obviously a lot easier here to say you can fold. You've actually got to do it in game, and very nice. Especially when you're down to 300k as well. You just 300k.
Just one of the most frustrating feelings in poker,
So
right? Where you
frustrating, yeah.
flop a flush, 20
Yeah.
big blinds to start the hand, and somehow end up folding.
Exactly. But great discipline.
Yep, on we go. Amani, +1, king jack of spades. Working with 18 big blinds.
Yeah, very standard open. +1.
Round to the big blind we go. Troyanovsky finds a premium. Ace queen, 10 bigs back.
Will he give him a spin, do you think?
It feels kind of close. It is 11 bigs effective. Pretty gross. I think that people just never really show up with a worse hand, but we are in okay shape against some of the pairs.
Sure.
Hands like ace queen. This might just come down to how you're feeling in the moment.
Yeah.
I would tend to just fold here as standard and be pretty annoyed about it.
Yeah, same.
Although we have been referencing this, if there is a tournament where you want to gamble for a stack. it's going to be this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he is going to go for it.
Fair enough.
Seems pretty reasonable. Let's try and chip up, open some envelopes tomorrow. All right then, Ace Queen of Troyanovsky versus Amani's King Jack suited. 570k in the middle. Jack in the window, followed by another one, and the Queen of Clubs. What a flop that is. Troyanovsky now drawing to 2 outs.
Keep getting these action boards.
Yeah. Deuce of Diamonds, inconsequential. One last chance. No good. GG, sir. Troyanovsky eliminated.
Yeah, very dangerous player gone.
Nothing to be done. Gets run down in the flip versus Amanji. GG's.
They're all quite tightly bunched. 9, 8, 7, 7, 6, 3 and 2.
Yeah, Amani to 765k. Kirichenko still out in front. As we head back over to the Onyx and see Doherty, 10 bigs, Warbs on the button, King 10. He decides it passes the litmus test, sends the bulk of the chips in.
Is that what he's done? Yeah, he's effectively put it in.
Even now, I think they have
Action on Jakub.
Jakub seems interested.
Yeah.
Got over $1 million himself.
Because I can. How much you are behind? No reds, yeah?
Sometimes quite frustrating when someone puts in 3/4 of their stack and you can't quite see what they have and you're not entirely sure what's happening. You just would have preferred them just to go all in.
When you're as old as we are and you know colorblind under the lights, he is going to spin the wheel.
Oh,
he's going with it.
Okay. A little bit loose versus a 10 big blind shove.
Yeah, another man eyeing that big stack. Wants to go bounty hunting. Flicks it in.
Doherty will be thrilled to see this hand.
Gets it in an absolutely dreamy shape. 2-1 favorite. Looking to hold off the spades. Or the 4, and there it is. Another case of the worst hand.
What a day we're having.
Flip-flop in the script. 5-4 deuce.
Everything feels like a flip.
Yeah.
Even the King 4 versus King 10.
Doherty now drawing incredibly thin. Although a king is working for him now too on the 5 turn. GG's. 1-4 was good enough. Second is overkill. Jakub makes a boat. Sends Lewis Doherty to the showers.
And his banana.
Banana in hand. A bit of potassium. You'll feel much better on the walkout. GG's, what can you do? Gets it in good.
Yeah, he's got his bad beat story. And Yanis, who's been grinding.
Yeah, we did see Yanis win that remarkable hand where he had 2%. And this is pretty unfortunate for Merkelova. Finds ace-10 suited. More than good enough against the 3.5 big blind jam. Quickly jams the rest of her chips in. Yanis going to get it in here in great shape.
Yeah, see if he can double again.
Ace-queen versus the dominated ace-10.
No dramas this one, what do you think?
I'm scared to even...
It's pretty safe.
Even posit a guess at this point. That's pretty safe so far. Backdoor straight draw for Merkelova, not much else. Looking for a 10. I mean, this is insane stuff this evening.
What is going on?
10 of diamonds, pings the turn, and Yanis, we can see in the top right corner, drawn to 1 out. Doesn't find it. 9 of diamonds on the river. Big pickup for Merkelova.
Yep, GG Yanis. Played well. Not really much could have done.
Yanis, obviously incredibly seasoned pro, all the experience in the world. He'll be hopping back into another flight, I'm sure. He'll be dangerous this week as we go. It's Merkelova. Continues to climb up to 400k. Sipgatova, though, queen of the table at the moment, 1.4 million in front of her. Out we go to the Luxon table. Asikoglu, 370k here. Interesting, Steve. I thought he might go for an induce with this hand. He decides to just send it.
Much further open, but it is going to work out for him.
Yeah, going to work beautifully.
And when you have tens here, you
You
never
just can't believe that you're beat, right?
You never expect to see a better hand. You think everything better is just going to open, so it's a bit of a bad beat, really, isn't it, when you run into jacks here? But
yeah, great spot for the Brit. Looking to hold.
yeah.
Jacks v10s.
All these pots now, you know, it's like 765k. This. It's massive.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Queen 4-3. Once again, we can see from the card removal graphic, Kirichenko, 10 of spades and 10 of spades only. That's not going to get it done. King of clubs on the turn. Irrelevant 6 of clubs on the river, and a full double up for Asikoglu. Sigh of relief. I want some more emotion though, you know. These guys just deadpan.
Yeah.
I'm in there fist bumping, man. Jumping up. I start FaceTiming my family. I'm like, I've got 12 bigs.
They've all played too many times before, haven't they? It's
I've got 12 blinds. We're 80 from the money. By God, we can do it.
You celebrate too hard, you just get punished by the poker gods, don't you? Like straight away. So they're all.
I need to feel
quite chill
alive. I need to feel alive, Warbs.
That's why you're in the booth.
That's true. Talking to you wonderful people at home. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. This is, of course, the PokerOK Mystery Bounty. First covered event from us this week. Off we go to the DTD live table.
Have a limp this hand, four-way limp.
Yeah, like Cyprus has been in there limping away. And he flops an open-ended straight flush draw.
Yeah, decent flop for him.
Sibgatova here, bottom 2. Very tricky to play this 4 ways. I really like the check.
Yeah, I think you've got to start with a check. See what develops.
It's hard to get a handle on Cyprus. He's really, you know, kind of all over the place with his ranges. That can be tricky to combat. Elajmi, just a nasty looking gut shot only, gets out of the way. And Mortazavi now with only 100k back. 2 overcards, middling flush draw. Is it ever a consideration to just gamble?
Not for me.
Okay.
Now this is the interesting one to see how she plays it. Yeah, don't blame her for calling.
This makes a lot of sense to me. There's lots of board changing turn cards where our hand can become pretty worthless. This is one of them.
Exactly, yeah.
5 of spades on the turn. Really intriguing though, because Cyprus himself shouldn't really have many 7x, right? Like, it's one of these kind of weird spots when he limps and starts launching money in.
Yeah, as you were saying, it's very, very difficult to assign him a range here.
Yeah, and he's going to keep betting, turning his
going,
hand into a bluff. And this is now all of a sudden really gross.
Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised if she just folds here, would you? You can obviously have a lot of flushes as well. You know, people do like to limp the suited hands.
Right, and it's such a strange spot, right? Like, if he has some kind of trappy overpair, does he just carry on bombing, right? Like, it's seems unlikely. It's hard to give him too many pure bluffs, is what we're saying.
Sure.
Need to be like a king-queen with a club or something like this. I'm trying to think of natural ones.
Call, though.
Fair play, gets sticky. It's a huge pot.
It's going to be very tough unless the board pairs with the 4 or the 3. And now this board's just gone absolutely horrific for it.
Yeah, 6 on the river.
Somehow, if it does go check, she will lose the hand.
Yeah, she's going to be steamed.
Yeah. Not the run-out she was after.
Any consideration to turning her own hand into a bluff here? Really fascinating hand. The limp-in from Cyprus made this really difficult to dissect.
Yeah, I mean, the argument
The
argument is a flush is now hating it. 2 pair wouldn't bet the turn, so you know you could argue she's trying to bluff him off a straight or a flush, of course.
Right. She's going to have those 2 pair combos herself, right, and more of the 6x, you would imagine.
Yeah, agree. But if she is going to do it, I think you just have to set him in. You can't be doing any sort of 150, 200 nonsense. You've just got to go all in.
Yeah, very confusing hand. These spots are tricky when people are you know, going down the limp route that you don't expect to see, but she does wave the white flag.
Sure, and she'll be.
Oh, she's going to be very disheartened to see this turned over.
Yeah. This is so frustrating to lose the hand. Very frustrating.
Cyprus gets there the dirty way. Big pot too. Cyprus up to $1 million.
Not even sure he knows he's won the pot. He's working it out. He's happy now. Yeah, very, very, very strange hand that. Could have played lots of different ways. Credit to her for thinking about it on the river. She could sort of tell her hand was no good by then, and she
I know that you
almost found it.
We know you're new to the Merit booth. We call it MPO.
I've heard that.
Merit Poker Optimal.
Like it.
You're gonna have to strap in, my friend. You'll see more of that this week.
You should patent that.
I believe that's a Ali Nehad coined phrase.
Okay, right, nice.
So I can't claim it, unfortunately. Anyway, off we go, back over to Onyx. King 8 here, facing off against the King 4 of Tsuloftis. Looks like a case of first person to bet wins.
Yep.
Kinar reluctantly releases King 8.
Tsuloftis is quite a loose open, but he does have, 1.7 million chips. So clearly thinks now's the time to put the hammer down as we get kind of close to the bubble. It's not too far away.
Yeah.
69 paid, of course.
So what are we, about 12% of the field away, something like this. But in this structure, 30-minute clock will go quickly. Under the gun then, over at the DT live table, Manikaros opening with King Jack. Alajme, we know he loves the game. 8-4 of diamonds, peeling +2.
Yeah, give this man 2 suited cards and he's in.
How did he know?
It's a lovely flop for him, isn't it?
Yeah, Matson completing with 8-9, flops middle pair himself. Manikaros comes up basically empty. Just 2 overs. Yeah, seems like a prudent spot to start with check. This is the problem when you play someone as kind of wide as Alajme. So hard to range him.
For sure.
This gets tricky, right, for Matson?
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. It's a much bigger size than he's been using previously. Don't know if Matson will pick up on that. But I mean, versus this player, it's very hard to be folding top pair and second pair. Problem is, we're not super deep.
Also, don't close the action, right?
Exactly,
which is
yeah,
kind of
you gotta play
ugly. Like if
behind.
we call and Manikaros jams.
Yeah, under the gun as well.
Yeah.
It's like a great spot to check jacks or something like that and check raise.
I think I'm with you. Kind of like just letting this one go against a pretty meaty 115k bet.
Yeah.
Maybe knows his man, and this is the problem.
And he gets the snap all in as well. And now you definitely just have to release.
Is asking for a count. It's an overbet jam, 475 into 420. This would be hero call-esque.
Yeah, I am surprised.
I mean, of course, right, we're not always privy to what's been going on, right, off stream. Maybe knows that his man is in there. If he's in there with 8-4 suited.
Yeah, he's seen him play a lot of hands,
right.
for sure.
Could just be in there with Queen Jack, right?
Yeah, agree. That's one hand.
It's true, we don't beat much, only beat the stone bluff.
But yeah, just as we've previously said, the size on the flop and then the snap turn jam, you're really clutching because there's no flush draw out there.
Sure. I actually don't mind shove here from Alajme. I'm not a fan of the peel pre-flop, of course, but this type of hand class needs a lot of protection.
Yeah, kind of like it. You know, he figures he gets called by all the 10s because the big blind's in there. Big blind can have literally all the 10s. So, yeah, I don't mind it. He's probably aware of his image as well. So, touch your toes and it goes.
Touch your toes and then it goes. As we see Matson continue to deliberate. Does just feel like a little too much for his particular hand strength and does reluctantly let it go.
He's very suspicious, wasn't he? He's like,
yeah,
I'm folding this, but I feel like I've got the best hand.
Here we go, a little look there at the beautiful ballroom. This is, of course, the PokerOK Mystery Bounty Day 1C, $1,100 buy-in. $1 million guaranteed. We know that is going to be smashed. And you see here, we're playing down to 15%, which is, of course, 69 players in this Flight 1C. Is a Flight 1D and a Flight 1E ongoing, I believe, out in the main room. And here we go. First look at Tim Chung. He says, ace-6, 10 blinds, cut off. Let's go. Sends them in. Oh, gonna be very tough to get out of this jam. Kennard finds the bullets on the button.
That is running into it.
Yeah, I did wonder if Tim would ever consider a non-all-in. But from cutoff, right, it seems kind of... It's ugly, but it seems reasonable just to jam.
Sure. If there's ever a player to find a way to get away, it's Tim. So I'm just going to go with his read here.
Yeah. Hates being called. Can he flop some equity? As bleak as it gets. King 9-7, all clubs.
It's very bleak.
It does. Sadly commit and sees that he is drawing to 2% equity.
There goes the mic.
Yeah, backdoor sixes or a backdoor straight. The only things that can save him.
Hard climb. 7 of
A
spades,
hard
first
climb
one.
has been
One
announced.
is 8 of spades. but
GG's 10 of clubs on the turn.
It's going to do it.
We lose Tim Chung. I'm sure we'll be hopping into one of those other flights.
Table one, sit open.
What a great spot for Kennard. There's few better feelings, right, in live poker when someone just jams and you take a little peek at that first ace.
Because you just never see it.
You never see it.
So when you do see it, it's just the greatest feeling
And the
ever.
second one's just lurking underneath.
And then you savor it and you think, oh, this is going to happen always. And then 2 years goes by.
We're luckier than that. Jakub, 1.5 million in front of him.
Those are the moments you live for, definitely.
They are indeed. Let's go for a larger open, 2.5x, 65k to go. Buhaychuk in the hijack, ace-5 off.
Yeah, this would be very, very loose, especially to that size open.
Yeah, I'd be shocked to see any other action than a fold. Does, of course, relinquish.
A lot of chips on this table now.
Round 2, Amiri is very short, 5 bigs.
Yeah, you're not loving it, but I think you have to go with it.
Yeah, even versus under the gun?
I think so. I
think?
think versus specifically this player as well.
Wow.
He'll just let it go. Fair enough.
And here we go. Arvatu finds the real one. Ace King in the small blind. 18 bigs. Has he gone non all in?
Not all in, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
he's just
flatted.
flatted,
Okay.
Interesting.
I'm not sure I'm a big fan.
Oh no, he has 3-bet. He's 3-bet.
He
Very
has
small,
3-bet.
though. Very
Okay.
small.
Okay.
Like a min 3-bet.
Oh, so Laftus yet to act.
Yeah.
No action, then I can still do it. If he raises, I
Yeah,
get away
you
with
don't often see, especially with ace king, people just not going all in here.
Yeah,
Especially out of
this
position.
way, I can't see the card.
It's a play you don't really see very often.
Sure, especially against the larger open size.
Yeah.
Suloftus here is a little suspicious, I think, of this non-all-in.
But it's gonna work out for him really, because he's getting a hand that he dominates into peel.
Yeah.
I have too many chips, George. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, a lot of chips.
Too many chips.
Chips in face
And the way you
declared.
stack them is like making
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
Ace
action.
5-3, all clubs.
He's paying for that
Nut
board.
flush draw for Jakub.
Action, yeah. I was tempted to say you might just see an open jam. He has gone.
All in.
Yeah, he's effectively committed
Yeah, he
himself.
has,
Here we go. Jakub says, let's go.
Ball.
I'm drawing to the nuts. Let's run it.
And a million chip pot. Here
We'll
we go.
see now if Arvatu's sort of non-standard, non-all-in works out for him. 1 million in the middle. Very big pot. Jakub's going to have 2 million chips here if he can get there, and boom. 10 of clubs on the turn. Arvatu drawing dead.
Is there ever a doubt?
Wow.
2
There we go.
in a row.
2 million.
Throwing to the nuts. What can I
Gotta be good for one of the biggest chip stacks in the tournament.
For sure, yeah.
As we lose Ionut Arvatu, the Romanian. The field continues to tick down. 127 players remaining now.
Nice to have 10 starting stacks on day one.
Yes, sure is. So we're blind on blind confrontation here at the Luxon table. We had a limp in from Sterba, an ISO from Rakimov, limp called by Sterba. Rakimov continuing for around about quarter pot. Sterba going nowhere just yet with ace high.
Yeah, all makes sense.
Yeah, going to keep his man honest for one street at least. Deuce of diamonds turn. Decision warbs now on Rakimov with the second pair.
Yeah, I think you've got to play check really, haven't you?
Yeah, I like it. I'm with you. A little bit of pot control, potential to bluff catch occasionally. It's not a great run out though for the ace-6. Deuce 4. The natural draws get there, the sort of 4-5s, 5-7s of the world. Sterba now. Do we want to turn this one into a bluff?
I quite like it, because even versus the ISO, you know, like the absolute trash, like the 9 deuce off and things, you're not good here.
Wow, and just gets picked off. Oh, he's gone very small,
gone
excuse
just,
me.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
35k.
Yeah,
He's repped the,
it's not the worst.
repped the value block.
Sure.
Yeah, well done, Rakimov. Yeah, I guess ace-9, one of the kind of worst hands that we arrive at the river with, right?
Yeah.
In this line.
Definitely.
Nicely done. Back to the Onyx table we go. We have Suloftis in the mix once more. Limped pot here, blind on blind. Middle pair for Jakub. The two big stacks going to war. Very intriguing Jack of Hearts on this turn. Suloftis now makes third pair. Open-ended, of course, still to Broadway. Checks it over to Jakub. Gonna go for value.
Okay.
75k.
I like it, yeah.
Yeah, pretty meaty.
Figures a king would keep
Right.
continue betting for value, so he's going to bet value himself.
Feels quite a reasonable assumption. He's going to get value.
Yep, nice sizing as well.
Deuce of Hearts on the river.
Probably just check now, isn't it?
You would imagine most likely outcome.
Two big stacks, as you said as well. They're not going to want to be clashing too much.
Yeah. Jakub will get the good news as he continues to motor. I believe he's won every pot we have seen here on the main feature table. Well done.
Okay, that guy went somewhere else. We're having this guy.
Back to the GTD live table we go. Pocket nines here of Bane. Open in pre-flop. 8-6 offsuit defending in the big. Our wild card Elajme is going to check call here with bottom pair. And look at this. Drills the third 6.
This is Mr. Skunk, isn't it? Tristan.
Oh, it is.
Didn't quite recognise him with the hand,
not.
but yeah.
Well, in a bit of trouble here. Elajme immediately reaches for leading chips.
Yeah, he's saying I can have a lot of 6s, and he does this time.
Yeah, pretty nice recognition that he gets to lead this card. Turbo bets this river. 115k. Little 1/3 pot. Trying to make sure he gets called. Of course, gonna get called by an ace. Might get called by some weaker pocket pairs.
Kind of a frustrating spot there for Bane, but he's done well to find the fold, and quite quickly, really.
Yeah, very nicely done from Tristan.
I'd have been thinking about that for
Yeah.
at least 4 time banks, and then probably folding. It's like
I can beat
just a snap lead.
4-5.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, nicely played by both.
There's more versus that opponent.
And here we go then. Kenar starts the action, opens with the speed limit under the gun. Amiri decides time to go. Ace-7 suited for those 5 blinds. Unfortunately for him, Buhai Chuck. Cold finds the ace-queen. in the big.
Speed limit. That's a very old.
There you go.
reference, that
Hey,
one,
did
yeah.
you like that? I thought you might.
It's like the late great Mike Sexton one, isn't it?
The legend himself.
Of course.
Kinar now just kind of forced out of this pot.
Yeah, not much you can do from here.
Gives his man the little look.
Do you want the rest of it?
Going
Huh?
heads up.
Showdown, please.
Just shows one ace. Here we go then.
Alright, I suppose
Great
we
spot
stand
for
up.
Buhaychuk.
Good game. There's no backpack, so we roll it.
Bucket hat versus shades.
Oh,
the shades are off.
Amiri's going for the extra equity.
Yeah, the full stand shades off.
One club.
10-10 deuce, one club. Little bit of glimmer of hope. Things still looking relatively bleak for Amiri. 4 on the turn. Deuce 4 or 7 working for him to remain in his seat. No dice. 3 of clubs completes the run out. We do lose Amiri. And Buhaychuk up over 1 million chips.
Wow.
Good game to Ehsan.
Hey, Sam.
Here we go, Mortazavi. Look at this from Alajmi, just loves the game.
Just giving him a spin.
Yeah, Mortazavi going to be pretty thrilled to see this. Feels hard to win though.
Does feel hard
against
to
the
win.
Jack Deuce of Hearts.
Mr. Bain looking very confused about what's happening.
Yeah, crunching the numbers. Alajmi though, we know, he likes to gamble. Wants to get that big stack.
Yeah, I guess he thought with only the big blind behind, he'll spin the wheel a bit.
Well,
it's a good start.
It's fun to spin the wheel when you flop top pair. Jack 5-5. Mortazavi now on the ventilator. Needs an ace, needs it fast. King of clubs on the turn, no good.
This would take him over 1 million.
GG's. We lose another. Action picking up, fast and furious. 4 of clubs completing the board. Alajmi now 1.16 million. Mortazavi takes the long, lonely walk out of the room, or potentially into the old turbo.
Dropping like flies a bit now.
They are indeed.
Mr. Picasso, aren't they?
They are indeed. Tough to play players like Alajmi though. Like if he's making hands,
sure,
he is really going to start to motor.
I think you've just got to value bet relentlessly, haven't you?
You do. Right, so Loftus once more getting after it with a substandard hand. This is a 3-bet pot, by the way, which is pretty wild. So Loftus is 3-bet with the King 5 off, cut off versus under the gun.
Yeah.
Really a somewhat disrespectful 3-bet.
A little bit.
And credit to Kinar, hasn't gone away. Under pair to the board, and look at that.
One more barrel would have done it, but he wasn't to know that.
Yeah, it's still Loftus potentially thinking, you don't beat much though, right? Like you might beat ace-queen.
Sure.
Feels like there really isn't much else.
Yeah.
Ace-7 of clubs, something like this.
Wonder if those two have a bit of history, or he was just sort of playing his huge stack there.
Actually a little surprised to see him shut that one down.
Yeah, it seemed like quite a good board for him to attack, but...
And off we go, DTD live table, and we can see Sibgatova has flopped the nuts on 8, 9, 10 in this multi-way affair. Ace of spades on the turn. Unfortunately for her, nobody connecting. I believe this is a 4-way limped pot.
Yeah, it's a limp pot, indeed.
Intriguing. She's going to lead turn. Perhaps wants to charge some draws. Charge some of the kind of weaker pairs for a small size in. Matson now. Here we go. Oh, and he's going to use the jack in hand and turn it into a bluff.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I'd never used this size, but this size is basically what's got her the action.
Yeah.
He's read that as, you know, quite weak and maybe like a 1-pair type hand, and He's pounced on it with the jack blocker, as you said.
Yeah, working out beautifully for her thus far. Now, can she find a slow play? She can indeed. Very nice.
And with Matson only having 295k remaining, if she can find the check on the river, you would assume his plan is to go all in.
9 of hearts completing the board, and she does find that check. Matson.
He's not loving it, but...
Yeah, I'm trying to think of hands that she bets 40k, calls the raise, and will fold for 270. Yeah, it seems like a pretty good shutdown.
Yeah.
Might get her to fold like a king-high spade draw, right? But there doesn't seem to be too much more.
Yeah, possibly. I think though, when you just like after you've chosen that on the turn, you do end up with jack high. I think you just have to go for it.
You just close your eyes, rip it in.
I mean, yeah, there are lots of pair and straight draws and spades you can have missed, and you just cannot win, can you? And it's like you've got to fight for these pots after you've done that on the turn. So I'd have liked to see the all in, even though it wasn't the best river, was it?
I'm with you. Right then, back to the Onyx we go.
But also just fold turn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Loftus. Captain action. Pocket sevens +1. Buhaichuk's going to flick in a speculative call with the 8-9 of diamonds. Part of the problem, of course, when you do this, do allow yourself to be squeezed out of pots.
Yeah, you've got to be aware at this point of the stacks that are kind of all in or fold. You can't be too loosey-goosey.
I really like this jam for what it's worth from Tomasian.
Agree.
I feel like people will often choose non-all in here, but this type of hand class, I prefer it. Just send it in. You don't want to give to Loftus an easy continue pre.
Exactly. Especially three-way as well, like you say.
Yeah. A lot of dead money out there.
Yeah.
So 28 bigs feels like too much for sevens, right?
Agree.
Yeah, well done.
And even just picking up, you're picking up 185k.
It's
there,
huge, right?
Yeah, it's massive at this point.
Yeah, very well done. Nice recognition.
Double up in the small one Oh, sorry.
I can translate it. He's like, I had 8-9 suited, man. Why have you jammed?
Don't come.
Pretty hand, pretty hand.
Same, PokerOK. Одно и то же. Воскресенье.
Если бы я знал бы, что у него такие правила, я бы вообще ничего не включал бы.
Everyone been playing on the Onyx table for so long now. They're all a bit more relaxed and a bit more chatty than we saw a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, do tend to see that here. People on the feature don't want to make a mistake.
Exactly, yeah.
But we're ticking down now. Round about 50 players to go until that money bubble bursts and we start to bag up for day 2. Round to Kanar on the button. 10-6 suited. Passes the test for him. In for an open. 65k to go. 2.5x.
Yeah, more than good enough for the steal. It doesn't need to go this big though, especially with the big blind. Having only 375k. A lot of his range might be jam or fold, so.
Yeah, this is pretty uncomfortable for Grigoli, but we are very short. Time to try and flop some equity. We'd imagine we're going to be live a good amount, but we can see he's dominated. Very intriguing. Jack 8-7 board. Both players with straight draws. Open-ender for Grigoli. Gut shot for Kenar. Backdoor hearts working for him. Let's go check. Through to the 5 of clubs. Both players now open-ended. Grigoli with the best of it with bottom pair.
Yeah, he's just got to check here, really.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Never going to get a better hand to fold. Just try and show this one down. Question now for Kenar, Steve.
Yeah, he's got to start bluffing at some point. He's only got 10 high.
So what are we repping here? Like an 8,
It's
something
tough,
like
isn't it?
this?
Yeah.
Pocket 9s.
He's making that hand a bit too complicated by not c-betting the flop. But yeah, I guess he's basically just trying to get better hands than he's got to fold. You know, maybe ace high, king high, queen high. But yeah, as you say, he's not repping too much.
Yeah, jack of clubs now completes the board.
Maybe a hand like 7-5, 8-5 that checks back on the flop.
That would make some sense.
And now it's a very tough bluff because when you have been called by these hands, the 8, the 7, the 5, it's very hard to make them fold.
Yeah, pretty hard to imagine that we wouldn't just look to bet, get it in with a jack, right, on the flop at this stack depth, but he is going to go for it.
Wow, we've not seen too much of this from people.
Yeah, credit to him.
But can Grigoli sniff it out?
Yeah, we'll be thinking to himself, is my opponent capable of value jamming a hand like ace-8 here, for example?
Yeah.
Right, which would make sense to me. Well done, though, from Kinar. Max pressure gets the job done.
Oh, is it going there?
Sometimes it doesn't matter if you don't rep too many hands. That max pressure gets it done. Well done.
Yeah, agree. It seems like the sort of hand as well at the start of the day. It's very hard to get the fold, but towards the end of the day, people are a bit tighter, aren't they, as they want to make the money.
Yeah, back to the Luxon table we go. Sterba, pocket kings in front of him. Asikoglu defending from the big with a 7 of diamonds. Through to the jack 5-3. See bet of 50k from the man from Czech. One of these hands for Asikoglu.
Yeah, it really is.
Ace high, backdoor diamonds. Feel like we have to call one. 10 of clubs on the turn. Not what the Brit was looking for. Checks it over now to Sterba. Just over 1.5 pots back. Over pair to the board.
He's going to continue for value as he would with all his bluffs. This time he does indeed have it. Not really much.
Pretty nice size and choice. Going for the old half pot to leave around about half pot river.
That's nice.
Nowhere to go, Warbs, for the
Nowhere
ace
to go.
7.
You took the words out of my mouth. Yep.
Not the turn card he was looking for. It does release.
Be a sick jam, but pretty insane if he did. So yeah, just let it go.
Yeah, nice pickup for Sterba. As we head back over to the Onyx table. Kinar finding some traction here.
He's had a few big hands today.
Yeah, and look at this. Grigoli has decided that his man is wide enough for me to jam. Unfortunately, about to run into the ladies.
Yep, decided to go with it. Maybe thinking Kinar's opening too wide, but no.
Doesn't seem that unreasonable. Here we go then. Queens versus ace 9 of diamonds. 745k in the middle. Blinds have now gone up. 1530k. Getting expensive. Kinar, if you can hold here, gonna have close to 2 mil. So far, so good. Jack 8, Jack. Looking pretty bleak for Grigoli. 2 outs. As you can see, top right of your screen. Does improve. It's the 9. Adds himself another couple ways to win this pot.
It's the hope that kills you. 9 comes, you think. No.
Hope has been extinguished. 10 of spades on the river. Good game, Grigoli. And Kinar making his move.
Thank you.
Surging up the chip counts.
Yeah, he's had an amazing spin since that ace-8 hand, hasn't he?
Yeah, very nice. Second in chips now. On the Onyx table, 1.7 million. Jakub still out in front with 2.1.
It's amazing how one hand like that can just propel you up.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Out to the GTD live table we go. We have a 4-bet pot here.
Yeah, big hand here for Tristan Bain.
Yeah, we had a raise from ace queen suited. Pocket 6 is called. Jack's 3-bet. 4-bet shove from Bain. He's going to be off to the races. Would imagine Cyprus is going to get out of the way.
Yeah, will he be looking to double or treble?
Here we go then. Alajmi. We know from watching him, he can have all sorts of holdings here. Finds a real one, pocket jacks. And here, 1.1 million in the middle.
Yeah, it's a big sweat for them both.
Tristan Bain, the man from Australia, looking to improve.
Alajami could go to 1.7 here.
Yeah. A classic flip. Off we go.
Let's see if we get any reaction.
There it is. Queen 5-4. Bain flips the script. Top pair, top kicker. Alajmi with backdoor diamonds. Working, but looking for a jack. And it's never easy. 4 of diamonds on the turn.
No reaction from the pro.
Yeah. Does fade the 9 of hearts river. Tristan Bain up to 1.1 million. Very experienced player. He'll be a force to be reckoned with.
Certainly will.
It does feel like one of those tournaments, though, right? Like 30-minute clock, it feels really fast, especially in this format where everyone's just sort of in there, right? Trying to bag that big stack so you can hunt the bounties tomorrow.
Exactly, yeah. I think we said, didn't we, yesterday, it's just such a huge bag.
Yeah.
You just make it that day too, and you've starting to fight for the bounties where it gets fun.
I'm not going to lie, like as a commentator, it's one of the best introductions in recent years is the mystery bounty format. It makes it really fun for us.
Yeah, I thought actually early on they were a bit of a novelty, and I wasn't a huge fan. But as they sort of developed everywhere, I like it. I like it. It's good.
It's just going to be fun tomorrow, right? To see, and we do intend to cover the envelope opens.
Sure, yeah.
So that makes it a lot of fun, right? It's always fun to see somebody just rip 100 grand.
Yeah, definitely. especially
out
seeing
of a letter.
Especially seeing like the different reactions. You know, some people are just absolutely nothing, and some people just absolutely go for it. Like
I'm hating the no reaction. I want to see
agree. Yeah,
whips and hollers.
Yeah, yeah. It's not often you get to pull 20, 30, 40, 50k, is it? So I feel like you've got to go for it.
I just find it faintly hilarious that you can bust in 60th and win twice first place because you've pulled 2 big bounties. Yeah. Anyway, here we go, back at it. And Alajmi, well, any 2 cards will do for this man if the mood takes his fancy. Peeling here with deuce 3 of diamonds.
After losing that last one as well, he'll kind of be wanting to get him back.
Yeah, Sipkatova, who really has just been very accomplished, right? Just steadily built this stack. Gonna see bet here, 45k. Alajmi going nowhere, bottom pair, backdoor diamonds. He's raised. Okay, actually don't mind it.
Yeah, maybe a product of the previous hand playing in his mind and wants to play things a bit faster.
Yeah, you can just knock out, right, 2 random overcards. This is one of those most over c-bet boards in Hold'em.
Yeah.
Well done.
Back on the grind.
I mean, there's something to be said for that, right? Like, if you're going to play such a wide range, you do need to be willing to sort of
it's very
duck and dive and throw in some raises with substandard parts of the board.
Very hard to improve. Very hard to get the showdown with bottom pair. So yeah, he's gone for the aggression.
Yeah, like it. Now then, Suloftus, who just seems to be in every single pot over at Onyx.
Yeah.
Is he 4-bet jammed?
He has. Wow.
Oh, dearie me.
Bit of a misstep. Bit of a misstep.
Wow, 4-bet bangs the jack-8 of spades.
Yeah, I thought he was debating the peel.
Goodness
the
me.
Peel pre, but he's gone for it.
Yeah, felt that his man was up to no good. Unfortunately, runs into the premium holding.
Clearly thought he had a lot of 3-bet folds maybe, and
yeah, cut off versus small blind. You could see where his thoughts are coming from.
It's a big old jam, isn't it? 30 bigs.
Yeah, that is bleak. 10-6-5 all diamonds. Needs a miraculous run out.
As bad as it gets, really, isn't it?
That'll do it. 6 of hearts on the turn. Suloftus flew too close to the sun, drawing dead.
What a chip swing that is now.
Huge.
Always back a bucket hat.
Okay,
Telling you.
I'm with you. I'm going to start wearing one.
World Series of Poker winner, 2025. I'm telling you, we'll be wearing a bucket hat.
Can you get a price on that, like Paddy Power or something
Yeah.
like this?
You heard it here first.
Let's get them tweeted. Yeah, a rare misstep from Suloftus. Just got a little too aggressive.
Yeah, he's obviously hoping he can get some big folds because he covers. But it's not the best hand to do it
Here we
with.
go then, our fairy tale story for the week. Matson all in against Merkulova.
This is big, yeah. She does have a few chips left if she loses, but yeah, it's a big old hand.
Ace, queen of spades.
She's
Versus tens at risk.
She's yet to falter in these all-in coups. She
King.
will need help.
6-3. One spade. Yeah, gonna have to get there. Does have backdoor potential. And there it is. 3 of spades on the turn. 34% all of a sudden for Merkulova. Can she find it? No, she can't. Unfortunate. 5 of diamonds, river, breaking out the board. Big double up for Matson, keeping himself in the hunt. And Merkulova left on fumes.
Yeah, down to a bowl of rice. So frustrating.
You promised the
70K.
viewers that she was cashing this tournament, Steve.
I didn't promise. I just
You
thought
didn't?
she would. I thought she was playing well, solid.
She's played very well.
She's got the story.
Well, here we go. Blind on blind out at the Luxon table. Romanov versus Sturba. Gets it in great shape. Romanov, pocket tens. Looking to hold off. Versus the 1-over card.
Yep, seeing lots of all-ins now as these shorties have to go with hands as good as this.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of action, I think, over the next hour. Jack 7-4, Rainbow. Pocket tens holding so far. Blankest of blanks. Deuce of clubs on the turn. One more card to fade for the Russian. Fade it he does. Queen of hearts, river, completing the board. Bit of a cooler. Blind on blind. As we see there, Romanov, 610k. Gets himself back up above 20 bigs. Pretty shallow table though. Chip leader, 1,075,000. You know, 35 blinds or so.
Yeah, it's a big contrast to the other table, isn't it?
Hello, Merkulova.
That's the time to find it.
She didn't hear no bell, Steve. Not over. Pocket aces. Let's looked up by the 8 deuce off.
Now, there's two types of people here.
Oh.
When you've got 70k, are you looking at aces and fuming because you're like, now you give me aces? Or are you like, this is the perfect time?
I don't think I'm fuming, especially in this structure where you can spin it up.
Fair.
I might be fuming on... No, not that board. We're fine. Ace 7-3.
I'm definitely the guy that's like, this is just a troll.
Are you raging?
You've just lost a big part.
I think if I have like one big blind, I'm like getting
yeah.
really steamed.
I suppose, yeah. She's going up to what, 185 now? Yeah, okay.
Spinnable.
Yeah. She's been grinding all day.
Yeah. A little bit of hope.
You never know. 6 bigs.
Not out of it yet. As we head back over to the Onyx table. Blinds now 20-40k. Raise here from Tamasian from the hijack with the pocket jacks.
Yeah,
and
looks like another clash.
yeah, and what can you do? Muawad sends it in with the pocket nines. Gets snapped. Very unfortunate here to run into the overpair. Once again, another all-in confrontation. 1.1 million chips in the middle. Not a happy bunny.
Yeah, his expression said everything.
Well, 8-7-5.
Got the sweat.
Gut shot, straight draw materializes for Muawad. Looking for a 9 or a 6. 4 on the turn, changes nothing. One more chance. 9s and 6s working. Ooh, hits the crossbar. 8 of diamonds on the river. GG, sir. Sometimes the deck just chooses that it's time for you to exit. Good game, Joseph. We are rampaging through this field, down to 109.
Yeah, we really are.
40 away from the bag. We expect the speed to continue in an unrelenting fashion. Very nice pickup. Damassian.
Back to the Luxon table. 2 hands again. 6s versus the 5s of Rakimov. Assume he's just going to call from the big blind versus the under the gun 2 open. Seems pretty standard so far. And they'll both like this flop. Expect to see bet an appeal from Rakimov from the big blind. No real reason to do anything else but call.
Yeah, inclined to agree. Can have the best hand. 3 to a straight. Not folding yet. Queen of spades on the turn. One of these curious sort of spots now, Steve, right, for RT, of where you don't really want to put more money in with like a middle part of your range, right? But like we can still, of course, have the best hand.
Yeah, I think you've got enough showdown here, haven't you? You are against the big blind. You can have lots of ace highs, 3x, 4x.
Yeah.
You're not getting a king to fold, so I think just take your showdown.
That makes sense to me. Of course, block the natural draws. Holding those 2 6s. Now the question for Rakimov: do we need to turn this into a bluff? It's not a good run out, obviously. We can obviously lose here to hands like ace-jack, right? Come to mind.
Yeah,
hand like ace-queen.
Interested to see if he's going block here or he is turning it into a bluff. He is turning it into a bluff, yeah.
I'm actually a real fan of this.
It's nice. It's nice.
You know, you can put pocket 7s, right? Pocket 6s through 10s in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
Even a hand like ace-jack now, right, becomes just a pure bluff catch.
Agree.
I like this. I think this is good recognition. Our man in position, very likely to continue betting turn with, you know, ace-king, aces, king-queen, king-jack. All these hands going to bet. Well done. That's a very nicely played hand.
It's nice to see some good sizing.
I like it a lot. And we can credibly rep a king here. Some 2 pairs, queen 4 suited and the like. Well done.
Yeah, of course.
Gets the better hand out. Back over to the DTD live table. Cyprus here checking queen 10 of diamonds on the ace jack 5.
Yeah, the king 9 off has opened the cutoff and a standard appeal from the big blind.
Yeah, she's going to continue. Cyprus here getting a good price, 60k.
For sure, yeah. You can't be folding to 1 bet here.
Yeah, always fairly uncomfortable, of course. We don't really have any of the good ace-x. We're going to have sent it in pre.
Sure.
But we do feel like we're going to have to call 1. Some potential to bluff some rivers if the cutoff slows it down. And she does have one of these unappetizing barrels. Just king high. Problem now, of course, if Cyprus does have a hand like an ace-deuce or something like that, it's going to chop with a bunch of her own ace-x, but she's going to go for it.
Yeah, interesting. She does barrel again here.
Yeah, just put some pressure on a jack, on a king-queen. Queen 10. Credit to her. Feels like she can leverage against the range of Cyprus. Nicely done. Gotta be said, Steve, she's been very impressive today. I haven't seen
very solid.
her really put a foot wrong.
She's had a few frustrating hands as well, and she's taken it well and just carried on.
Yeah, the 3-4 suited hand comes to mind, but
yeah,
very serene progress. As we close in on that day 2 bubble. Still a while away. Back to the Onyx we go. Suloftis decides to 3-bet jam, and Manassian just calls it off here with ace-6 suited.
Yeah, it's incredible how quickly it can turn, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got his man.
Just that one misstep with the jack-8 suited, and now you're very close to out the door.
Oh, surely not.
You're saying there's a chance.
We've seen some sickness today, but this would be a step too far. Can you find it? Backdoor jacks? No, he can't. 7 completes the board.
GG.
Yeah, GG Suloftis. Very entertaining to watch. Live by the sword, you die by the sword, Steve. Just a little too aggressive in that spot with the jack-8 of spades. You lose Georges. He will be back.
So many chips on this table.
Yeah. Lots of very shallow stacks elsewhere, but there's a lot of chips on the main stage. Here we go then, back to the Luxon table. Raised to 130k, very big size pre, right? Over 3x for Masikoglu. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that could have maybe got Sturber to fold, but his hand's obviously very nice.
And this is a really grim spot now for Asikoglu, right? We open more than 3x, faced with a 6 big blind all in. A cold 4-bet jam from Rakimov. This is pretty ugly, right? Like,
it's a little bit ugly, but 570k, 40k big blind. There's a little bit what you could call sort of dead money of Sturber in there.
Yeah, I mean, small blind's still going to put in, right, some ace-queen of his own.
Yeah.
Ace-jack suited very occasionally. A bunch of pairs, though, right, probably run it.
Exactly, a lot of pairs.
He does get away,
though.
well done.
Yeah, great fold. Better player than me.
And Rakimov now poised for the knockout. Sterba not out of it yet. Unaware, of course, that one of its queens has been folded. Looking for hearts. Looking for a queen.
Any strawberries about? No.
Absolutely barren fields, Steve. 6-4-6. 2 spades. King on the turn. Does open up a few chop outs. Things are looking bleak, though. Oh, and he does find it. Finds the chop.
That's a sick way to chop.
A little smile. Leans back in the chair. New life for Sterba. Rakimov taking it in good spirits. See, we're down to now 104. Lost 5 players in quick succession on the outer tables. Back to the Onyx we go. Raised here by the ace-9 of Kanar. Defended by Jakub. Here comes the c-bet. On the king-5 deuce. Small sizing.
Yep, could have gone with check back, but he's decided to c-bet this one.
Yeah, Jakub going nowhere. 6s in hand. Ace of diamonds, though, on the turn. Kenar vaults into the lead. Of course, not the card that Jakub wanted to see. Is it mandatory to double barrel this one, Warbs? Are we mixing some checks in?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I'd be betting again. You're betting all your bluffs, aren't you? He can have some ace high, of course, but nothing super strong.
It does land on check. Jakub now with the decision with 6s, somewhat reminiscent of the hand we saw a little while ago where the 5s decided to bluff.
A little bit, yeah.
Kind of similar, right?
Yeah, I think the 5s was more of a bluff though than this one.
Sure.
This one, you know, you can quite easily have king x, ace x, queen x, and it's gonna be tough to bluff. So I think he's made a good decision, just check in, and unfortunately now you've just got to let this go.
Yeah, pretty nice from Kanar. 150k. Just looking to charge a king. An ace-3, ace-4 that didn't bet itself.
Yeah,
hands of that
yeah.
ilk.
Yeah.
Nicely done from Jakub. Out of the way. We are losing them like wildfire. Lost another 4 there in the last few minutes.
Yeah, down to 100. 69 paid, of course.
And back over we go to the DTD live table. Oh, and Matson reaching for chips. Going to raise to 80k here from Sibgatova. Matson sends it in for 14 blinds. Credit to him from +1. Oh, what's going on here? Kim's calling it off. Okay.
He's just, yeah, he's down to fumes, but
Just deciding. Okay, there's extra money in this pot. I'm going to take it on. And he's going to be pretty happy to see Ace-Jack offsuit. Flicks in his remaining 4.5 bigs. Tristan Bain looking somewhat perplexed.
probably thinking about his next fantasy football move.
Kim just decides, let's run it. 490k in the middle then.
Yeah, he's a spot to treble.
Very bleak looking king 4-3 board. 2 diamonds. None in hand for Kim. Looking for a 9 or a 7 or some kind of backdoor straight. Well, a bit more life. 6 of clubs on the turn. 5s, 7s and 9s working for Kim.
3-1 dog.
To avoid the showers.
Funnier things have happened on this table.
GG. Jack of clubs completes the run out. Matson the Swede kept himself afloat very nicely. Closing back in on the million chip mark. There we go. 890k. Merkalova on the ventilator. 85,000. Needs something to happen and happen fast. Sibgatova still out in front. Back to the Luxon table we go.
Ooh, bit of action here.
How's that for a flop? Rakimov opens hijack. Big blind defend. Flops top set.
No slow play. Does C-bet as he should do.
Yeah. Anastasiades with the decision on flop. Could have considered raise. Does land on call.
Yeah, I think I prefer call, yeah.
Yeah, what an interesting turn though. 7 of spades.
Very interesting now, yeah. What's he going to do? I think he just has to check call again, really, depending on size.
One thing I will say from the old study streets, these type of hands are the ones that quite like check shove turn. You know, you can put a hand like Ace-Jack in a terrible spot here, right, if you check jam for 600k.
Sure, yeah.
It can be pretty grim, and you can just fold out some bluffs, right? If you just fold out King-Queen here, that's fine.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, I didn't actually realise he had the opening straight draw as well, yeah. I'm with you. It's been a long day, Andrew.
It has indeed, my friend.
I know what you're saying now, yeah.
It just can be kind of nice, right? And, like, you know...
Sure.
If you can apply, it's obviously not going to work here against top set, but if you can put max pressure on a 1-pair type holding...
Yeah, it's also insanely tilting where you just check call here and then lose and he just shows like the king-queen-o. And you're
Sure.
just like, oh.
100%.
Yeah.
And also, right, like, are we really going to get paid here on a 5 or a 10? It's going to be pretty tough.
Yeah,
you know, when you do get called, you've got pretty good equity is what I'm saying. And now we kind of just can't really check call lead, right? It's just pretty much an impossibility.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Obviously can't be too critical, and he would have been out the door, so what do I know?
Of course.
And we've been impressed with Rakimov. Sets this one up for a nice clean river shove. Anastasiades just cursed his luck. Like, how did I brick this?
Yeah.
How can I ever brick on the turn?
I think even more so with what you're saying, like versus hijack range as well.
Yeah.
He just has to ship that, doesn't he?
Just kind of nice. Well, interesting spot. Back we go then to Onyx. Blind on blind confrontation. Had a limp here from Tamasian. Kanara elected to raise with Queen 8. Not something you'll see too often. And Tamasian makes the call. Flops top 2. Tamasian now. Interesting spot, this one. Gut shot to the straight.
Yeah, interesting open from the queen 8 off. It's worked out quite well here.
He's reaching for raising chips.
I quite like it. I quite like it, yeah. a little glance each other, yeah.
I like Canaries. Very expressive. I'm a fan also, I must say. You can knock out a lot of hands here. If you do get called, you have that very disguised draw to the nuts.
Sure.
Some fun stuff can happen on a heart, right? There's a lot of things that can go our way.
Yeah.
Certainly not against top 2 pair, though.
You'd expect a lot of the Queen X as well not to open. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't have.
Sure.
Or was he's decided to click it, which.
I think he's jammed. Did he jam? No, maybe not. Okay, he has clicked it.
I think in these spots, obviously, whatever hand you do, just want to, if you are going to continue, just call. What he's done there is he's got rid of all these bluffs. He's obviously hoping he's got something like King Queen and he is going to go with it, but even King Queen there, you know, when you get that click, it's kind of alarm bells.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think Queen 8 with the 8 of hearts as well. It just feels so primed just to extend a little bit of rope.
If he just calls there, you never know what sorcery might happen on the turn from the 10-9 off.
I agree. Well, here we go. Merkalova, our online qualifier. She is at risk. Decides to run it with Queen 8.
From one Queen 8 off to another.
Yeah, 2 big blinds. Can't really falter here.
Of course.
Pretty unfortunate to run into Ace-King. She got it all the way through to the big blind. 30% equity to stay alive.
Lady Gaga?
Looking very bleak. King, Jack 6. Just the backdoor straight draw or a funky backdoor 2 pair to save her. She's out of her seat and she is out of the tournament. 7 of clubs on the turn. GG to Sofia. Brave run.
Yeah, big shame.
Yeah, it was 1 flip too many. The ace queen of spades versus the 10s. A solid start though to the adventure, all the way from a $2 satellite. We will see her in the Luxon Grand Final. Wish her well.
Yep, still another chance in that Grand Final, as you say. And also winning the package here, everything all inclusive, so I'm sure she'll enjoy the resort.
I've been enjoying it, Steve, to the cost of my waistline, I fear.
Yeah, that buffet gets you, doesn't it?
Here we go then. Rakimov is racking up the strong hands. Pocket jacks +1. Romanov, another player who we've been impressed with, is going to call here with ace-9 high and finds the nut flush draw on the turn. Another spot here. Shallow SPR, 330k in the middle. Rakimov going to pot control here, worried about running into a 10.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I don't mind that at all.
I always find these spots intriguing. Like, okay, now we've rivered the disguised ace. Like, do you want to bet here?
Yeah, I feel like it's a good block, isn't it?
Yeah, like it feels like your opponent may not even reopen for you, right? Like if he has ace-5 of clubs, sorry, ace-5 of spades, right, and just shuts it down.
Yeah.
Still concerned you can have a 10.
Exactly.
Concerned about being against a better ace.
Yeah.
Hard to get paid, admittedly.
Yeah, he could have thought a bit longer about that one, I think.
Yeah, Rakimov once more, losing the minimum. Back to the DTD live table. Seen these two in a few pots. Look at this. Simkatova opens ace-9. Tsipis defending and just donk jamming on the jack 7-6 with bottom pair.
Yeah, he was ready to find a piece and just get it in, isn't he?
Yeah. We can see he's in good shape. Fairly nasty spot this, right, as the opener. Not great to have a 9 in hand, blocking some of those 8, 9, 9, 10 type holdings that we're ahead of.
You just gotta let it go.
A big smile from Tsipis. He's in good spirits, still alive. Down to 94 now. 25 away from bagging. Here we go, another all-in and call over at the Luxon table. Sterba versus Asekoglu. Sterba at risk. So far, so good. 10-9-3. Looking to fade the 2 overs. 10 of spades turn does open up a few additional outs. 9 would be the nasty way to go, but he finds a way to fade it. 8 of hearts completing the board. Unfortunately for Asekoglu, now he's on fumes. So we lose another 3 players, 91 to go.
Yeah, need to spin up now. Over to the DTD live table.
Oh wow, Elajmi.
Is he just open jam?
I believe he's just
Yeah.
open banged it with 9-6 of diamonds, and Bane, well aware that Ace Jack is going to perform very well here, makes the call.
15 big blinds.
Yeah, nothing to do but flick it in. Here we go then. 1.3 million in the middle. Big old flip.
He is very live.
Yeah, Bane looking to get over the 2 million chip mark. Elajmi looking to run down the 2 overcards. Does have close to 40% here. Oh, and right in the window, 9 of hearts. Followed by the 10 and the 3. Not what Bane wanted to see. Does improve to a straight draw on the 7 of spades. Looking for 8s, jacks and aces. Not to be on the 10 of spades. Frustrating one to lose for Bane. Elajmi though, delighted.
Yeah,
big smiles.
Big double for Elajmi. He's loving that. He's had a very up and down day. I believe that will be the last hand before the break, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. We will take you through the chip counts. And each of our 3 feature tables, of course, it's a world first. We've got 3 feature tables here at the MPP 2025. Look at the DTD live table. Emad Gadamian out front, 70 bigs, good for 2.7 million. Tristan Bane there took a big hit, but still has a shade under $1 million to work with. Still in the hunt. Cyprus on the short stack with work to do. And of course, out on the Luxon table, lots of shallow stacks here, loads of middling ones. Rakimov, though, who we've been impressed with, out in front with 1.5 million. Asikoglu down to just 4 big blinds. Himself and Amani sub 10. You do think, Warbs, that post-break there's going to be a lot of blood on the felt. And of course, our main table, the Onyx table, Kanar, 70 bigs, one of the biggest stacks in the room, 2.8 million. Little scan down the chip counts. Bunch of middling stacks here also, Tamasian and Nureyev on the kind of shorter stacks. So guys, we are going to take that short break now. Please don't go too far. Come and join us for the conclusion of Day 1C of the Mystery Bounty.
21. 21.
Sit 1, raise 21. Sit 6, fold.
15.
Sit 1, 15.
All in.
Sit 6, all in. Call. Hold on.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Excuse me, could you give me like sit open table 1. Sit 5, bet 15. Sit 6, fold. Sit 8, fold. Sit 8, bet 14. Sit 5, pass. Sit 6, fold. Sit 8, 35.
Cool.
Sit 6, fold.
Nice.
Position 7 call. Position 8 call. Position 9.
How much?
108.
What?
Position 8 call.
Fucking games. الله يلعنهم من الجيم. الله يلعنهم من الجيم أخي.
I think.
Yes, 146.
146.
Yes.
Держи.
Give me please ticket, sir.
Thank you.
To raise 15.5, 3 all in. 4 pass. 5 pass.
Good luck. I'm with you, good luck. Pocket 4 is good. Pocket 4? Split pot, no. Split pot, I think so is split. Action.
No split.
No split and too much out.
I prefer is tuna. Better.
Bye.
Give me ticket, please.
Ticket.
3, 16. Bet 31. Bet 50.
Attention all poker players, registered for mystery month day 1D. Reader is ready. Reader on the screen. Please check your name and take your seats.
All in.
You don't have chips?
No.
In your hand?
I'm not a magician.
Seconds. 4. Sit down.
King. No queen. King. Jack is also good. Okay? 9 of diamonds. Diamond. Boom. It never works.
And welcome back, everybody. How is everyone doing? We are getting down to the final knockings of day 1C. A look at our Luxon table. Kirichenko and Rakimov out in front. Look how shallow that is, though, Steve. 33 bigs is the chip lead. And 5 stacks, it looks like, sub 15. So work to be done as we approach the bubble. The GTD live table. Gadamian a lot more healthy, 55 blinds for him. Again, though, a bunch of shorties. Per Matson and Evgeny Tsipis with 9 big blinds with work to do. Tristan Bain, of course, also in the mix. Lost that all in. Ace Jack V9-6 before the break. And the big one, the Onyx main feature table. Kinar out in front with 2.8 million. Bunch of stacks around about the sort of 35 big blind range, and then of course a bunch of shorties. It is a fast structure. They've got work to do if they want to bag up for day 2 and hunt some bounties.
Yeah, there's a big contrast, isn't there, in the tables? There's lots of chips on one table and lots of shorties on the other, and we're only 6 off the money, I believe.
Yeah, we have gotten down in quick order. 75 left, 69 are going to advance.
Yeah, you do want to find the bag, even more so in a mystery bounty at this point.
Yeah, for sure. Like, there's just a lot of value, right, in making it through, having an opportunity to hunt tomorrow.
You want to get your hands on those bounties. That's why we're here.
Absolutely.
Canard out to 2.82 million. It's a huge stack.
Yeah, he's gone on a really nice spin up. Last sort of 90 minutes or so.
For
sure. Feeling good. Round to the hijack. You would imagine not much of a decision from Manassian.
Yeah, I absolutely love these points in the tournament where you sort of get to see the men from the boys and see who's going to pressure, who's going to try and sneak through. You know what I mean? It's a real good dynamic when you get to this point.
Case in point here for Nureyev. Kind of tricky, this 12.5 bigs. I think in a normal standard vanilla tournament you just fold this hand, right? Like, you just look to make the money.
Sure.
But he has decided he wants to speculate. Very brave to raise into the big stack also of Jakub, who we know isn't the type to go quietly.
Yeah, definitely. Not sure if Nureyev was here for that King 4 of spades before when he called the, I think it was a 10, 11 big blind shove.
Yeah.
From the button.
Yeah, I must say I'm not sure about this open. Like, obviously it's going to be fine for chip EV, but there's got to be value to bag, right? Like, there's going to be a bunch of stacks shorter than 600k.
Yeah, I think.
But he's going for it regardless.
I think I actually prefer just a jam rather than open.
Well, here we go. It's
I'm
going to get in big trouble. King 8 deuce, 2 hearts.
Yeah, this is going to be quite dicey because if he does see back and see Jakub just shoving.
He does seem like the type to just want to realize over 5 cards, and at this stack depth you couldn't fault it.
Yep, agree. And Eurev's just going to be hating life if that happens. You obviously have to call it off, but you're not happy about it.
Yeah, let's see if Jakub takes aggressive action, and you've called it, I believe. Okay, I thought he was just picking up the reds and launching them in.
He's just checking the computer. He's like, are we doing this?
Okay, going for the non-all-in raise. Actually don't mind this. Can look a little bit stronger than just jamming.
Yeah, it's interesting.
People just tend to put you on a flush draw, right, when you shove.
Sure.
Whereas here we can have...
You can definitely now rep the King X, can't he? Yeah. Yeah, definitely with you.
Yeah, Nureyev now. This is pretty ugly. We can get it in against some worse hearts, right? He didn't fold, right?
No, it looked like he did.
Okay, okay.
I don't blame the graphics for thinking he did. He kind of went the cross thing, but no, he was just doing the time banks.
I mean, I just don't think we can never fold.
No, I agree.
We've committed 165k versus 620. We have a jack-high flush draw, which figures to be live most of the time.
500 already in there.
Here we go.
We'll see the bad news.
Yeah, this is a disaster of a hand to see. So going to be looking for an offsuit jack or 7. As Jakub just does a bit of inventory.
Yeah, when you get the count as well, you don't think they have a flush draw.
No.
Because you think a flush draw, they just, you know, snap call and off we go, but...
I guess you also don't think they have a king.
Yeah, it's also true. Yeah, he's just like, what's he got? He might have an 8 or something.
Yeah. Jakub,
oh,
look at
he's
this.
loving it. He's
loving life.
Loving it, yeah. He whipped that over like it was 4 aces.
All right then. Flush draw versus flush draw. Nureyev, little grimace. Gonna have to find an offsuit jack or 7 or some kind of offsuit backdoor straight. It's looking fairly bleak.
Yeah, especially 5 off the money now.
And that's it. Queen of clubs turned stone dead. And your coup continues to flourish. On course to bag one of the big stacks going into day 2 tomorrow.
Like you said at the start of hand, you almost look down at Jack 7 suit on the button there, and you automatically want to open.
Sure.
But if he thinks about the spot a bit harder, actually, you know, you can just fold pre there.
I did think it's a dicey kind of spot.
Yeah.
Especially into the big stack, right? And just, I think there's still value in bagging, even if you're shortish in a straight.
Yeah.
But there you go.
You can definitely autopilot a lot in live poker, and sometimes you do need to just take a few seconds, think about the spot.
Matson here sends them in. Pretty standard stuff, I'd suggest. Even on the bubble, big blind versus the button.
Yeah, and you imagine he's going to get looked up.
Yeah, kind of a spot where you think you've got a ton of fold equity, right, against the big stack.
Sure.
If there's ever a spot where you want a 3-bet rip 8s on the bubble, it feels like it's this one.
Yeah, definitely.
And Gadami in here, Orbs, I mean, this is a pretty big hand, right? Like, you're not thrilled about it, but can we raise fold this?
No, I think he's going to go with it. I mean, he's still got 2 million if he calls and loses as well. It's not a huge part of his stack.
Yeah, you probably expect to very rarely be good.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? You might beat like King Jack suited, but just so many times you're up against a
pairs and ace
pairs.
Sure, but that's okay too.
Yeah, you've got enough equity.
Yeah, makes the call. All right then, 1.5 million in the middle. Matson, the Swede, looking to hold.
You never know as well. He might just power like the 9-10 suited, 10 Jack suited and stuff. So
sure. Big moments here as we approach the day 2 bag. Can the snowman find a hold? Well, that's bad news. King 9-3. Gadamian vaults into the lead. All of a sudden, 6% for Matson. Gonna have 2 pulls at it. First one is no good. As we can see once more with the card removal factor, 1 out, 8 of spades only.
yeah, Gadamian on the verge of 3.5 million.
3.5 million it will be. 5 of diamonds completes the run out. Very unfortunate, of course. Matson hand sort of plays itself. GG's, sir. Never a fun time to bust a poker tournament. What can you do? Sometimes you gotta win your flips.
Yeah, it's just a very, very typical multi-table tournament hand, isn't it? You've come this far, but there was absolutely nothing you could do that. 3.5 mil for day 2 looks very tasty to me.
Yeah. Likely going to be 70 bigs, I believe, right? I think we're still at 2040. We might be at 2550 now.
Sure.
In any case, that's a lot of chips to go ahead and hunt bounties. Back to the Luxon table we go. Another all-in. Curious decision from Asikoglu.
Yeah, he's under the gun, decided didn't want to pay the big blind.
Yeah, this is, for me, a fold still.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, you know, we can run it in the big.
Yeah.
But just deciding, with the presence of that big blind ante in the modern game, just deciding I'm going to run it. He's actually going to get it in not the worst shape if it remains heads up against a Manny, which it looks like it will.
Somehow in a flip.
Yeah. Anastasiades only finds Queen 6. On the short stack himself. Can't imagine we're going to run this one.
No, just a bit of stalling, I think, trying to make day 2.
Makes sense. Just going to be aware. Yeah, go on, Steve.
He's got a few tie banks, I was just going to say, so.
Yeah.
I think that's his thinking, although he's not used his full. He threw a time bank in there, but didn't even use the full time. It's interesting to play.
That's a rogue strat.
Yeah.
Well, Asakoglu, looking to get some fairly good news here that he's up against pocket fives.
Yeah, you're absolutely loving seeing this, aren't you?
Has a puncher's chance.
155 to 435.
Critical pot also for Amani. Here we go. Ace, King, 10. Gut shot to Broadway does materialize for the Brit. Backdoor spades also. Glimmer of hope.
Spade for the full sweat. Yeah, there it is.
There it is, the 8 of spades on the turn. 34% of the time will manage to survive. And it does on the 6 of spades river. Backdoors the jack high flush. Glimmer of hope turns into a ray of sunshine. 435k. Back towards him, now in with a good chance of sneaking through the bubble.
Yep.
Nasty one for Amani. Couldn't find the hold. Here we go. We have our firecracker, Mr. Alajmi, opening 9-10 of hearts +1. Sipgatova, ace queen off on the button.
Yeah, two players we've seen a lot of today. She's been on the table with Alajami all day. I think she knows that she can three bet this for value, and to be honest, even just call a jam really. He's been very, very, very loose. Bit of a wild card. Interesting to see what he does. I can't imagine he's folding pre-flop.
Yeah, I do like this from Sipgatova. I think typically people flat this ace-queen hand a lot, but against somebody as wide as Alajmi, who, you know, loves to gamble, loves to get in there. Like, I can imagine if he has like a queen 10 suited that we dominate, right? He's not going to fold, so let's get money in the pot.
Yeah, he's not folding any 2 suited cards to a 3-bet, so you've just got to go pure value.
Feature of this structure, all of a sudden Sipgatova with just pot or so back, but it's a pretty good board. 5-5-3, likely to be ahead of all of the unpaired hands in Alajmi's range. He's going to c-bet here. Looked like 250 announced.
I think she might be going 350. No, you're right, yeah, 250.
And this is not the texture Alajmi was looking for.
Yeah, I would. I wonder what she would plan to do if he did jam. But no, she takes it down. It's a great pickup.
Yeah, huge. Up to 1.7 million. Interesting, isn't it? 1.7 million, like it sounds like so much, but it's only like 35 bigs.
Yeah. When you start with 200k, though, 1.7 sounds big, but yeah, it's a quick.
Really important pot to win.
Structure.
Romanov here, forced all in the big blind, out on the Luxon table with the deuce 4 off. Kirichenko, king queen. We are down to 73, so 4 away from the end of day 1C. Romanov looking to survive.
Yeah, he needs a few double ups, doesn't he, after this?
Pretty bleak so far. Jack 3-7. Let's have a couple of backdoor draws. No help on the 3 of hearts. 5 outs one time. And he does find the 4 of clubs.
Chip and a chair.
To stay alive.
And he will actually be loving that because we are only 3 away.
Yeah, I mean, has a chance now.
Yeah.
Has a chance.
He's forced all in next hand as well, right?
I don't think so, because he'll be in the small.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I think he'll have 5k behind. I mean, you might as well try and cash at this point, right?
Yeah, of course.
Try and fold into the money.
Look at the clock there.
So hand for hand mode announced. Back on the DTD live table, raise from Gadamian with the Jack 10. And look at Alajmi.
Yeah, he's just not bothered about that
Just
bubble, is he?
does not care.
Does not care at
Says,
all.
I'm in there. 9-4 of clubs. And a pretty grim spot this for Diachenko. I like fold. Even though we're getting the direct odds.
2.5x raise as well, and he's just in there. Looking for the piece.
So 7-6 deuce. No piece found as yet for Alajmi.
It's versus the chip leader as well. This guy just really doesn't care who he's up against.
He's box office. A lot of fun.
We're on the bubble. He's not bothered.
Oh.
Oh my word! Is he jamming? Oh my word! This guy's my hero. This guy's my hero. Wow. I mean, that takes guts, balls, everything.
Gives it the finger wag. Says no, no, no.
2 off the money.
Has he shown for the morale?
No, I don't think so. I mean, that is ballsy. That really is ballsy.
I think he might have shown.
He's just like...
He's having a good time.
You've not hit this flop. I've got the back doors. In it goes.
Brilliant. Back over to Luxon we go. Jack 9 of hearts of Sterba has defended pre versus Rakimov. Looks like check, check, flop. Check, check, turn. And Sterba finds it. Jack of hearts on the river. Yeah. Sorry, Jack of clubs, excuse me. River's top pair.
Would have liked to see a value bet there.
I would agree. Only really worried about ace-jack, I think, the way that the hand is gone. That
sure.
Could just be seeking showdown. Anyway, fast and furious. Back over to the DTD live table we go. Round to Tsipis in the cutoff. 9 big blinds only. 2 off the money, though.
Yeah.
Does decide to make a disciplined laydown.
Thinks better of it.
I love Alajmi. Look at him. He's just having a great time.
I know, he really is. He really is. I think the 9 deuce here, you can just let this go.
Yeah.
And it's our first walk.
Yeah.
It's the first walk I've seen in 2 days. With 3 featured tables.
Hey. We're in the Mediterranean, baby.
Certainly are.
Ain't no limps, ain't no walks, excuse me. We are approaching midnight local time. Back to the Luxon table and back to Sterba. 810k. It's going to start with limp here.
Yeah, very interesting.
Oh.
Interesting hand, this. Very interesting hand.
Intriguing spots.
Yeah.
Like if Rakimov jams, like I'm not sure he'll jam 8s, but you know if he jams range, for example, can we limp call it off? And he has just jammed with pocket 8s.
Sure. I mean, he should be.
I'm a bit surprised that he doesn't go for a raise call.
He should be raise calling, shouldn't he? But this all kind of depends on how much Sterba cares about ICM and
sure.
and cashing in things. And
I guess one benefit of this is if you think that your opponent won't limp jam the kind of weaker hands, like the suited wheel aces and stuff like this on the bubble, which seems a fair assumption. You may just knock out a hand like a king 10 off here and stuff like that when you jam, which isn't, you know, the worst result in the world.
Agree. But it's just, you know, if he's limped like the deuces to 5s and now he suddenly finds a hero fold, you're feeling a bit sick, aren't you?
Yeah, this is nasty, nasty stuff now for Sterba.
Yeah.
Probably feels like he is being leaned on.
I don't blame him for folding that.
Yeah.
But it would have been interesting, as you say, if the 8 just opens. I assume he's gonna pile it in.
Right, here we go. Out on an outer table. We do have an all-in and a call. Looks like ace-8 against ace-king. And is ace-king at risk, or both at risk. 2 all-ins on the table. Oh, and it's the 7-9-8.
The dead man's hand.
Yeah, I believe the ace-king is the covering stack, but not by much. Ace-8 looking to survive.
Yep.
Looks like a 10 on the turn, so there are some chops available. Not on the 5 of hearts river. So ace-8 finds a way to survive.
Huge double to 5 big blinds.
That is Demir Gabdulin, regular player at all of the Merit Poker stops. Got a lot of pedigree. finds survival on the money bubble. As we listen into the TD. Okay, wasn't much to hear. Back to the GTD live table.
Back to the action.
We have a limp here from Tristan Bain in the small blind. Gadamian not falling for it with the ISO with the deuce 3. Interesting spot now. Queen 8-7 Jack. Bain just trying to get to showdown.
Ooh, he is taking a stab.
Yeah. Gadamian going for the delayed stab. And look at this from Bain,
Yeah,
just
he's not
sniffing out here.
very aware of ranges and what's going on here, and just won't be folding even though it's fourth pair. He's kind of sniffing it out. It's a good river for him as well.
Yeah, Queen of Clubs river completes the board. Somewhat problematic here for Gadamian. You know, we're trying to shake off a jack or an 8 on this type of run out.
Sure. He's only really repping a jack on the river.
Yeah. Does have 3 high though.
And so he's got to get his sizing right to make this believable. No, he's thought better of it.
Yeah. Somewhat reasonable, I think, to give this one up.
Yeah.
Well done from Bain. Finds the stubborn turn call. I'm going to rake in a small pot.
Bain.
Up to 1.1. Back to the Luxon table. Kirichenko versus Rakimov. Had a raise here pre-flop from the small blind with the pocket 9s. Kirichenko just calling with 6s. Flop goes check-check on the jack 8-8 board. Pocket 9s of Rakimov still best. He's going to seek a bit of value on the turn now, Warbs. 125k.
Yep, seems fair enough. Quite a few blind v blind encounters here. You can sort of see people tightening up, but it's folding around to the blinds.
Yeah, interesting river. Rakimov's going to go for a little bit of thin river value. Does make some sense. We can target some ace highs here as played.
For sure, yeah.
Going to be difficult, I think, for Kirichenko to fold here.
Everyone always calls here. If you can beat ace high here, just always call him.
Is counting out 225k.
I've never seen anyone fold here. Like ever. There's just no chance Six has ever folded it.
Michael Com doing his best to will in the first ever fold from 6s on the jack 8-8 deuce board. I hear what you're saying though.
Yeah.
Credit to Rakimov for finding this value bet. Yeah, very nice. Well done.
Nice bet.
So he's up to 2.2 million. Still 2 players away from the bubble bursting. And we do have an all-in at the outer table. Ace-5 of the short stack up against ace-queen. He's in dire straits.
Yeah, looks like we could be losing one.
Yeah, needs to find a 5 or his day is done on the bubble.
5 to stay alive. No.
Just misses. 6 of diamonds on the river. We do lose Ali Zebarjad in 71st. And with that, we are on the direct money bubble.
Have you had many direct pure bubbles live in your lifetime? It's hard to do.
I'm not sure I've ever had one. Maybe one.
I've had 3.
3.
Each more painful than the last.
Go home, drink.
Go home, drink. Sounds like me and you in a few minutes.
It absolutely may well be the case. Well, here we go. This is it. The direct bubble. Tomasian all in. Does send it in with the king-9 of clubs.
Yep.
Unperturbed. Gets looked up by the 7s of Manassian.
Fair enough plays. Obviously just open jammed.
I believe they're just waiting, of course, hand for hand. Hands underway at the outer tables.
And 5. Yeah, no, but he's one blind. And then 4. But he's one blind is already in. So 8.5. Flop. Show flop.
Tables in good spirits as we wait for this run out.
Two flop. Flop to turn to river.
It's not a great feeling, this Warbs, right? Being all in on the stone bubble, waiting for your fate to be decided.
Yeah, especially when you have king-9 suited.
Let's go Celtics.
Go to drink.
И не обязательный пуш, кстати, на бабле.
Арл 9, да, у тебя?
А?
Арл 9 у тебя?
Да.
Можем и подождать.
Да, ну, типа,
So here we go.
интересен, так.
Это mystery, no. Mystery.
Я никого не
All in
покрываю.
from Tomasian, called by Manassian.
Так, хотя бы если ты удвоишь, уже хоть какие-то шансы. Все, шоу. One card. Там сейчас пускай вылетает. Инфаркт, сердце.
Yeah, in this situation, you just want the cards in the back.
You
don't
do.
You
Tomasian is sweating this, understandably so.
You want the double or to be put out of your misery. It's a fair fight when he does see it.
А тебе смысла не было калировать. Потому что короткий остался бы в игре, завтра, возможно, я был бы за стол, завтра выпил бы за меня мистери забрал.
So while we wait for this critical hand to be dealt out, we will, of course, guys, be back tomorrow to cover all of the action from day 2 of this PokerOK mystery bounty. And it's the fun stage, Warbs, right? Bounties are in play, people are hunting, looking to open envelopes.
Exactly.
I'm really looking forward to it. Myself, Steve and James will be here all the way to the conclusion, and we'll be filming those bounty pools.
Hopefully we get some good reactions, yeah. None of this boring stuff where you pull the big one and you just sort of shrug the shoulders and go, we are cards on your backs.
All right.
Thank you.
And Tomasian will be very pleased to see he's in a flip. He knows he's not up against a worse king, so he's more than happy with this.
Yeah, it's about as good as it gets.
Definitely.
Can Tomasian stay alive and advance to day 2?
It's a million chips in day 2, or you're out the door.
Ace, 10, deuce, 1 club. No immediate help for the Russian. Well, never easy. 5 of clubs on the turn. Tomasian, all of a sudden, clubs, kings, and 9s working for him. Can he find it? No, he can't. Jack of hearts on the river.
GG, my friends.
GG, and Tomasian, unfortunately for him, stone bubbles day 2.
Always brutal. Always brutal.
There we go. The official announcement is made. And that is it for 1C. Players now, of course, are going to bag and tag. Been a strong day's play, Warbs.
For sure. We've got some colourful characters, haven't we? We've got some solid players. think tomorrow's going to be a lot of action.
Yeah, I'm with you as the TD just takes us through all of the admin stuff, the boring bag and tag. Right, yeah, there are 2 more flights still in play. So we're looking, I would say, at a very big prize pool. Looks like it is going to have obliterated it quite comfortably.
Yeah, smashing the guarantee. Numbers up from last year. All looking good here.
Yeah, as the players put the finishing touches to their day's work. As I say, we will be back tomorrow, guys, to cover this event. We'll just take you through the chip counts to finish things off. Kinar bags up 2.8 million. Yakub, who had a very strong feature table performance at 2.4 himself on the short stack. The Pole, Mokliardas, I'm going for that as a tough one. 6 bigs. He's going to have work to do to spin it up tomorrow. The DTD live table, Gadamian bagging a big stack, 3.1 million, good for 62 big blinds. Sibgatova, who we were very impressed with, bagging a healthy 1.7 million. And the wild card, Alajme, look forward to seeing people try to knock him out tomorrow. I don't see him folding much.
Shout out Alajme for sure.
Yeah, great. Over to the Luxon table. Rakimov bagging up 45 bigs. Strong performance from him. And a ton of short stacks who are going to have a target on their back. Asikoglu and Amani. And Romanov, he made it through with 5,000 chips. Everyone's going to be after that bounty tomorrow. And we will be back for it, guys. Quick look at the schedule. There it is. And with that, guys, myself, Steve, and James will see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Mystery Bounty.
Been a pleasure. Goodbye.